kick off today's edition of America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I'm your host, Acacia Kumon, alongside Jonathan Kinchin. JK, it's a Friday the 13th as well, so if you believe in that, may it be your lucky 13th.
Well, my son was born on the 13th, so 13 is my lucky number no matter what now. Yeah. So I don't mind it. You can sit me in row 13 on an airplane, no problem at all.
You're not going to be like one of those apartment buildings where they skip.
No, not at all. I'm good with 13.
Well, today is the 13th, and it's also opening day. As mentioned, we have the Winter Memories coming up a little bit later on. A really fun and competitive race, as of course as has been the case the last couple of years with Belmont Park under construction. We're here at Aqueduct for the foreseeable future till we're back at Saratoga as we get ready to kick off today's action with the opener, 7 furlongs on the main track. It's a $32,000 claiming race, and Royal Poppy to the outside, 2-1 favorite right now on that big drop in class. First, though, let's meet the rest of the field, starting off with another class dropper, Bank on Anna. Yeah,
dropping in class, but has not done much running as of late, and the figures would need to get a little bit quicker.
Whistler style contender, but she does come from very far back.
She does, but she ran well last time, closing in a slow pace and was extremely wide all the way around there.
Backed by Gold, first off the claim.
Yes, switches to the David Jacobson barn. David Jacobson, 16% throughout this year so far.
Here's the 4, Willow Bend, 1 of 2 for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, 1 of 2, switching to Wayne Potts as well. This horse I thought ran okay last time, was also wide in the last 2 starts.
The other one for the barn, Hazardous Humor. Welcome to New York, apprentice jockey Chris Elliott.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much better of a trip this horse can get based on the one that Kendrick gave him last time, at Saratoga.
And your favorite right now, Royal Poppy, on the big drop in class.
Yeah, this is a pretty big drop, and this is a horse that has a couple of numbers that make a ton of sense. And sometimes, while this horse hasn't been running to the best of her ability, I think the class relief is going to go a long way. And Ray Handel had an outstanding summer. Let's see if he can carry it over into the fall.
But don't forget, you can play all of the action. Sign up, get started over at Naira Bets. Use promo code MATCH200 for your $200 deposit match bonus when you sign up. Head on over to NairaBets.com or download the app today. Get started and make sure you don't miss out on any of the action, as there is a look at the number 3, Backed by Gold, warming up on the track as we welcome in the 3rd member of our team, champion jockey Richard Magliori, here with us. Richie, what are you seeing from the horses here in the opener?
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Beautiful summer day here at the Belmont at Big A meeting. We don't have that dewy, sweet smell of the pine trees, but we got a little bit of salt air coming off of Jamaica Bay, and we're back home at Aqueduct. So we're going to start with the 4-horse Willow Bend. First time for the Wayne Potts barn. Claim for 40, drops in class. You get Irad Ortiz, always a good thing. Coming off a sensational meet in Saratoga, as well as a terrific meet at Kentucky Downs. No rest for the weary. He went right to Kentucky, picked up where he left off. He tied with Tyler Gaffalione, who had a breakout Saratoga meet himself. Horse looks great, warming up great, makes sense. Kind of interesting, though, not exactly kind of a positive or confidence-building move, claiming for 40, dropping down $8,000 to the $32,000 level. Can't say that about the 5, Hazardous Humor, who was claimed for 25, moves up the standard or customary move up in class to 32, and you get Chris Elliott, competed with his dad, Stuart Elliott, tremendous rider, tremendous competitor. Got to meet him for the first time just now. Chris Elliott, soft-spoken, much like his dad. And I like the fact that it's his first mount here. And I believe that horses feed on positive energy. I do think that he's excited to get this opportunity to ride here in the Big Apple. And I'm going with that 5-horse because I like the way she looked warming up. I do think that she can be forward, particularly getting a 7-pound break in weights, 114, where everybody else is carrying, anywhere from 121 to 123. And sometimes with horses that are going to be forward, that break in the weights can be substantial, and that enthusiasm you get from a young rider. You see a lot of young riders when the horses pay big prices because they're just so thrilled to be there. And the 6 Royal Poppy makes a lot of sense. I think the outside post aids her. She'll be forward. Dylan Davis coming off a sensational Saratoga meeting, trying to pick up where he left off and continue to build on all that. But at 6-5, I just, when she was walking even, she drops a little bit down, a little bit lower, like maybe she's not as strong behind as you might want, but she's taking the appropriate drop in class and will be tough to beat. But I'm all about the 5, Hazardous Humor.
Got a little alliteration going on here. Hazardous Humor. Richie, thank you first off the claim for Wayne Potts. And thought he brought up an interesting point, Jonathan, with this one actually stepping up in class a little bit. A vote of confidence for sure. As you said, did get a good trip last time out, but one that you would imagine should be forwardly placed early on.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's definitely the edge that this one has. And you mentioned, up in class. I've always felt like Saratoga, the prices, the claiming prices are a little bit kind of inflated, right? I mean, the horse ran, or maybe deflated. Horse ran for 25, but it's at Saratoga where everyone wants to win. I think it probably plays closer to like a 32 or maybe even a 40 because it's so competitive up at Saratoga. So I'm not even sure if it's really a class jump. If you look at Timeform US, the race rating of that last race was rated as 100. This one's rated as a 94. So according to Timeform US, it's not even a jump in class. So I'm just a little bit concerned that I thought last time was the time in terms of the perfect kind of trip and setup. I'm going to go with the class dropper, who I am convinced is definitely dropping in class, the 6 Royal Poppy.
She's even money now, Royal Poppy. And just quickly on that one, bank on Anna, first starter for Ilkay Kentramasi, a brother to Matt Ken, who's taking a step back. We certainly wish him all the best, but Ilkay obviously has been around and been very involved with the day-to-day operations of training racehorses.
I like them both very much, and I think they both do a really good job. So I wish them both the best of luck in their next venture.
Couldn't agree more. But there's a look on the side of your screen at the favorite Royal Poppy, that big drop in class. We'll see if Dylan Davis and Ray Handel, who, as Richie mentioned, both had exceptional Saratoga meetings, will try to keep the momentum going as we get ready to kick off live racing. Belmont at the Big A. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports. Here's track announcer Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Going in, Royal Poppy. All set. And they're off. An awkward step there at the break for Royal Poppy, but did break quickly and now is moving up on the far outside. It's Royal Poppy to assume command. In between horses, Backed by Gold is in the green cap, is challenged right there with Willow Bend. They share second and third, and just in behind them, getting off the rail, is Manny Franco and Bank on Anna. They're out in the center of the racetrack now, tracking in fourth, a length and a half off the lead. It's another 4. Back to second to last. How does it humor? And the trailer, Whistler's Style. 23.31 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing the favorite who's gotten over to the rail, Royal Poppy and Dylan Davis. They are in control with Willow Bend right there within range, is within a half length of the leader as they work into the far turn. Just off of them, losing some ground, was Backed by Gold, is now 3.5 off the lead. Under a drive is Bank on Anna. It's making hard work of it from the 4th position. Still far back, Hazardous Humor and Whistler's Styles got double digits to make up. 47 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Royal Poppy awaits the challenge from Willow Bend, who is in hand and cruising up on the outside in the yellow blinkers. They reach the top of the stretch, and Willow Bend is the leader. It's Willow Bend who now kicks for home for Rat Ortiz Jr. is approaching that final furlong. Royal Poppy is still holding on for second. Backed by Gold has got some mild momentum late. It is still Willow Bend now opening up that margin. Backed by Gold up on the outside is making up late ground. Whistler's Style is far too late as Willow Bend is almost there. Willow Bend wins the opener. Whistler Style from last grabs place. Third went to Backed by Gold. And Royal Poppy finished fourth in 1 minute 26.58 to kick things off. Belmont at the Big A.
Rat Ortiz picking up right where he left off as we start this Belmont at the Big A meet. Willow Bend first off the claim, sat in that stalking spot, JK, and when called on, much the best in here.
Yeah, I mean, the rich get richer, right? I mean, Irad took a couple days off, came back, and was back to his old antics of winning all the races here in New York. Willow Bend, I didn't see a lot from this horse in the last 2 starts that suggested there would be a move up here. But, I mean, look, I guess the horse was wide in the last couple starts. And I think it's also more of who else didn't show up, right? Royal Poppy, the 6th, the heavy favorite that was dropping, didn't show up. The 5, Hazardous Humor, was projected to make the lead and was nowhere near it. So this result to me is a little bit more of an overall story of what happened in this race rather than Willow Bend jumping up and running much better.
And Whistler's Style, who was a big player, ended up finishing second, closing best. Even though you saw this horse early on several lengths last early. We mentioned that she might be pace compromised, and she was. She closed the best. She just left herself with way too much to do, whereas your winner was kind of in that perfect spot to make the first move.
You know, I'm starting to wonder. I just think that's who she is, right? Whistler Style is the type of horse that's always going to give herself way too much to do. Maybe a fast-paced 6.5 or a 6 furlong race might be exactly what she needs, where it kind of falls apart and she can make that run. But at least they'll be coming back to her. Willow Bend wasn't necessarily coming back to her here.
4, 2, 3, 6. Your heavy favorite having to settle for 4th, as it is Irad Ortiz and the number 4 Willow Bend to win the opener as we kick off Belmont at the Big A, the fall meet here in New York, as Irad will be in the saddle, I'm sure, and in the winner's circle for plenty more races to come, just the shape of things to come. So that's one race down. We'll bring you prices and more in a moment. But first, as we touched on at the top of the show, a great way to kick off today's meet with our feature a little bit later on in race 9, the Winter Memories, named for a horse who was pretty spectacular on the racetrack. And what do you know? Irad Ortiz is aboard the morning line favorite, Dynamic Pricing, who finished a good 3rd last time out in the Lake Placid. Kind of an opposite type of trip as her stablemate, Grayosh, who was the winner, that one getting to save all the ground throughout.
Right, she was a little bit, like you said, Grayosh got the better trip of the two. But Dynamic Pricing ran well enough in there, and she deserves to be the favorite in here based off of her speed figure, based off of some of the company she's kept, some of her races, her race in the Edgewood down at Churchill, and then even her Lake Placid last time. It makes it make a lot of sense why they would make her the morning line favorite and why she likely will go off favorite in here. But I think there's a lot more to this race than just her.
It is a very interesting and competitive race. You've got Whiskey Decision, who is the favorite in the Del Mar Oaks. You've got a horse that draws in on the also eligible list in Proctor Street, who's undefeated, and I think definitely one that's going to turn quite a few heads.
Absolutely. I loved Proctor Street's mom, Proctor's Ledge, who Brendan Walsh also trained. The other thing about Proctor's Street is that race she exits, there's been 3 winners out of that. Grayosh, who we just saw, Destiny Star, Mixologist, all won out of that race. I think it was a very productive allowance race. And outside of her draw, I like a lot of things about Proctor Street.
We'll see how the Winter Memories plays out a little bit later on today as we take a look at what else is coming up. Today's race was, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. That Winter Memories will go as race number 9 today for this opening day card. I promise you the menu's coming up shortly as, of course, we have 10 races on this opening day. That Winter Memories in the 9th this afternoon. A nice 2-year-old race to look forward to as well in race number 2. The 6th race will kick off today's late pick 5. Also, a 2-year-old race, and they are fast and firm, which we love to see. Feels like summer again, by the way.
It's
warm.
Yeah, I know. I thought that after we left
You
Saratoga,
don't like the heat, and I don't do well when it goes below 60, so I'm probably thriving a bit
But when
more
we
here.
left Saratoga, it got to a point
got
where
cool.
on the set we had to turn the AC off. There's a little AC out there that we.
I don't get AC in the paddock.
I know. I started to hesitate to tell you, but.
Irad Ortiz kicking off the meet with a win with Willow Bend for trainer Wayne Potts. Let's head down to Richie in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Acacia. I'm pleased to be joined by Wayne Potts here. Willow Bend just set the perfect trip. She looked like she was a winner every step.
Yeah, she's been training really good coming into this race, and we claimed her for 40. The owner wanted to sort of converge back to 32. They're all the same horses in my eyes, the 32s and 40s here in New York. Whatever class usually goes is what you got to roll with and go. The money's good enough here in New York where we're able to take a $8,000 loss on the claim, but the substantial purse value, we made it up there, with the claim loss.
Well, and this was a filly that you did lose, so you only had her the one start. Any regrets about that?
Sound fillies are hard to come by, especially, wintertime race, and I think she's a quality filly here in New York, probably $40,000, $50,000 filly, but, it's the right spot today.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why you've had such a successful year. That was your 43rd win of the year. You place horses properly.
I try the best I can. Sometimes I have to, roll with the punches and, have sacrifice other horses to have other races go, and other times it turns out where the horse that I put in a spot to, help a race go runs and wins. My team does a great job. I'm not taking the credit all myself. I've had a great team behind me for the past year here. Saratoga, Aqueduct meet and back here, and my guys at Monmouth, and I eventually pulled everything from Monmouth, and I'm stable now fully in New York.
Well, it's great to have you here, Wayne. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And guys, got 44 horses over at Belmont. We're going to have Wayne with us now on a continued basis, a welcome addition. Thank you.
Some good insight as to the claiming game there. Willow Bend getting the victory at 9-5. Ended up taking quite a bit of late money there with the Red Ortiz in the saddle. $5.70 winner in the opener. We're off and running. Belmont at the Big A and waiting in the wings. Trainer Chad Brown with plenty of live chances, including the favorite dynamic pricing in today's Winter Memories. He's fresh off yet another trainer's title up at Saratoga and winning some of the biggest races on the card. We'll see what the fall meet has in store.
Demarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Nauru Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
Aqueduct, known as New York City's racetrack, right here in South Ozone Park, just steps away from JFK Airport. And one of the things you gotta love about Aqueduct, Jonathan, it does not try to be anything that it's not.
It's my spot. The first time I ever came
I
here
love it.
was I had a long layover at JFK intentionally, and I got in a cab. I came over here. I played the Pick 5.
Nice.
Went back to the airport.
Perfect. Sounds like
It's
a
a
good
good
way to
move.
spend some time.
It's a good move. Yeah.
Yeah, Aqueduct was one of the first places that I came where I actually really learned how to play the races and pay attention to what was going on and start betting. So some fond memories here for all of us as Richie's with us too. And Richie, nobody has won more races at Aqueduct than you, and I know a place that really means a lot to you as far as where your love of the game really grew.
It means so much to me, Acacia. I grew up 8 miles from here in Brooklyn. My first memories of going to a racetrack was here with my dad, coming out on the subway. Every year they would break for winter back then. When there was no winter racing, we'd come back. The first stake was always the toboggan handicap. I remember conversation with my father when I was 11 years old, telling him I was going to be a jockey, I was going to win the toboggan. And the Wood Memorial, winning the Wood Memorial, being on that wall up on the 3rd floor with all those winners, people that I looked up to, admired, watched. Got Eddie Maples goggles after he won the Wood Memorial on Believe It in 1978, and then I was in there competing with them. So Aqueduct has a very, very special place in my heart.
Here's some key dates to look forward to for this fall meet. Belmont at the Big A through Breeders' Cup weekend. Of course, Breeders' Cup will be November 1st and 2nd, and the Belmont at the Big A meet will be at that point, and we'll switch over to the Aqueduct fall meet then. But some exciting things to look forward to, particularly that September 28th weekend with the Joe Hirsch and the Woodward. Some really big races on that card that we can expect.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm excited about the 5th, the Turf Classic. You're a homer, right? Like, I know you're a homer.
I love that race. I also really love the Woodward too.
Yeah, no, I just, the 2-year-old races are always so much fun. Excited to see, the Champagne and to see who shows up there, and the Frazette. Hopefully maybe a Cinza Parole. We'll see.
She was very impressive breaking.
Those are 2 of my favorite races. I always feel like whoever wins those races is really sitting on a big one for the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, we saw some big performances from 2-year-olds in those races, those marquee races in the past, and we'll see what the future does hold in that Champagne and Frazette down the line. Speaking of 2-year-olds, they're coming up next. 2-year-old fillies, New York breds, going long on the turf, Milan 16th, and the heavy favorite, Rod Ortiz, looking to sweep the early double as Heavenly Light, the 1, gets back onto the grass. Flavian Pratt, though, will be aboard the number 8, Bryant and Cooper, first-time starter for trainer Chad Brown. And Flavian broke some records this summer. Absolutely astounding what he did in Stakes Company, graded stakes in particular, and wrapping up the meet with the Jockey Club Gold Cup. More on that after this.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
The biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs is even better. Friday, September 20th, along with Parks Racing and their great card to the following day, Presque Isle has 2 new wagers, each with a 15% takeout. The Keystone Daily Double combines the Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters with a Grade 1 PA Derby at Parks. The Pennsylvania Pick 4 has a mile in the Masters at Presque Isle, plus the PA Derby and the Grade 1 Cotillion from Parks. Friday, September 20th, first post at 4 p.m.
Sequel New York Stallion Honest Mischief is sired by 4-time champion General Sire Into Mischief, and 3 of his half-siblings are stakes winners. The sire of his dam is Triple Crown winner Seattle Slew, and her dam is the Blue Hen Mare Tussaud. Honest Mischief's female family is a proven sire-producing family, including Empire Maker and Chester House. Honest Mischief showed both precociousness and speed in a career that saw him earn a career-high buyer figure of 112. And the stallion manager hopes Honest Mischief also passes along his good mind.
I do think he's going to become a great stallion. You know, he has all the right aspects to it. You know, he's a very well-balanced horse. You know, he's a decent size. I think if he can pass that along, he should produce some pretty nice horses.
We love those New York Breds. Check out nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, as that was a little bit of insight on Honest Mischief. They will be the sire of the number 6 Timea in this upcoming second race. A big price here, but this filly getting blinkers on, second-time starter, certainly could take a step forward. That is your favorite, though, Jonathan, the number 1 Heavenly Light. I had written down that she was not 100% fit first time out, actually ran okay in an off-the-turf race going long, and should appreciate getting back to the grass today.
Well, Keisha, I mean, I think that's one of the things that insight that you and Maggie offer that is priceless, right? Because Heavenly Light on debut was bet pretty heavily. And if it's your opinion that she wasn't fully fit with 2 runs now, you'd like to suspect that the price will now match the fitness, and now you understand why she's even money.
Makes a lot of sense. For more on these 2-year-olds, let's check in the paddock with Richie.
Yeah, guys, I'll continue on that vein as well with the 1 Heavenly Light. Not only does she have the 2 races, so she has that foundation for physical fitness, mentally she handled herself really well. And a lot of times you watch young horses, see how they handle their races, how they come out of them from a mental standpoint. Did it rattle them, shake it up? She's a cool customer, very well schooled, looks great, and she's got an inside post. 2 turn races on turf, give me inside posts all day. I'm having a hard time seeing past her. The 8, Brian and Cooper, a full sister to Marvelous Mud, really nice New York bred filly. By Slumber, who's quietly been a really productive stallion, very well turned out, looks fit. If she had a race under her belt, which probably isn't a big factor with a Chad Brown runner, and a better draw, more inside, I might have gone that way. It was kind of close between her, the Heavenly Light, and the 8, Bryant and Cooper. By the way, great steakhouse out on the North Shore. And then the 9, Grayson Grit, has trained very well for John Kimmel. Big, strong daughter of Munnings. Tough post, though, especially for a first-time starter. But, boy, she's got a look, guys, and she is on the muscle.
There she is, Grayson Grit. Richie, thank you. More on her in a moment. Let's meet the field in the post parade, though. JK, starting off with your favorite, Heavenly Light. Yeah,
like we discussed, this horse took money on debut, and all signs point to her being more fit to run that race that it feels like they were expecting her to run then.
And that's an error on our graphics. The 2 is running. The 2 Saratoga Snow, 5-1 on the board right now. First time on the turf. Here's a first-time starter, though. The 3 Kissed by Karma.
Yeah, had a sibling Life on Top that can run a little bit on the grass.
Second-time starter, Infatuation, stretching out.
This one was a little bit slow away from the gate last time. Always a concern. Is it learning or was it a habit?
Big price. Here's a first-time starter for Dave Donk. One more Dance Duzzler, John Velasquez.
Yeah, filly by Gift Box. You get Dave Donk, who's probably a little sad. The Jets lost the other night.
Here's that daughter of, at least Aaron Rodgers played this time. Here's that daughter of Into Mischief, Timea.
Yeah, ran into Anna's Call last time, but was never really close to Anna's Call.
Speed and beauty, first time in the grass.
Yeah, didn't showed some speed last time, but finally getting to the grass, maybe that's what she needs.
Ooh, it looks like we had a rider off. Flavian Pratt seemed to be off the 8, Bryant and Cooper. There's first-time starter Grayson Grit, though.
This horse has been entered 3 times since July 31st. was off the turf, and then a paddock scratch. It feels like John Kimmel's been wanting to get her in the gate for quite some time.
And there we see Flavien Prat reunited with Bryonton Cooper. It seemed like it was something with the 8 and 9 there. Bryonton Cooper, maybe a professional back in the paddock, a little bit revved up out on the track now. Good to see Flavien back aboard.
A little inside information here on Bryonton Cooper. Yes, Richie is right. Bryonton Cooper is a great steakhouse. Chad Brown and Michael Dubb like to go there together. They live on that side of the world. Marvelous Mod, there's a picture of Marvelous Mod, who's a half to this horse. It's up in the bar in Bryonton Cooper. So I'm guessing that's probably why they named this one Bryonton Cooper, because the picture of Marvelous Mod is up in Bryonton Cooper. Michael Dubb, Chad Brown love Bryonton Cooper. I don't know if they love the horse as much as they like the steakhouse, but take that for what it's worth.
And here's what took place moments ago with Flavien Prat, and good to see again. He seemed to land on his feet. Yep, right there. She acts up a bit, goes up on her hind end, and actually goes into the lead pony with the number 9, Grayson Grit. So well done, Flavien, landing on his feet and actually holding on to her. And well done, Kendrick Carmouche, for staying on Grayson Grit, a filly who was pretty revved up back in the paddock as well. The athleticism of these jockeys, just incredible.
Yeah, I think the toughness of these riders is something that no one even attempts to argue. Their athleticism wows me. I mean, I can barely walk and chew gum at the same time, and these guys are switching the stick. They're in a. I mean, if I went over there against the wall and leaned against the wall, I couldn't squat there for 2 minutes, let alone on top of a 1,000-pound animal traveling 40 miles per hour with an ambulance chasing behind me. These gentlemen and ladies are just outstanding athletes.
Well said, as Flavien Prat has shown his athleticism time and again. 45 wins, putting him second in the standings at Saratoga. That's impressive in and of itself, but 18 stakes victories, a Saratoga meet record, and 14 graded stakes with 7 grade 1 wins. Just astounding.
And I think the part about it that was the most impressive to me was that was his second full-time meet at Saratoga. Right? It's not like he's been in New York his entire career and things just finally started to get going for old Flavien. Like, he did that after spending a majority of his career on the West Coast, and this is only his second time riding full-time at the meet, to then show up and break all of those records and to have the summer that he did into the teeth of a colony that has Irad Ortiz and Tyler Gaffalione and what Dylan Davis did and the most winningest rider in the history of Saratoga, and Johnny, and a Hall of Famer, and Joel. It's just it's insane how well he did this summer.
Flavien Prat, he's on the 5-2 second choice right now. Richie, good to see him back aboard Bryonton Cooper. What are you seeing from them out on the track now?
Yeah, guys, I am going to go with the favorite down on the inside, the 1 Heavenly Light, because of the experience factor and the good post-position draw. Although I am very, very impressed with both the 8, Bryonton Cooper, and the 9, Grayson Grit, 2 first-time starters. Maybe not the greatest draws for them being towards the outside with a fairly short run to that first turn. But really athletic prowess by Flavien Prat to stay on his feet and keep a hold of Bryonton Cooper after that little incident there. And like you guys talked about, Kendrick Carmouche sitting, very solid. Didn't really budge on Grayson Grit when they had their little bit of a kind of a traffic jam there. And just getting on to what Jonathan was talking about. The thing that differentiates riders from other athletes, and trust me, riders are athletes. They're smaller than average people, but so some people have a hard time seeing them as such, but they are elite athletes. There's no season. You basically compete year-round. You have to continue to make your weight every single day, a very strict way to live, your diet, everything you do is about riding. It's not a career, it's not a job, it's an absolute lifestyle if you're doing it properly. And there's a big difference between being a jockey and a race rider. There are a lot of licensed jockeys, only so many race riders. And the highest compliment I can pay a rider is if I call them a race rider. That means they're dedicated to their craft.
And as Jonathan was saying, we have such a deep jockey colony here in New York. Makes it so much fun for us as fans to watch as well. Well said by Richie, somebody who's really been there, done that, and knows it very well, as we see horses moving towards the starting gate for this race. 2 2-year-olds on the grass, and Bryonton Cooper still being a touch green, not something you would typically see from a Chad Brown first-time starter.
No, I mean you're 100% right. They typically don't do that. Such a great team that Chad has. It's led to him winning another title at Saratoga. They usually don't see that type of situation. There's enough attention to detail in that operation to get most of these situations worked out. But at the same time, they're 1,000-pound animals that have a mind of their own sometimes, and sometimes, a filly like Brian Cooper is going to behave how she decides that she wants to on the day.
It's hard. If they decide they want to do something, it's a little bit tough to fight with them sometimes. I thought quickly the 2 Saratoga Snow was a bit interesting as well. You've got some intriguing first-time starters and then some others trying the turf for the first time. A lot of changes can happen from first to second start with 2-year-olds.
Especially when you get a horse who was debuted sprinting on the dirt and now potentially gets the opportunity to do what she maybe wants to do, which is go long on the grass.
There is Grayson Grit, first-time starter with Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle. 2-year-olds long on the grass. We'll see how it plays out in race 2. Chris Griffin standing by for the call with these New York breds.
All set. And they're off. Bit awkward at the start. There was Bryant and Cooper, the early trailer. Saratoga Snow flashes early speed, and there's Heavenly Light towards the inside. Is now a shared second as Grayson Grit from the outside draws moving forward. They share that second and third position. The leader is Saratoga Snow, and Jose Lescano just tapping on the brakes and back to third was Heavenly Light. Gets passed by Grayson Grit, who now secures the second position. Out wider is Timia, is in fourth, is 2 off the leaders. At the rail is going to be Infatuation, is in fifth. Moving up alongside towards the outside is Speed and Beauty, is in that 3 wide grouping towards the back end of the field. Also right there is One More Dance. The 2 trailers, Kissed by Karma and Bryant and Cooper, has now claimed that second to last position. They're the 2 trailers. They work to the backstretch 25-1, the posted opening quarter mile, and Grayson Grit has now taken the lead. It's Grayson Grit who's up by 3/4 of a length. Giving up the lead there was Saratoga Snow, is now back to second. Moving forward is Heavenly Light in between runners. Right there under a stronghold is Timia. Ruben Silvera, they're ranging up in that 4th spot. Less than a half mile to go as they work into the far turn. 50.40 for that half mile time. Grace and Grit is up by 2 and starts to widen that margin, as all on her own right now is still clear as Heavenly Light is trying to range up on the outside. At the rail there is Saratoga Snow trying to pick it up from the back. There is Timia, who's 4th. Also right there, Infatuation. They reach the top of the lane. Grayson Grit is doing it very easily. A confident look back, and Grayson Grit is now cut loose here. It's Grayson Grit. Back for more is Saratoga Snow trying to make up that margin. Heavenly Light down the center of the course. It's Grayson Grit still finding. Grayson Grit still fending him off. Saratoga Snow is challenging one final time. Grayson Grit, Saratoga Snow, a late rally. One More Dance. Grace and Grit gets the victory. Grayson Grit over Saratoga Snow. One More Dance at a late rally from Bryant and Cooper in 1:45.3.
Grace and Grit, first-time starter with the win. Jonathan, as you mentioned, John Kimmel scratched this horse twice in Saratoga when the race came off the turf, despite the fact that it's a dirt pedigree on the bottom side, and he was right. She wanted to run on the grass.
Absolutely. July 31st scratched because off the turf. August 21st scratch because off the turf, and then August 25th was a paddock scratch. Was 9-2 that day, and finally she shows up here, gets on the grass where it seems like she and John Kimmel always wanted her to be, and she gave an outstanding performance here. And the pace wasn't particularly quick, but she did it the right way, holding off the oncomer.
Broke sharply, as you could see in there. Not breaking sharply, though, is the 8, Bryant and Cooper. As we talked about her lack of focus, for lack of better phrase, in the preliminaries, and it showed with her right from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, she ran on a little bit late, but you'd like to think that she probably wasted a lot of energy. She also showed she probably wasn't overly focused the way that she was carrying on at the gate and then in the post parade. But, if they can get that worked out for her, it seems like she still has a little bit of talent.
Saratoga Snow did improve getting onto the grass for the first time, but just second best to Grace and Grit, as it was 9-2, 5 and 8. Bryant and Cooper running on for 4th there. And how about One More Dance? First time starter for Dave Donk on that left lead down on the inside, but running on. Maybe one to watch moving forward as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the way that Dave Donk trains his horses as well. I don't think, throughout his career, 6% with first-time starters. And so it's not something that he's going to send them over there fully cranked, ready to run first time out. Kind of lets them run themselves into shape. So I would definitely keep an eye on One More Dance to see if she can kind of get it figured out with a start or 2 more.
Grayson Grit, though, no doubt about it, she's doing what she wants to do, and that's run on the turf as she gets the victory. Still fired up even after the race. 9-2 winner with Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle. This 2-year-old filly breaks her maiden at first asking. When we come back, a story that touched so many people in 2001 in the Breeders' Cup Classic when Tiznow won it for America. We'll look back on that after this.
75, $774,000, 775, want to be 60, that help you 60, 75, 760, 60, 75, and now 85, 785, 85, 85, 800, $800,000 package surge, gotta be 8, now 25, 825,000, 50, $850,000 and 50, 850, 75, out on $860,000 and a half, $850,000 in the back of Woodrow. Thank you.
And my friend, it will be Dornan to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. The 2-year-old fillies, New York breds long on the turf, and it was a first-time starter. Grayson Grit, trainer John Kimmel, had tried several times to get this filly in a race on the turf. Finally gets to do so, and it pays off with the win.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of the things I would invite people to do is pay attention to what happened at Saratoga. It's not always about winners and losers. It's also about intent. It's about maybe horses that were working on the grass, finally going to get to run on the grass here. Things like that you want to keep an eye out for.
Let's head down to the winner's circle with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. I'm pleased to be joined by Ted Sprinkle, principal of Ned Law Stable and co-owner of Grayson Grit. How do you feel when you see your first-time starter like this, just so comfortable on the lead, Ted?
First of all, you just don't come with that expectation at a mile and a 16th. But I saw Kendrick back her off on the backstretch and hold everybody back, and then I knew he had a full gas tank. And the feeling is just, there are a lot of feelings in this sport, but this is the best.
Well, Ted, you've been in this game a very long time, and we've been with John Kimmel for a very long time. Talk a little bit about that history and relationship.
Well, John's a veterinarian, as you know. I'm a veterinarian, and we hooked up back in Monmouth, I want to say, in the late 80s, and have had a number of good horses together. I sort of got out of the game a little bit while I was developing a business and have gotten back in, and this filly was a big purchase for me. I took on some partners, and John and I have a trust, have a working relationship that's just been perfect over almost 40 years.
Yeah, I mean, I was a small part of that at one point, and a privilege to be a part. This is not a typical Munnings here, though. She's got a big, scopy size to her.
Well, her whole family is dirt. And we really worked her in the dirt. All the reports back were in galloping out, she's putting her toes in. So John went and worked her on the grass and said, you know what? Again, jocks coming, Kendrick was on her, said, wow, she's just extending on the grass. So that's where we're going to try her. But I think she can run at any distance on dirt, on grass. I think she's going to be very versatile filly for us.
Ted, so happy for you. Congratulations. And guys, this is one we could chalk up for the good guys.
Thank you.
A nice interview there and a nice win from Grayson Gritt, first-time starter. And John's idea that she was a turf horse and extended well in the grass certainly was correct. $11.80 winner here in race number 2, 9-2-5 in the second. Well, 2 days ago on September 11th, we remembered the 23rd anniversary since September 11th, 2001, a day that really rocked our country in many, many ways and really impacted a lot of people affected by the terrorist attacks that took place on September 11th. In the racing world, we remember that day as well and what moved on as we continued to celebrate the sport of racing, to be sure to move forward in the face of unspeakable terror. And we look back on the day that Tiznow won it for America.
That morning I was in my living room having a cup of coffee, and my buddy Richie Rosenblatt called me up on the phone and said, turn on the TV, and he hung up the phone. I went, okay, and that was that.
We came up here to the roof, which is only about 12 miles from the World Trade Center, watching all the smoke billowing and all the horror that was going on, and we knew that our lives had been forever changed.
He had run in the Woodward Stakes 3 days prior to 9/11, and Sandy and I were there and flew back from New York 2 days before 9/11 on 9/9. And then nobody could fly, of course, after 9/11 for some time. So he remained at Belmont Park in Shug McGay's barn. He also had his exercise boy and groom with him. And they stayed, I think, about 11 or 12 more days before they could fly out of New Jersey and come back to California.
The racetrack's always been my sanctuary. It just, particularly those first few days, it was really hard to feel like this was important, what we were doing.
Getting back to work certainly was a distraction, but the fright of what happened came rushing back when I arrived in New York.
I went upstairs and went into the booth, and I looked out to the infield, which I had looked out over from my perch up there 1,000 times. And I looked at the tote board, and I looked, something was different. And then I picked up my glasses, and I looked over, and there was a sniper's nest in the tote board.
Right before the races began on Breeders' Cup Day, track management asked all the jockeys to put their colors on, and we were all given an FDNY hat or NYPD hat.
Everybody understood the magnitude of that and that we were all in solidarity about what happened. No matter where you were from, we're on the same page, and everybody had that same feeling that we were going to show the world that we were going to put on the best show possible and keep racing at the forefront.
Ready for the start of the Classic. And they're off.
I asked him to run coming out of the gate because we were stuck out in the 10-hole, and all the way down the backstretch he was traveling very comfortably. And then I heard a horse coming to my outside, and I saw the blue Godolphin colors.
Here comes the ARC winner, Saki, and he storms to the lead. Saki a narrow lead, and Tiznow is battling on. The American Horse of the Year and the ARC winner are heads apart with a furlong to go in the Classic.
At the 16th pole, I decided, well, I'll give him one tap to see if he'll respond favorably from that, and he did.
On the outside, Saki, Tiznow fights on. Here's the wire, desperately close. Tiznow wins it for America.
You could say, I suppose, that it was a jingoistic thing to say, but it was the story. It was the story.
I felt like racing won that day. It was a celebration of our sport in the face of unspeakable terror.
It was a realization of a dream again that year to have him win it twice in a row. And he really deserved it.
I was just flooded with emotions, mostly elation and very, very proud that Tiznow would show up on a most important day in the history of our country, not just the history of our racing industry.
A moment in history that we certainly will never forget. Richie Migliore is with us. Richie, a terrific job sharing your thoughts and your emotions from that piece and from that day throughout the year of 2001 and on that Breeders' Cup taking place at Belmont Park. What was that like for riders? And I know it's a memory that has really stuck with you as well.
Yeah, Acacia, you can't overstate the emotions involved. Even just thinking about that period of time, you know, so many communities locally affected, losing friends, family, you know, personally losing friends and family in those terror attacks. And then showing up at Belmont and trying to somehow carry on. You know, we were definitely cast into a position where if we stopped living our lives, stopped doing the things that define us, then terror wins. And we couldn't blink in the face of that unspeakable act. Just a horrible thing. But looking around Belmont that day, walking out, there were snipers on the roof. There were bomb-sniffing dogs everywhere. They had put up big cement barricades at all the entrances so that cars couldn't get too close to it. So it was a very surreal feeling to, you know, run racing under, you know, that kind of scrutiny, that kind of security. But I'm so happy that it you know, went off obviously without a hitch. It was a wonderful day of racing, and that call from Tom Durkin was absolutely the punctuation mark on an incredible day of racing, again, through a very, very difficult period of time.
Well said. Richie Tiznow wins it for America in the 2001 Breeders' Cup Classic, as we really got a chance to see the American horse fighting there down to the wire.
Yeah, it was an outstanding call. I know Tom said that you know, but he felt like it was the story, right? And I think that it was. You know, obviously we were all different ages when all that happened, but there was this unity in that time after that I don't think I've seen since, and I think it reflects that in Tom's call with Tiznow wins it for America.
Certainly did, for the racing community, for New York, and for the country coming together in the shadow. And of course, our thoughts and prayers with the families and friends who lost loved ones on September 11th, 2001, as we will never forget.
Liam's Map, a two-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
$1,500,000, Tom, thank you. $1,700,000, Jody, thank you. 9.5. Thank you. In the back, $1,900,000. Thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal:
to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Jockey Manny Franco has been no stranger to the winner's circle in his career. Even with over 2,000 wins, including multiple Grade 1s, he continues to stay motivated to be the very best in the game.
I'm hungry. I want to win races. That's what I'm here for.
Family has always been a driving force for Franco. From his first trip to the track, to jockey school, and coming to the United States, Manny's bond with his father has been a key component to his success.
I was about 14 years old. My dad took me to the track every Sunday in Puerto Rico. Saw those animals running, and I just fall in love with the sport.
Throughout his career, Franco has found support from fellow Puerto Rican riders Irad and Jose Ortiz, as well as Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Coming from Puerto Rico and coming from the same school, you have to be very proud, you know. And although we compete with one another, but you have to be proud to what they've done and to have the talent. There's no doubt that Manny has the talent to be a top rider in the whole country.
It is going to be a photo finish, and I think it was Discreet Lover.
Schering takes the lead. Late move from Dye. Back to third is Sweet Melania. Schering and Manny Franco have won.
And he's gonna do it, Manny Franco, in the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic. But it is Tiz the Law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown. Here he is, Saratoga's hometown hero, Tiz the Law.
With all his accolades, Manny is still missing that one win all jockeys want the most.
Man, I want to win the Kentucky Derby so bad, man. That's the dream for any jockey, the Kentucky Derby.
Manny Franco, he got close to winning a Kentucky Derby back in 2020, finishing second with Tiz the Law. No doubt in my mind, Jonathan, that his day in the Derby winner's circle will come.
Oh, there's no question. He's an outstanding rider. He's one of those guys in that room that make this colony what it is, right? It's not. He's right there. He's just as capable as the rest of them. It's all about the opportunities that they all get, and you can see that here with his 7-win day at Colonial.
Absolutely unbelievable. 7 victories in the card out of 9 races that he was riding in, I believe, and just dominant, winning the last race as well, winning both the Virginia Oaks and the Virginia Derby. Pretty amazing from Manny Franco, who's had plenty of multi-win days here in New York as well. He'll be aboard the current favorite at 9-5 in Devil Blue Dress. Here's the rest of the field, though, for race 3, starting off with Jay's Love, 9-2.
A couple of opportunities at this level. It hasn't been close in the last 2.
Proper Grammar, a big price.
A lot of opportunities at this level. 3 back, got second, but still wasn't very fast.
Here's Play Freebird. Those of you in Saratoga may remember Jonathan was not familiar with the song.
No, still not.
Really?
Even though, yeah, well, I mean, you just played a video for me that makes me feel a little bit.
Lafitte Pinkai sent me a video of somebody playing bagpipes with Freebird on bagpipes. It was very impressive.
What is Lafitte doing?
He's obviously watching some good videos. Devil Blue Dress, the favorite, went by. There's Franny Lou, who could be back to her proper level.
Yeah, ran for 25 last time, but like we talked about earlier, 25 at Saratoga, dropping to 16 here. That's a little bit bigger of a drop than it might look on paper.
And here's the 7, You're Forever, I Ride or I Tease, in another drop in class.
Yeah, another one that feels like a pretty heavy drop. You get Irad aboard, Rob Falcone, Flying Peace Stable involved in this as well. Definitely the one that I'm going to try to play here, the 7, You're Forever.
And a 3-year-old is facing older for the first time. We'll see how she stacks up against these, though. There's Devil Blue Dress, Manny Franco in the saddle, though. We talked about the weekend that he has had. He's coming aboard this one for the first time, but she and Spiritual Lady, who ran 1-2 in that last race, were the 2 big drop downs of that field, and I thought they both ran credible races.
Yeah, it felt like Devil Blue Dress obviously needed the claimers and had been kind of getting beat up prior in the allowance spots, and then just got unlucky to get beat by Spiritual Lady here. But I think found the level finally, and we'll see if this one can get the winner circle finally at some point now, getting to this level that they probably needed to be all along.
4-5 now on Devil Blue Dress. For more, let's go trackside to Richie.
Yeah, interesting group here, guys. We got kind of a mixed bag. We'll start down on the inside, the one Jay's Love. Strictly from a physical perspective, this horse was really well turned out for Oscar Barrera. Made a nice impression. Liked the way she looked galloping off. And again, you get Chris Elliott, 7-pound apprentice, who's now starting in New York. He's going to be handled by Jose Santos Jr. And I really liked what I saw from her. I was almost going to pick her. I was leaning that way. And then the horse that just kept drawing me back to her was the 4 Permed, who will be my top selection. Wayne Potts looking for his second win of the day. Katie Davis aboard here. You know, last time, just, you know, no chance. Stumbling beginning, hit the gate. Nothing went right. I don't think that's a true barometer or an indicator of this horse's ability. She does have some races on the dirt. Certainly, she could be forward and puts herself in the game. And I put a lot more stock in what I see physically in lower level races. To me, that makes them stand out a bit more. And she made a really nice impression to me. So I went that direction at 7-1. And the 7, You're Forever. Didn't catch my attention in the paddock, but I love the way she framed up on the racetrack, bowed her head, really getting an aggressive warm-up, and she's making a really nice impression with a good outside draw, and it never hurts to have Irad Ortiz Jr.
Certainly does not. And Richie, if you'll stay with us for 1 minute, wanted to circle back on your top selection, the 4 Permed. As last time out, she was really revved up and taking that big drop in class and very hard to handle, expending a lot of energy before the race even began. What are you seeing from her today?
She's handling herself really, really well. She was a little bit, you know, warm in the paddock, but it's a warm day, you know, and you want to see horses get a sweat on, but nothing over the top. She just seems a lot more focused than she did at Saratoga. And as you know, Acacia, you know, Saratoga, the atmosphere up there, bigger crowd, sometimes it'll get horses over that boiling point a little bit. I'm not seeing that filly today. I'm seeing a filly that's much more settled, much more focused. And we should mention, Katie Davis does so well with those nervous types, horses that are a little bit of a project. She's got a really quiet way about her, got really nice, quiet hands, and she's handling herself really well today.
Good news about Permed, Richie's top selection at 7-1. Where'd you land here, Jonathan?
I went towards the outside with the 7, You're Forever. It's just one of those situations. It's a drop for me, especially when there's a lot of them that have tried that non-winners of 216 before and haven't been able to break through. You know, I think the 3 Play Freebird's a little bit interesting, who ran for 40 last time at Saratoga, but that was on the grass. Now you're on the dirt. It just felt like too strong of a drop for me towards the outside with the 7, You're Forever.
Got some good notes from Richie as to how she's warming up on the track, as well as these horses, these connections throughout Saratoga. We're just running so well. Flying P, co-owner here with Beast Mode Racing, and really made things interesting as far as the owner's title was concerned.
Absolutely. I mean, Seth Klarman of Klarvich Stables is on some sort of a roll, and he did it pretty impressively too, right? With 2 homebreds and the Grade 1 one-turn races for 3-year-olds with Ways and Means and domestic product. But yeah, you're right. Flying P, they definitely took a big swing at it, and we're on just an unbelievable roll. And if you win 2 races, if you win 1 race at Saratoga, it's pretty impressive. Winning 2 is pretty special. Anything outside of that is pretty outstanding.
2-1 on You're Forever. We'll see if that momentum continues on to the start of this Belmont at the Big A meet. Moving towards the starting gate. The favorite is, though, Devil Blue Dress, and she just makes a lot of sense. First off the claim for the Cantor Mossy barn. We talked about Ilkay taking over here. And again, the things that she just really found the level that she belonged at.
She did, and she did it upstate too for 16, which I like to think is a little bit more complicated, a little bit tougher, because you have so many dropping and people want to win at Saratoga. So like I said, a non-winners of 216 probably plays a little bit harder up there than it does downstate, and she ran well first time in for that condition, and it feels like she could run right back to that here, but with even money, give me a little bit of a better price, and I'll go with the outside horse, a 7 Year Forever.
Even money on Manny Franco's Mount Devil Blue Dress as they load in for race 3 here Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
3 out, Devil Blue Dress. Next in will be Franny Lou. And You're Forever to the outside. You're Forever goes in, all set. And they're off. Good speed from in between horses. Permed is asked for that early speed. Also there is Play Free Bird joining that early mix. You're Forever is towards the far outside. And Devil Blue Dress is now got a neck in front. Devil Blue Dress is the leader. You're Forever is tracking from second. Just behind them is Play Free Bird in third. Green Sleeves, Franny Lou starts to move forward, is taken fourth. At the rail, that's Proper Grammar, who's now in that fifth spot. Second to last is Permed, who has asked for early speed towards the back end of the field with late running Jay's Love, the trailer. 23.33 for the opening quarter mile. Less than 4 furlongs to go, and Devil Blue Dress has got command. It's Devil Blue Dress. Continue to chase his You're Forever to the outside, and here comes an early move here from Franny Lou, and Franny Lou makes it 3 across the racetrack, tucked right in behind them. Junior Alvarado, Play Freebird, looking for a way through as the leader continues to be Devil Blue Dress. Dropping back a touch was You're Forever, and here's Play Freebird trying to find that seam in the 2-path, and Play Freebird is chasing the leader at the top of the stretch. At the rail, it's Devil Blue Dress. Back for more You're Forever, and in between them, Play Freebird. It's still at the rail, Devil Blue Dress finding plenty. Devil Blue Dress is now extending the margin once again. It's Devil Blue Dress who's up by 5 lengths now as they approach that final 16th. You're Forever has reclaimed second, stalling in third as Play Freebird. Devil Blue Dress, Manny Franco, they get the victory. It's Devil Blue Dress over You're Forever, Play Freebird, and Permed in 1 minute 20 and 4.
Well, last Saturday, Manny Franco had a 7-win day at Colonial, and now he's on the board here. Belmont at the Big A wins race 3 decisively with Devil Blue Dress.
Yeah, I mean, she was pretty impressive here and proves that, you know, this is the condition that she needs to be at, you know, and obviously Dale Romans saw a big performance out of her at Churchill when she broke her maiden, so sometimes you hold on to hope that you could find that performance again. I think Dale got realistic with her last time. She probably ran well enough to win, just ran into a horse and Spiritual Lady, and then shows up here at the same condition. And like we said, downstate, where it's probably a little bit easier than it is up at Saratoga, and Devil Blue Dress gets done. I'm guessing, I'm trying to think if this is like Devil Blue Dress, like Duke Blue Devil Dress.
Well, Blue Devil Racing Stable, Mark Holliday used to own this horse. So.
See, maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could be.
You know a little bit about that, don't you?
Yeah, well, we're both married to very big Duke fans, so certainly understand that. Devil Blue Dress, and by the way, congratulations in order for Ilkay Cantermasi, the first win in his name. Again, been part of the operation with his brother, Matt Cantermasi, for quite some time, but taking over things here. So first win in his name as a trainer. Congratulations, I'm sure, first of many.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a huge fan of the Cantermasis, and hopefully we'll see. It sounds like Mercan's going to be around the game, just stepping back from the training standpoint. But from what I've always understood, it's a team operation, so much the same.
5, 7, 3, 4. The favorites run 1, 2. Even money favorite Devil Blue Dress getting the victory with Manny Franco in the saddle. When we come back, a big day of racing coming up tomorrow across the border up north at Woodbine. 4 Grade 1 races and a lot of exciting potential Breeders' Cup preps as well. We'll talk a little bit more about it and what's to come after this.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and I'm so happy to be joined by Ilkay Kentromasi, your 14th winner in North America, but your first now as new head trainer, your brother taking some time off.
Yes, everybody asks me, hey, where is Mert Khan, where is you? We've been working like since we are kids. We were assisting for my dad. We work our whole life together. So right now, Mert Khan, after EasyJet's race in Kentucky next month, he's gonna take some time off. He says that like this is not an easy job. Like every day in the morning, afternoon, like you have to put a lot of hours, a lot of work. So he says that like he needs a little time off. He wants to travel the world. He wants to see the new countries. He wants to probably go like Japan, Australia, like Europe. Like he says that between 6 to 1 year he won't be around. So or maybe he's gonna be just back and forth.
Well, this is great. And listen, you've worked so closely with your brother that this is not a departure from what you normally do, getting horses prepared.
Yeah, it's everything the same. Mert is not here, his name is not there, but we are still together. He takes me the first, congratulations. He called me the first also. Like I couldn't answer, but he told me the congratulations. The thing is, like we are the same cake, different piece. We can't be separated. Like he just need a time off, perfect. Like how we do for the horses. When they need a time off, we give the time off. So he needs the time off. So I think he's gonna come back stronger when he come back. It's good for me.
Well, I think it's a great thing. And also between your brother and your father, you always have someone to kind of get some advice from too.
Yes, always. My dad was the champion trainer back home, so we learn a lot from him. So that's why we are the same student with Mert Khan. Everything the same, Mert here or not here, we are gonna keep doing the same thing.
Congratulations, great job. Guys, living proof, the harder you work, the luckier you get.
A great team, the brothers Kentromasi. Great to see Ilkay there. As he said, I mean, he's been a huge part of the operation and knows the horses very well, knows the game, knows the ins and outs. So maybe the first win under his name, but certainly not the first win with a horse he's been involved in.
I mean, I can't stop smiling. I love those guys so much. Like it's funny too. You can tell he's like happy for his brother.
Yeah.
He's and they're supportive. If he's like he said, it's like a horse. If they need time, we'll take time. If my brother needs time to go, and I want to go to Japan. If he wants to go to Japan and go to Australia, then when he comes back, he'll come back stronger. And it's same, what do you say, same cake, different piece?
Yeah, I like that.
Pretty cool.
Devil Blue dress with the win. Congratulations, Ilkay. $4 winner here in race number 3. More racing from Belmont at the Big A to come, but over at Woodbine tomorrow we have a card that's stacked with Grade 1 races. Have you ever been to Woodbine?
Yes, I
Very
actually.
cool track.
I went. I owned a 0.5% of Long on Value when he won the Grade 1 there. So it was my first and only time. It's a beautiful, beautiful facility.
I got a chance to go a few years ago when it was the Queen's Plate, of course now the King's Plate, with Queen Elizabeth passing, but got to go over the Queen's Plate, which was amazing. And tomorrow, 4 Grade 1s, as we'll take a look at the Woodbine Mile, which will go as race 10 for 3-year-olds and upwards, winning the in for the Breeders' Cup Turf Mile as a very intriguing and competitive group. The even money favorite will be Naval Power, who we saw finishing second in back-to-back Grade 1 tries here stateside. We haven't seen him since May, been off a little bit since finishing second behind Program Trading in that tight photo finish in the Turf Classic.
Yeah, it took an absolutely perfect trip from Program Trading. You're going to see dive down to the inside in those Saratoga meet-winning silks of Klarvich Stables, and Naval Power got beat here. Naval Power is a super horse. He lost a Master of the Seas, excuse me. None of those 2 horses are in here. And by the way, Charlie Appleby, we know how much success he's had in North America in these turf races. At Woodbine, he's 8 for 10 in graded stakes on the grass, and all 8 of those were Grade 1s.
Just incredible. The success that he's had here, let alone in the U.S., in North America, and some pretty impressive stats over at Woodbine as well. But a horse that is well accustomed to Woodbine, and a trainer that's well accustomed to Woodbine as well, is Filo de Ariana for Mark Casse, coming off back-to-back victories. He's looking for his first Grade 1 win, but this 8-year-old has been just as consistent as they come and is clearly in very strong form right now.
Absolutely, and it's a home game for him. The problem is there's no War Bombers, no Witties, no Step Forwards in this spot, right? He's got to face Naval Power. But you'll see in this race, it's an interesting configuration at Woodbine. Some horses just like it, right? The turf course is outside of the main track at Woodbine, so it's a bigger, sweepier turns, and I think sometimes horses that like it there run well there. The problem is that if the real Naval Power shows up, this horse just probably isn't fast enough. But there's nothing wrong with being on the home team with Mark Casse and having a couple of wins over the racetrack.
Very game performance, winning last time out as the short price favorite. Will have to step up his game to face the likes of Naval Power tomorrow in Grade 1 company, though. But earlier on for the fillies and mares, we'll get a chance to see them in the spotlight with their own respective Grade 1, the EP Taylor. And last year's Canadian, or I should say from 2 years ago, right? Canadian Horse of the Year, Moira. She's came back as a 5-year-old. We got a chance to see her in Saratoga in the Diana, where off a layoff, she ran super, finishing second to White Beam and got back in the winner's circle last time in the Beverly D.
God, Moira ran so well in here off a 252-day layoff. Then she went down to Colonial and got the win in the Beverly D. Unfortunately, the Beverly D no longer a Grade 1, a Grade 2. And look, she's definitely the horse to beat in here. The problem is with her and Fev Rovers, I kind of know who they are. I still feel like Blush and Cinderella's Dream, as 3-year-olds, might have a little bit to offer in terms of improvement. I could care less about the 4 pounds the 3-year-olds get in this spot, but I do think it's interesting that Blush and Cinderella's Dream, the 1 and the 6, could take another step forward. But let's not get confused. The 3, Moira and Fev Rover are definitely the 2 horses to beat.
Well, as far as Cinderella's Dream is concerned, she is a 3-year-old stepping up to face older for the first time, at least here stateside. But she has been dazzling in her last couple of starts. I thought the way that she just accelerates and covers the ground, not the biggest. I remember speaking in Saratoga to Charlie Appleby about her because she's not the biggest, but she really extends in that stride when she comes closing in the stretch.
Yeah, this is bad TV. I think I'm supposed to say this tomorrow, but this is going to be my pick in the race, right? Cinderella's Dream. She's a 3-year-old. So there's an opportunity for her to continue to improve. If you look at Timeform US, she ran a 1:23 Timeform US speed figure last time. That's what Moira and Fev Rover have been doing. We know who they are. She can take another step forward. I should have wore this shirt tomorrow instead because I'm going to be picking all these Godolphin horses.
Don't worry, there's some Godolphin horses running, I'm sure, somewhere that you can root for this afternoon, too. Cinderella's Dream, though, we'll look forward to seeing what she can do, stepping up to face older for the first time in that Grade 1 EP Taylor. Speaking of the man, the myth, the legend, Charlie Appleby is looking to take down another New York stake while he's got action up north of the border at Woodbine. Plenty here in New York as well. We'll talk more about his chances after this.
And they're off in the Curlin Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 1:12-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Coming up tomorrow, graded stakes action all over the country and the world, including Woodbine will be showing as well. But here in New York, the Fasig-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks Invitational. And we mentioned Charlie Appleby with his chances up at Woodbine. He'll send out Beautiful Love here against fellow 3-year-olds as she will try to improve after that performance in the Lake Placid, but perhaps standing in her way. Intriguing prospects, including Mixologist, who scratched out of the Winter Memories today, opting to run here instead, Jonathan, and get a chance to run longer, was elevated through disqualification to first last time out with a significant bump in the stretch.
No, absolutely. And look, I remember this race. It's an allowance race, but I remember feeling like this felt like a grade 3 stake up at Saratoga. And so while it's only an allowance, I do think Mixologist ran well. And look, I thought this was a really good spot too. And Mixologist exits that race we talked about a little bit earlier with Proctor Street and Grey Ocean and Destiny Star. This is the only race tomorrow in which I will not be picking a Godolphin horse.
Yeah, so we mentioned Beautiful Love. Looks like she will have to take a step forward. Very wound up before that Lake Placid, and we'll try to improve in getting a little bit more distance as well in that Fasig-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks. But a big field and seems like a pretty evenly matched group as well. You could probably find some value in that group of 3-year-olds who are looking to take a step forward.
Yeah, I think the interesting one probably is Lady Mary, who's coming in for Jack Sisterson to make her first start in the U.S. You never really know what's going to happen with those. And from a figure standpoint on Timeform U.S., she looks to be competitive, and she's 7-2 on the morning line. And you know how sometimes with that stranger danger when it comes to the Europeans coming over for the grass races, the public can't help but bet those a little.
Third in the Grade 1 German Oaks at Germany last time out. We'll see what she could do for her U.S. debut in tomorrow's Jockey Club Oaks. Back to today, race 4 coming up next. New York breds in this second level allowance going a mile on the main track, fillies and mares. And right now it is a favorite. No surprise with Cinderella's Cause to the outside. I know that she's finished second in her last 5 races, Jonathan, but she has faced some good horses and some horses that have just had some tactical advantage on her as well.
I'm one that will often forgive horses that have, 5 seconds in a row if their prices are 6-1, 7-1, 4-1. This horse has been 2-1, 2-1. There was a race where he was 5-1. That's the only concern I have.
Here she is last time out, finishing second behind Midtown Lights. Was wired by Deck of Cards, wired by Smokin' Hot Kitty prior to that. But yes, as you mentioned, she looks to be the best horse in the race on paper. You do have to take the worst of it when it comes to the price, though.
She got 2 great trips last time. I would even argue the last 2 times, great trips. 3 back, I thought she ran 5. She got a nice little trip. She was a little bit wide, but she was, in the clear the whole time. These are the types of horses that I feel like I have to try to beat.
She's 6-5 right now. For more on these New York breds, we'll go to another New York bred. Richie, what are you seeing in the paddock?
I am a New York bred, that's for sure. By a New York sire, too. I would have been eligible for those sire stakes. I'm going to start with the 2, the Shoe Lady. I love the way Barry Schwartz names his horses. They're always very clever names. And this horse is out of a mare, Rosedale. Well, his wife, Cheryl, was from Rosedale, Queens, the Shoe Lady. I've got it from pretty good authority that he named this horse for his wife, Cheryl. And the Shoe Lady, I think there's a lot of upside here. This is the only 3-year-old in the race. I do think she's going to appreciate getting back to the mile distance. I think just last time when she ran in Saratoga back in June during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, she just kind of got out of her frame. It was very fast paced, and she was chasing the pace. And she looks like a filly that just likes to get in a really good rhythm. I think the mile affords her that opportunity to get into a good rhythm. And we kind of know what everybody else is. And they're good, and there's certainly horses to beat in here. But with a 3-year-old that can make big improvements over short periods of time. So from what you saw in June to what you see now here in September could be a very different horse, and I think she's extremely well turned out, and I like everything I'm seeing from the 2, the Shoe Lady. The 3, Maggie T, big performance last time, got to control things on the front end. Was it one of those situations where the last time was the time, or does this filly get to control things again on the front end? That's a question, I think, for you, Jonathan. Does she get loose again in this race? Although the Shoe Lady does have some pace as well. And then your favorite on the outside, the 8 Cinderella's Cause, could not look any better. This 6-year-old daughter of Congrats, really well turned out. And when you get mares that are starting to get a little bit older, you're looking for some kind of, a little bit of a weakness, something that'll lead you away from them. I'm not seeing anything with that with the 8 Cinderella's Cause. And maybe the hunch play is Cinderella's Cause with the Shoe Lady. Wasn't there something with Cinderella about a shoe and if the shoe fits, guys?
Richie brings up a very good point.
Which part about the shoe fitting or the?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
sure.
I agree. I like to do that. I like to subliminally tweet and then just say, well, I mean, if the shoe fits, that way you don't have to say what you're really thinking.
If
but
the shoe fits, yeah.
Shoe fits. That's like, I don't know. I'm gonna get that tattooed on my neck. To answer Richie's question, I think the Shoe Lady will be on the lead, especially coming in off a 96-day freshening. Right? She's got on pace figures. She's faster. She's drawn inside of the 3, and she's fresh. To me, that signifies go. But obviously it's not the Clement Barn thing to do where they're going to always be sending horses. I don't think it probably gives Christoph sweats at night thinking about all of his horses on the lead. But the 3 Maggie T, exactly.
Yeah.
The 3 Maggie T is another one who I think does have some speed, but I don't think has to be on the front, especially because they got the outside draw. And so, to answer Richie's question, I think those 2 will be first and second with the Shoe Lady on the lead.
Maggie T, who did get a win last time out, and to the point about the pace, and Andy Serling and I talked about this on the Talking Horses Handicapping show earlier for Maggie T. She was forwardly placed on a track where you really wanted to be forward, and that running style really helped her, and you have to give a lot of credit to Luis Rivera Jr., who had a strong Saratoga meet for himself as well, and he was aggressive with her, and it paid off.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, it's one of those situations where, is she going to get loose like that again? It doesn't seem like she will.
Well, as far as the rest of the field, running late will be the 1 Racing Colors.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if the 2 and the 3 hook up to set it up for the 1 Racing Colors.
3-year-old the Shoe Lady facing older.
Yeah, gets back on Lasix and should be in a forward position with Dylan Davis.
Maggie T, winner last out.
Yeah, the biggest concern is what's last time the time.
Here's Crystal Air, big price, trying to get back in form.
Yeah, it has some tactical speed, but I worry is the 3rd of the forward types.
Echo in Eternity, also a price, 14-1.
Yeah, didn't run particularly well in that second start. Ran well first time up at Saratoga, but that second start not as well.
April Antics stepping up in class.
Yeah, I thought this one was interesting. You get Manny Franco, who's on fire right now.
And Cinderella's Cause, your favorite, trying to turn those seconds into a win.
Yeah, it feels like a horse you got to try to play against. I'm not going to be shocked or fall out of my chair when she wins, but it feels more likely that she'll have a 6th second in a row than to finally get another win.
Have you ever actually physically fallen out of the chair out of surprise?
Oh, I'm sure I have.
Yeah.
But it probably
Were you doing
wasn't.
the lean?
But
And then that pushed you kind of off the edge?
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely done that in high school, sitting back in the chair. The teacher, Jonathan, put your chair down. No, I'm going to be fine. Then I fell. The other times I've fallen out of my chair, I feel like it was likely for other reasons.
That's fair. There is Maggie T, who gets the win last time out. Now, she was stepping up from condition claiming races and finishing second for 20,000 2 starts back. And we saw her get the win. Again, tactics, what you wanted to see, but obviously a horse that has taken a step forward for Michelle Giangiulio, and we'll see if she can keep the momentum going.
I find these to be some of the hardest eggs to crack in racing, is when a horse that you believe took advantage of a racetrack that wanted them to be forward, because racing in general on the dirt rewards horses that are forward. And so, who knows? If she pops away from there, gets brave again, and gets to take a deep breath on the front end, regardless of the situation last time, she's probably still in an advantageous situation here today. It's one of the trickier spots to me. It's one that I feel like you need to tread lightly with, because I feel like horses that got soft, comfortable trips last time on the front end are the kind that will kind of shove you in a locker because they'll do it again to you in their subsequent starts.
Very good points as well. 7-2 on Maggie T. Inside her, the Shoe Lady will be ridden by jockey Dylan Davis, who knows this filly well, having ridden her 3 out of her 4 starts so far. And Dylan having a sensational year, particularly up at Saratoga. And look, he was always having solid meets up there at the spot, and you can just really see it in the numbers, the difference and the step forward he took in 2024, including his first North America Grade 1 victory.
Yeah, and more importantly, with Dylan's success in the 36 wins, to me, and to most people probably watching as horse players, his ROI was insane. Like he was winning on horses that he wasn't supposed to win on. He wasn't winning on 5-2 shots and 4-5 shots. He was winning on larger priced horses. But Keisha, I have a question as far as we talk about the shoe lady here. Dylan had 36 wins. Did Dylan have more wins at Saratoga, or do you have more shoes? 36.
Well, is that counting or not counting all of the shoes that are hidden at my parents' house in Connecticut?
No, it's all the shoes that you own.
I might have him beat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
Because I'm going to blame pageants on that one, because there's a lot of stilettos that I don't wear anymore around the racetrack because I'm 5'9". I don't need any more help around the racetrack. So they're hiding at my parents' house.
So really, you're the shoe lady as well.
Yeah, I'm the shoe lady. You really called me out there. Ouch.
No, I mean,
I hope my husband's not watching.
It's definitely in the over for me as well.
Richie, help us out here.
Well, I mean, after I broke my ankle in 2004, I put my stilettos away as well. Just couldn't handle that angle. You know, it was a little bit too tough on me. But anyway, let's get back to horses, guys. And the 8, Cinderella's Cause, looks terrific. She's 4 to 5, short price, a lot to like, obviously. But I do take pause at the consistent running second over the past, several starts. She doesn't seem to have an adversity to draw away from horses, because her last 2 wins, she did win by over 6 lengths each time. But the last time I thought she got there, maybe just kind of got a little bit herd bound, and all those seconds are just a little bit of a concern for me. Listen, she's obviously very logical. I'm going with the 2, the shoe lady. I just think there's potentially a lot of upside here. A 3-year-old in a field with older mares, fillies and mares. And, horses change a great deal in that period of time. And I do think that she plays out to be the speed. I know if I was on her, I'd put her on the lead. And getting back to Dylan Davis, sometimes you just have to know that you're capable of winning at the highest level. And Dylan, as good as he was riding, sometimes he'd go to Saratoga, getting a little bit of a funk. But I also think it helped a great deal that he was coming from a 1 1/8 racetrack, the Belmont at the Big A meeting here in the spring, to a 1 1/8 racetrack. Less of an adjustment. How you ride a 1.5 mile track at Belmont Park is completely different than the position and how you ride a 1 1/8 racetrack. So I think it was an easier segue for him. But he proved to himself, as well as everybody else, that he belongs on the major stage.
He certainly did. Richie, thank you. And maybe there'll be a day when we'll both be able to bring the stilettos back out as the shoe lady for Richie and Jonathan at 3 to 1, 4 to 5 now, though, on Cinderella's Cause. She's your heavy favorite. Any final thoughts here as they load in?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the type of horses that win often. I would say that you could lean on horses like this to win 30% of the time, like most favorites in this game. But, man, it just feels like you're supposed to try to beat this horse.
Pick 4 kicking off here. Race 4 as they go into the gate to go a mile. Let's send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
In Eternity. April Antics. And the favorite is Cinderella's Cause to the outside. All set. And they're off. Good break for Maggie T right out to the front. It's Maggie T who takes command. The shoe lady is applying some pressure towards the inside, and these 2 speed away together. They travel as a pair here, head and head, and the shoe lady, Dylan Davis, now puts ahead in front. Back to second will be Maggie T. About to join them, there's Echo in Eternity, and Cinderella's Cause makes it 4 across the racetrack as they hook up with the backstretch. Losing some ground there was April Antics, is in the 5th position in that second grouping towards the back end. Racing Colors second to last, and the trailer is Crystal Air. It's a pressured early pace as the Shoe Ladies got the lead. 23.35 for the opening quarter mile. Back for more right to the outside. Here's Maggie T ranging back up on the outside with Cinderella's Cause, making that 4-wide rally. And in between horses still there is Echo in Eternity. They continue to be 4 across the racetrack as they approach a half mile left to go. And now there's 2 up top. It's Maggie T to the inside and Cinderella's Cause. 46-4 for the half mile time. The Shoe Lady is all in, is holding the 3rd position with Echo in Eternity, who's trying to rally from the 4th spot. From the back, Racing Colors is now taken 5th. Has some momentum, but has 6.5 lengths to make up. All in April Antics. The trailer is Crystal Air. They're set to reach the top of the stretch, and the battle continues up front. It's Cinderella's Cause, who's trying to dispatch a Maggie T, who's now back to a clear 2nd. Echo in Eternity is making up some ground with Racing Colors at the rail in behind traffic. Also trying to rally on the far outside is April Antics. Meanwhile, inside that final furlong, Cinderella's Cause is gone. A 16th left to go. Cinderella's Cause is going to win this one easily. The battle's on for place. Here's Racing Colors, but it's Cinderella's Cause. That's your winner. Racing Colors will get 2nd. April Antics and Echo in Eternity in 1 minute 40.32 seconds.
Cinderella's Cause gets the win as she's finally able to break that streak of seconds, and much the best against this competition. What turned out to be a pretty wild scramble early on.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's been 2nd 5 times in a row, and it took her being the shortest price that she was in the last 6 races to get the job done. It wasn't totally against her, and I think even people that did play against her probably didn't see that she wasn't the most likely winner. But there's nothing wrong with trying to play against horses like this, but you got to be prepared for moments like this where she runs off the screen and wins by 10.
And as mentioned, she was forwardly placed. Jose Lezcano had her in a spot where she'd be able to pounce and kind of make that last move, and it turned out to be the right one because the Shoe Lady, Maggie T, they all sent to the front end early on, and there was a bit of a scramble on as far as that pace was concerned, and those pace setters ended up fading.
Well, I think the one thing you can do when you look at the finish here, 8-1-7-5, you'll notice the 1, 7, the 5 all came from out of it. While the 2, 3, and the 8 who were forwardly placed, the 2 and the 3 are off the board. The 8, Cinderella's Cause, was one of the ones that was able to sustain that early pace. So it was actually a really good performance by her. And look, the horses that came on picked up some pieces of some tired horses, it feels like.
3 to 5 shot gets the win. Cinderella's Cause with the victory. 8-1-7-5 in race 4. Belmont at the Big A. Cinderella's Cause, after 5 consecutive 2nd place finishes, gets her day in the winner's circle today. Prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Cinderella's Cause into the winner's circle with Jose Lezcano in the saddle. Let's head down to Richie in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Acacia. Pleased to be joined by Steve Sigler. And Cinderella's Cause racked up a lot of seconds lately, Steve, but she really broke through today.
Well, if you were to look at the races, Rich, that she ran such a game seconds on, it was always lone speed. And legitimate lone speed, where that lone speed was the favorite. I mean, her telltale races when she ran second and beat Movie Moxie, who's a legitimate 2X Open. She beat her by a nose. So she has a gameness about her. This race just set up perfect. Lucky that the race fell the way it did. And she's so game. She gives us a thrill every time she runs.
Well, this was a big performance. And, you know, that's something I always ask when a horse starts piling up seconds. But it was just a case of her getting in with tougher horses with better setups.
Correct. Today we drew perfectly from the outside. There was 2 speeds, so Jose could stalk perfectly. He didn't have to worry about lone speed. He could ride his race, and he rode his race. And happy as always when you win. Happy for myself, happy for my partners, happy for Linda and her entire barn.
Steve, you've been in this game a long time, and it really is truly a family affair. And we were talking about how you name your horses. Now you've got With the Angels, who is so impressive, breaking her maiden, coming back next week in the stake. Talk to me a little bit about how you go about the names, and how good is that filly doing?
She's doing really good. She's going to work again tomorrow. Jose Ortiz is coming back from Kentucky Downs to ride her next Sunday. She was expensive, most expensive horse I've ever bought, but in tandem with a number of other owners who were 90% there at the paddock in Saratoga, all commenting how professional she looked for a first-time starter. She just gives off a professionalism and a real sense of I'm good. So her race was super impressive. Jose rode her perfectly. Told me a great story. He was in front by 10, but he rode her to the last 70 yards, and he told me a story that when he was a young rider, Jerry Bailey told me, when you ride a 2-year-old that's good and you're winning by a lot, remind them that it's not always going to be this easy. Ride them. So I thought that was a good bit of folklore that he shared with me, that I'm sharing with your listeners as well. So it's always exciting to have a 2-year-old with such a promising future in great hands with Linda, and we'll let her manage her, and we'll see how we do next Sunday and then go from there.
Steve, it's always great to see your success, and you and I are kindred spirits because we bleed blue. And hockey season's around the corner. What do you think about our New York Rangers?
Well, I think the Riley Smith pickup is a great pickup. Riley Smith instead of Roslovic is a 100% improvement. We were the leading team in the NHL in points last year, so Florida was just better than us in the playoffs. I don't know what happened to us, but we'll look forward to a second year of Levelette coaching. Maybe one of the youngsters will emerge from the rookie camp. So there's nothing, you know, people always ask me, because I do baseball for a living, who do you root for, the Mets or the Yankees? I said neither, the New York Rangers. And that's my passion in sports, always will be. Second, horse racing.
Congratulations here, and guys, let's go Rangers.
You got it.
Gotta love Richie's passion and Steve's as well. Cinderella's Call is $3.40. And yeah, the Rangers had a good run for a bit last season. Was pretty cool this summer, though, when Vinny Viola brought the Stanley Cup that the Florida Panthers were able to achieve and brought it to Saratoga. Got my picture with it, and I thought that's a pretty cool moment.
Something tells me if the Rangers aren't going to win the Stanley Cup, that Mig would be okay with Vinny Viola and the Florida Panthers winning.
Yeah, I don't usually follow hockey. My husband's a Rangers fan, so we were following everything, obviously rooting for them. But yeah, Stanley Cup has that aura about it. And real quick, with the Angels, who Steve mentioned, won by over 11 lengths on debut. She was very impressive for out.
She was sensational. Yeah. That was a very one of those 2-year-old moments that really stands out this summer at Saratoga.
She was a favorite that day. We'll see what the future holds for her. Hope that you'll join us tomorrow, though. As we mentioned, plenty of stakes action on the program, but things start early as we will be bringing you coverage of the Irish Champion Stakes from Leopardstown. Tune in at 9:30 a.m. Eastern on FS2. Goes to just a little bit before 11, 10:55. Get a chance to see the likes of Auguste Rodin in there with Ryan Moore. Can he turn things around? But it's economics, in fact, who's actually even money on the morning line.
Yeah, I mean, part of me really wants Auguste Rodin to have a big performance to get that conversation back started about potentially coming for the Breeders' Cup, whether it be in the Turf or the Classic. So that's where my heart is with that 5-2 shot. Auguste Rodin, hopefully they can kind of get excited again about coming over.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a talented horse as well. As that'll do it for me for now. I'll be back reporting later. But Jonathan, always a pleasure to get a chance to share the set with you. I usually never see you in Saratoga. I hear you all the time.
I know. I feel like I haven't seen you since we were here last.
I know. So it was a nice reunion for us on the desk. But stay tuned. Greg Wolf coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way as trainer Christophe Clement looks to kick off the meet with a stakes score with Le Ray coming up a little bit later on in the Winter Memories. More on that stakes preview after this on America's Day at the Races.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
$1 million did I hear? $1 million. $1 million on a $1,400,000 on a pie. $1,500,000 and $1,600,000. $150,000. $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
So War Dancer is a yearling that we bought at the Fasig-Tipton sale in 2011, and then he took us on a journey beyond our wildest imagination. He was just always an honest horse and a smart horse. There was an allowance race in Keeneland where he got held up at the gate.
And they're off, an awkward beginning for War Dancer, who broke in the air and is absolutely last.
And then it's, oh, bad start for War Dancer. War Dancer's in the back by 12 lengths. And then all of a sudden, boom, he comes flying and he wins the race.
War Dancer, bold challenger positively. War Dancer, bold challenger. War Dancer, unbelievable.
Then when he retired, I said, oh, why don't we stand him stud? It'd be easy. He's by Warfront. He's made over $1 million. He's a graded stakes winner. And then we started down the journey of making him a stallion in New York, which possibly the hardest thing I've ever done in my whole life. I'm originally from New York. My husband's originally from New York, so it was pretty much New York or nothing. In order to survive, I realized we needed a package that was unique. And right out of the gate, we started having winners. 2020, okay, that was our first crop. We have Step Dancer and Pivotal Run, 35-1 and 49-1 on Labor Day weekend. Wouldn't you know it, we come in first and second. And from there, it just kind of took off, and we've had a lot of success. Miss Big Bucks, she won the Stallion Series. And then 26 Black came in second by like a quarter of a nose in his Stallion Series. And I think we have a lot of up-and-comers.
And they're off.
A couple things I've noticed. They all bust out of the gate. You see war dancers almost get the first call. The second thing is they're level-headed, they're smart. You'll talk to most trainers, they say, I love the war dancers. So he's proven himself as a sire, and quite frankly, in New York, it's all about the racetrack. It's been very, very exciting, and I want to thank everybody who supported us because it was an uphill battle for years until you finally have runners that make it a little bit easier.
Good to be with you. Continuing live coverage here on Fox Sports 2. And there's a son of War Dancer coming up in a race that'll kick off the Pick 6. Wind Dancer. You heard about another horse in that piece. We're going to see later today Ms. Big Bucks in a very competitive turf sprint a little bit later on as well.
Yeah, look, I think Wind Dancer's very interesting, Wolfie. This horse showed up in that race with Rhetorical back on July 26th, and Rhetorical ended up running in the open company and was very, very competitive. So it makes a lot of sense to me.
Good to see everybody. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement. Get a segment with JK before you hop on that A train. Weird to be back, but it's good to be back.
No, it's definitely weird to be back. It was a lot more quiet walk to work. Not as many people around as there was at Saratoga and the ride-in and all that stuff. So it's good to be back downstate. And some of these races at Belmont, the Big A, are some of my favorite races of the entire year.
They are. I love this card today. This late pick 5 as well. This pick 6 starts here. So our first pick 6 of the meet coming up. It's a very competitive group. Winter Memories are featured. 3-year-old fillies on the grass. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But more on the race that kicks off this pick 6 today to open up this meet. Belmont at the Big A fall meet here. New York Breds, maiden special weight. Going 6 furlongs on the outer turf. And it's King Puck, deserved favorite for Christophe Clement with that outside post.
Yeah, I mean, definitely deserves to be the favorite. This horse is in the same family as Anna's Call, right? This horse is half Epping Forest, is the dam of Anna's Call, who's running in the stake tomorrow at Woodbine.
Well, here's a look at the Saratoga start back on July 20th. Stalking position, and then makes a good bid down the stretch. Gets second at 3-5, although did get beat. Second time out for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, not ideal when you have a horse that's beat at such a short price, but they're young horses, you know, still trying to lightly race, still trying to figure it all out. And you got to remember, when we're looking at these turf sprints down here at Aqueduct, Belmont, the Big A, you want to understand that there is a half furlong difference from the 5.5 that they've been doing. They were running up at Saratoga. Now they're going to get a full 6 furlongs here. It might not seem like a huge difference, but some horses really appreciate the shorter difference, the distance, and some the longer. Oh, that's a nice hat.
I had to do a double take. I thought he stole David Donk's Jets cap for a second.
That's a good hat.
But it's just a tremendous Belmont cap. So in the spirit of things here, Belmont at the Big A, Christophe Clement, well done. Slow start to the meet at Saratoga, but he really picked things up in the second half of the meet, including a couple of wins we're going to show you right now. Farbridge, Grade 1 winner of the Sword Dancer for Clement.
Yeah, Farbridge was a shocking winner, if you ask me. If you tell me that a horse was going to wire the field, I could have told you about 3 or 4 other ones that I thought it would have been. Our own Andy Serling nailed it. I want to give him credit for that, picking this horse in that race at a really nice price. But yeah, Farbridge was probably one of the highlights for the meet for Christophe.
A duo of Godolphin runners. Measured time, Silver Knot. Yeah, many, except for probably Andy Serling, didn't expect that. So huge win for Farbridge.
While we're talking about Farbridge, I'd be remiss if I didn't note that a little bit later in the card today, in the Winter Memories, the 3 Less race was working with Farbridge up at Saratoga on the turf.
Meanwhile, Carson's Run, another big win, another Grade 1 for the Clement barn at the meet, winning that Saratoga Derby Invitational over another Godolphin runner.
Look, Carson's Run was a very talented 2-year-old. His race down at Monmouth this summer, where he was kind of all in to try to get there. I thought he wasn't going to turn out to be much. I was wrong. He was impressive at Saratoga. He subsequently went on to Kentucky Downs to run a good second. They got Carson's Run going back in the right direction.
Those are the 2 gentlemen who won those Grade 1s that we just showed you for Clement at Saratoga. Dylan Davis, Joel Rosario. And talking strategy here with those two. It will be Rosario on King Puck. And Dylan, I thought Cousin Ed, and that's where Dylan Davis winds up on the 8, was a major player here. Horse who went off favorite first time out. I know it was a state-bred maiden 40 race, but had some trouble in that race too.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think anytime you can see a horse up at Saratoga that takes a lot of money, ends up below 2-1, something of that nature, I mean, I think you can really start to think, well, this horse obviously has some talent. Maybe the circumstances of that day, the crowd, the tough competitive racing got to him. And now in kind of a little bit more of a calmer environment, a little bit of an easier spot, you can potentially expect for them to kind of run back to what they did that day.
Still, though, King Puck, and yeah, as you said, a little disappointing to lose at 3-5, but it's so competitive, obviously, at Saratoga. And this horse has the credentials to... looking at the rest of this field, too, for today to be the day, doesn't he?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't, I wouldn't be shocked at all. I think there's a couple of interesting ones. The 5 Master Freud, who I thought ran well last time, was involved in a very fast-paced race down here at this summer before we went up to Saratoga, going the 6 furlongs. 3 horses out of that race came back and won. So it was a productive race as well for the 5 Master Freud.
How do they look in the paddock? Man, I don't know what to do with myself. I miss my office mate. It's good to see you again. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, I like our office in Saratoga. We're kind of sequestered away from everybody, Greg, and some very good, meaningful conversations. Now, I'm going with an outside flow to this maiden race, going 6 furlongs on the turf, starting with the 7, Rohan, first-time starter. Half the Noble Huntsman, who did win on debut for Mitch Friedman. But this horse looks great. He is so well put together. He's dappled out, looks pretty fit, maybe a touch sleepy. I want to keep an eye on him as he gets to the track to see if he kind of wakes up and figures out like exactly why he's here. But he's got to look, and I'm really taken with the 7, Rohan, first-time starter. The 8, Cousin Ed, debuted for maiden 40 going long, had a difficult trip, kind of middle moved after breaking awkwardly, kind of got in the race a little quick. Looking at him from a physical perspective, I think he's going to appreciate turf sprinting. You get Dylan Davis for Christophe Clement. The 3 grade 1s Dylan Davis has in his career, all on Christophe Clement trainees. And then the 9, King Puck. Makes a lot of sense. Boy, this is a big, stout son of Twirling Candy. Get Joel Rosario. He's run fast. He looks great, really on his toes. And we just got done talking about hockey, so how can I not take a long look at King Puck?
Have that outside post, see if third time is the charm. 8-5 favorite here to kick off this pick 6 as we begin our post parade with the remaining half of the entry here. Reno against post 3.
Yeah, this horse didn't take much money on debut, didn't do much running either.
The son of War Dancer gets the rail. Here's Wind Dancer for David Donk.
Yeah, 2 back, exits that race with Rhetorical, was 4-1 into the teeth of that impressive performance by Rhetorical.
Only 2 starts sprinting on the grass for Bustino Santino and hit the board in both.
Yeah, he's got a couple of good turf sprints, but also that last race was probably the lifetime best. Maybe they just got the horse going in the right direction.
Spoken bluntly for trainer Bruce Levine.
Yeah, ran well last time on the turf, but that was at 40-1 in a maiden 40.
Master Freud 7-2, Romero Mirage.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to go as my top choice. Exits a fast-paced race where 3 winners have come back and won out of.
Go to the 7 here at 13-1. First-time starter for Mitchell Friedman.
Yeah, Mitch Friedman only 7% throughout his career with first-time starters.
And then the 2 Clements to the outside. Here's Cousin Ed, and I guess a sign of positivity here, stepping this one up in class.
Yeah, it was such a short price in a maiden 40 and didn't win. It's a little bit of a concern to me.
And the other Clement who got beat at odds-on last start at Saratoga, King Puck.
Yeah, certainly the most likely winner of this race. But at a short price, I think there's some other alternatives. I'm going to go with the 5, like I said, Master Freud.
A couple of New York-bred maiden special weight races to kick off the pick 6 back-to-back. What do you think about the sequence overall?
Yeah, I thought it was a tough sequence. I do feel very confident in the stake that Lace Rays should run well. I also like dynamic pricing to run well.
Should run well or should win?
Should run well.
Okay.
And I like the 12 Proctor Street as well. I think that race is more complicated than just dynamic pricing will be the favorite.
Rails out quite a bit today, too. So that could, see if that helps the horses who could be forward and how that plays out in the sequence this afternoon. Proctor Street I actually loved in that win last time out at Saratoga. 17-1, I believe, that day.
Yeah.
Mom was with Lake Placid. multiple graded stakes winner at Saratoga.
She was awesome. She won first out at Gulfstream Park. It's a big contest that they have, horse player contest. And I remember that day that she won first time out at like 40-1, and it felt like everyone in the room had her. But she went on to be a really cool filly for Brendan Walsh, and then it's got to be a lot of fun for him to have her offspring now, Proctor's Ledge offspring, who obviously is Proctor Street.
Well, it starts here, and we'll see. The way this 9 is getting bet, it seems like many probably trying to take a shot here, get very skinny in the pick 6 with the 9 here. Here's the 5, though, Master Freud, who you like, Romero Mirage. Had a couple of wins at Saratoga. Good for him, riding for Bob Glaceris.
Yeah, absolutely. This horse debuted for Maiden 40 on the dirt, didn't run that well, and then has got back on the turf. And 2 of those turf races, where this horse was 42-1 and 24-1, running second and running fifth, there's been 5 winners out of those races. So they're pretty competitive races.
That last race, too, that was an open company maiden special weight. This is in against New York bred, so this is a big drop in class, and they were flying early, and it was actually setting the pace in that race.
Yeah, and the one thing I like about Master Freud is that, like you mentioned, that last race, going 6 furlongs with the distance of this race. And then also there's a good race going 8.5. So while some of these horses might not want to go that extra half furlong from 5.5 to 6, I feel pretty confident that Master Freud isn't going to have any problems with the added distance.
So 3-1 on this 5th time starter, but a lot to like, especially the race this one exiting out of. Let's go down to Mig for more.
Yeah, guys, I think it's a really interesting race. I want to talk about a real long shot here to start, and that's the 2 Wind Dancer. I think this horse is way too big a price. This horse ran really well on debut, going back to the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival in Saratoga at a big price. And then kind of ran, I thought, evenly the next 2 starts. Last time put a line through it. It was off the turf or in the slop. I think this horse is really going to appreciate turf sprinting. I like the turn back and distance for this horse. And at a big price, 18-1, I think he's a horse that I'm going to use probably underneath in my exotics. I can't get past the 9 King Puck. He just looks too good. Great outside draw. Nice impression. He's just run fast enough to win. And I think he's really interesting. I like Jonathan's pick, the 5 Master Freud. I just wonder if he won't be a little better for having a race under his belt, but he certainly makes a lot of sense as well. But I'm picking the favorite, but I'm definitely going to use the 2-horse Wind Dancer by War Dancer, who's just been a tremendous sire here in New York. Stands not far, just down the road from Saratoga race course. And I think Wind Dancer is interesting at a big price.
All right, Mig, yeah, 19-1. That would be quite large to kick things off here in this pick 6.
Dave Donk, we trust,
for a beginning. Yeah. I should have known better. He'd never give that hat to anybody.
Well, we'll see. Give him a couple more weeks. Maybe he'll give it up.
Look, we were talking about the 5. I would agree with you. There's so many positives with Master Freud in here. To see this disparity of even money on the 9 and 7-2 on the 5, is that too big?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably too big, especially because the 5 has run a winning race, depending on what speed figures you look at. It's been running similar races to what the 9 has. The problem is the 9 feels like probably there's more upside. I feel like I kind of know who the 5 is. Obviously, the expectations were high for the 9 a couple starts back, being such a short price. But in turf sprints, I think the biggest weapon you can have, especially at 5.5, but even at 6, is speed. And I know Master Freud has a ton of that. Ran extremely fast pace figures in that last race. And just got a little tired late. I forgive that performance.
Probably got a little assist, too, with the 6 coming out, who might have been the other primary speed.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And so it's just – and this horse, Master Freud, I don't necessarily have a problem with the 6 furlong. I think that's going to be probably play into his favor.
Meanwhile, favorite gets even lower now. Odds on 4-5. We mentioned 3-5 last time for King Puck in defeat in that second start at Saratoga. But now odds on again with Joel Rosario for Clement. As we kick off our pick 6 here on opening day, this Belmont at the Big A fall meet. There's the 7 stepping in, the first-time starter for Mitchell Friedman. And we'll see if Romero Mirage and the 5, Master Freud, are able to control on the front end incredibly quick early. That was cutting back in distance last start. Now comes in a little bit fresh. So should fire out of there, you would think. There's the favorite with Rosario. We're set for the pick 6. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Had one back out of the gate there. That's the 2 Wind Dancer. And they're off. Speed from Spoken Bluntly right out towards the front, and to the outside is Master Freud. Trying to join them as Oreno is now at the rail in third. Wants to go, is just right there now in that 4th position, being passed to the outside from King Puck. There in 5th is going to be Cousin Ed, making up some ground. Bastino, Santino towards the back end will be Wind Dancer. And the trailer, Rohan. They get set to move into the far turn, and Master Freud's got the lead. Romero Mirage, 23.59 for the opening quarter mile, is 2.5 lengths clear, is doing it very nicely. It's Master Freud in command. Spoken Bluntly is trying to cut into that margin. King Puck towards the outside. Oreno looking for room. Ground-saving journey at the rail. Does have some run. Nowhere to go right now as they get set to reach the top of the lane. It is Master Freud still holding him off. Oreno is now in the clear, is chasing that leader. King Puck out in the center of the course. Spoken Bluntly right there. Bastino Santino is launching a rally on the grandstand side, and at the rail here comes a run from Wind Dancer, but Master Freud had that early opening quarter and is opening up on the field, is now 4 lengths in front. Master Freud is going to have a front-running score. It is Master Freud who wins it. Wind Dancer up for second, then Spoken Bluntly. It's a photo. Oreno with an oncoming Cousin Ed in 1 minute 10.59 seconds.
Master Freud with the win. Looked a little dicey early. Did not initially get to the front. Spoken Bluntly was quick, then accelerated and took over.
Yeah, I mean, that was impressive. I mean, the way that this horse didn't get comfortable early, was a step slower than the inside horse, Spoken Bluntly, the 4 horse, but then eventually took the lead, continued to kind of take command, so was leading by open lengths. But the thing about it that was impressive to me is the lead in which Master Freud had when they turned for home is the same lead in which Master Freud had when they crossed the wire, meaning that they didn't really, didn't get tired, didn't let anyone to kind of close in there and close that gap. It was an impressive performance.
Much the best. Mig talked about that big long shot. He had his eyes on the 2 Wind Dancer. That one at 25-1 finishes second. 5-2-4-1. No doubt about your winner, though. Master Freud, much the best. Bob Caceres, Romero Mirage, and the 5-2 second choice kicks off this pick 6 with a win. The favorite nowhere in the top 4.
Yeah, that's a little bit shocking. I mean, I thought that horse was at least going to run well. I mean, I picked the 5, but it wasn't anything against the 9. I thought the 9 would run on well, so maybe back to the drawing board for the Clement barn.
So Master Freud kicks off this pick 6 with a victory here at 5-2. Breaks his maiden. Career start number 5 with Romero Mirage on board. We'll be back right after this.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part where you can play it all. NYRA Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We're underway in the Pick 6, and you can, of course, play the late Pick 5 coming up next. Romero Mirage, Master Freud had to hustle to try and get to the front, overtaking Spoken bluntly, and then just pulls away for the win. Let's go to Mig.
Thanks, Greg, and I'm here with the better-looking Mirage. Romero, it was just a really nice trip. And horse inside of you sent a little bit, but you allowed your horse to kind of just take you there the right way.
Yeah, when the initial plan for me prior to the race was just to break and be aggressive for the place with him. Last time he was in front. But today the 4-out broke us, and I didn't want to lose my position, so I kind of asked him a little bit, and then he got on the bridle. So once he got on the bridle, this 3/4, I didn't really want to take it away from him, so I allowed him to just get into his rhythm, and then he got really settled. At the 3/8 pole, he just had his ears up, and I knew I had a ton of horse left when I was in the middle of the turn.
You know, one thing that really impresses me, Romero, and the same with your cousin Rajiv, you guys get such a beautiful hand ride. You really get in such a good rhythm with a horse, and you really look strong. Is that something that you really looked to Rajiv as you were becoming a rider, developing?
Yeah, he's always helped me with my riding. Even last night, we were on the phone for about an hour and a half, speaking about ways that I could just get better and become one of the elite riders just by hand riding better, just getting stronger in my finish. So it's something that I'm constantly day and night working on, to be honest.
Well, listen, Saratoga's tough, right? Only so many live horses to go around, but you came away with some winners, and you had to feel good about the way you ended the meet. You kind of ended on a high note.
Yeah, I did end the meet on a high note. For me, the first meet at Saratoga, the first full meet, just getting the experience, getting my feet wet, making a lot of connections, whether I won 0 races or 100 races. My cousin and I spoke about just working hard and getting better every day, but also building a ton of relationships. So I'm really happy with the way I ended, with the amount of winners I had, and also the relationships that I built.
Well, it's always been a pleasure for me to watch you ride. You continue to get better and develop, and I think you're going to have a terrific winter here.
Thank you. I hope so. We just keep working hard and keep our heads up. That's it.
Congratulations. Well done. Hey, guys, if attitude counts for anything, he certainly has the work ethic. He has the ability, and I just love how happy he is doing this job.
He really does have a great attitude. Every time I saw him at Saratoga, it doesn't matter if he started to 0 for whatever it was, he was always smiling, always positive energy. And well, Rajiv let him get some sleep. Hour and a half on the phone with him?
Yeah, Rajiv he's bored. Come on, Rajiv, just let the man rest.
Master Freud, $7.30 for the winner feature. Later today, it's race 9 on the card. 3-year-old fillies going a mile on the grass in the Winter Memories. And interesting field that's going to line up. You talked about State's debut coming up for Luray, for Christophe Clement. Obviously, Chad Brown going to play a major role in this race with a couple, including dynamic pricing. Where are you going to wind up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm ultimately going to pick Proctor Street. I thought ran well on a couple of occasions up at Saratoga, but Luray is one that I think is very interesting. That horse has been working, or at least was at Saratoga, working on the turf with Far Bridge, right? So you have an older male horse who's a Grade 1 winner, and I think that has to go a long way. So Proctor Street will be the official choice there, but I wouldn't get beat by Luray on your if you're playing the late pick 5.
All right, starts in, just 21 minutes. Put your late pick 5 tickets together at NYRA Bets. Glad I got a couple segments with you.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Andy Sterling going to join me on the desk right after this as we get into the late pick 5. That includes that Winter Memories, and we'll have much more on this man right here, coming off a 3rd straight riding title at Saratoga, 6th overall and 5th in his last 7 years. We'll be back. IRAD dominant upstate.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NYRA Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
He loved racing. My wife, Tammy, always called it his vice. It was a hobby for him, but he loved it.
Longtime owner and racing enthusiast, B. Wayne Hughes, acquired Spendthrift, a storied thoroughbred farm located outside Lexington, Kentucky, in 2004. He expanded his involvement in the sport, switching his focus from the racetrack to the farm.
And then when he bought the farm, everything changed because he couldn't help himself because he's a businessman. He was a genius, really. First time I came to the farm, it was not in great shape at the time. It was quite a fixer-upper, so I was not that impressed, frankly. And Wayne set about bringing it to where it is now, which is worlds away from where we started.
Hughes knew how to run a successful business as co-founder and CEO of Public Storage. He made the Forbes 400, a list of the wealthiest people in America.
He was so innovative, he was disruptive. He was not interested in how things were always done. He wanted to do something differently, sometimes just to try to see if it was worth it. And then he was always willing to be wrong. He was a champion for the little guy.
Eric Gustafson learned about horse racing from Hughes. Eric would join his mentor and father-in-law in the day-to-day business, striving to return Spendthrift back to its glory days.
And then we have what we consider the best stallion in the country in Into Mischief. I remember being at the track with Wayne at Hollywood Park when he won the Grade 1 Futurity. And Wayne turned to me and said, "Oh, we got ourselves a stallion." And neither one of us, obviously, at the time could have known what that meant.
On November 1st, 2022, Hughes' vision of building a fan-centric destination became a reality.
Wayne died unfortunately, it was a year or so before we got to open the visitor center. We were in the construction process. We were thankful for the opportunity to name it after him and an opportunity for my wife and I and the rest of us, the team at Spendthrift, to honor the man that made it all possible.
Located between the Farm Stallion Complex and the main office doors is the B. Wayne Hughes Visitor Center. The 7,000 square foot, 2-floor facility features a trophy room, artifacts, and racing's memorabilia. The second you open the door, there's Authentic's Kentucky Derby glory built into a colorful display in the floor. You'll also find the Spendthrift collection in the gift shop with apparel that'll rival your favorite campus bookstore.
I think he would love it. He would be enthralled with it. He'd be really proud of it. And then he would say, "How much did this cost?"
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. And we have our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up. Spendthrift, of course, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. 15 minutes away from the start of this late Pick 5 in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Mile and a 16th on the grass. New York breds trying to get that first win of their career in this maiden special weight. Joining me on the set for the first time during this Belmont at the Big A Fall Meet. Good to see you, Andy Sterling.
Great to see you. I missed you.
It's good to be back. I know, I did.
Nice to be back at Belmont at the Big A. Obviously a great summer in Saratoga. It feels like it was almost a 3-month meet up there because we came up for the Belmont Stakes. Being back here for a couple of weeks, a bit of a blur, but a terrific summer for everybody. But it's nice to be settling in for what's going to be the long haul, at least the next 9 months. Basically, almost exactly 9 months till we're back upstate for the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, quick thoughts on this race to start off this late pick 5.
I mean, the board reflects how wide open it is. There's a little bit of money right now for Young at Heart, a horse who has experience, but I think there's some interesting horses going out for the first time. The 7 Traley Girl, my top choice, like the workout of this horse and like the pedigree as well. Second dam was Caroline Thomas, a very good runner for Barclay Tag, and people may know those are those Bonner Young horses. And as soon as I saw that in the pedigree, I really didn't have to worry about who I was picking. I knew it was only about who I was picking for second.
5-1 right now. We'll see if that price comes down. Our feature today on this opening day of the Belmont of the Big A Fall Meet. Winter Memories, 3-year-old fillies on the grass. And Chad Brown, he'll send out a couple led by Dynamic Pricing, who missed by less than a length in the Lake Placid.
Yeah, make no mistake, she's the horse to beat in here. She is the horse who's run the best races of anybody. That doesn't mean others may not have some upside. There may be some players in here. I think the 5 for Arnaud Delacour coming in from a race at Del Mar where she disappointed. I think a key to this race, and it's something to remember a little tomorrow when we talk about the Oaks, because the Godolphin horse was wide as well, is that she was never on the inside. She was 2 or more wide the whole way. And if you look at this race and look at that week at Saratoga when horses were running on the inner turf courses with the rails down to 0, the inside path's a real advantage, and that's why the favorite got beaten in here. Actually, She Ain't Pretty. But when you talk about a horse that ran competitively against She Ain't Pretty, you're talking about a horse that ran well against arguably as good a 3-year-old filly as there is in the country. Right now with Cinderella's Dream up in Canada, that's an even safer thing to say. You're talking about the horse to beat in this race. And with the scratches, she's now in post 5. It's not even that bad a post.
All right, Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. He won the opener on this card to pick up right where he left off his 3rd straight riding title at Saratoga. So Dynamic Pricing, she will be the favorite. And then Chad Brown has another one, Lady DeBerry in there, blinkers going on. What were your thoughts here quickly?
I think she'll be a bit forward in this race. I just don't think she's shown enough to be good enough. The question really is the Proctor Street horse getting in on the outside. I don't think that she ran a great race last time. She was flattered by how well Mixologist ran. I thought she got the right, I'm sorry, the winner ran in there. I'm sorry, the winner came back and won the race that Dynamic Price was in. She got a great trip that day, but I think she is one lightly raced on the improve.
Back to the race that's going to kick off this Pick 5 that includes the Winter Memories. Our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, and as Andy said, yeah, the board absolutely reflects this race being completely wide open. Modest favoritism has shifted to the 9 here. Kara's Dreamweaver outside post. It will be Eric Cancel on 2 sprint. There she is. 2 sprints will now stretch out to a mile and a 16th.
Yeah, and Mitch Friedman has awful numbers stretching horses out on the turf, but if you look at the horses, they average around 30-1, and she's no 30-1 shot, and the pedigree suggests she should have no problem with distance. She has the best turf race of anybody, but this race is full of promising first-time starters.
Let's get more downstairs from Mig.
Yeah, it is a race packed with first-time starters and difficult to debut going 2 turns. Easier for some trainers than others, and we'll start on the outside with Kara's Dreamweaver from the outside. I like the 2 start sprinting on the stretch out. I like that progression. Adds a lot of foundation to a horse physically. She's acting terrific here in the paddock. Very well turned out, making a nice impression. And I do think she has enough natural speed to overcome that outside post. Same division of a race earlier, went gate to wire with a first-time starter, Grayson Grit for John Kimmel, controlling on a slow pace from the outside. The 7 horse is a horse that's very interesting. Another first-time starter, Christophe Clement. This is a first foal, the Grand Dam, out of a mare that the Grand Dam was a stakes winner on turf. Actually was placed first in the Lake Placid in Saratoga via disqualification for Barclay Tag. Making a nice impression. Really fit, very well turned out. Lighter frame kind of filly on the smaller side, but I like that. It makes him a little handier, a little shiftier. Making a nice impression here. And then the 1 horse, Nana Lynn, Chad Brown, and talk about layoffs and or first-time starters not being a problem for Chad Brown. His horses just seem to show up. They're fit, well prepared, and she is making a really nice impression. Another one, a little bit on the smaller side, but very, very well balanced and a good inside draw for the debut, for her debut.
There is the Chad Brown first-time starter From the inside, we'll have Manny Franco aboard, Nana Lynn.
Not a lot of pedigree on the dam side. The second dam was third once turf, ran a 71 buyer. It's an unraced dam, second foal. But those slumbers are kind of interesting, and we'll see if this one can run. Chad Brown are going to take attention. I do think Tralee Girl is dangerous, though. You look through the pedigree. Mendelssohn's have been much better on the turf. Good 2-year-old sales work for Tralee Girl, and just thought this one was going to be dangerous in here. But listen, you're guessing a bit with first-time starters.
Meanwhile, the man who just collected, there he is, his third straight Saratoga riding title. He's won 5 of the last 7, 6 overall. Some people thought he was 1-9 to win it from the outset. Flavien Prat made him work a bit, but in the end, he comes out on top yet again. He'll be on board a horse trying the turf for the first time.
Yeah, the guy who thought he was 1-9 is obviously an idiot, but that would be Greg Wolf. You know what? It was a fun meeting, fun summer in that regard, because we had so many riders riding well. And listen, as you say, he's always going to be favored in those situations. And he did have that 3-day suspension he had to serve, so even though Flavien was gone a couple days the last week, it all kind of evens out over the long run. And it doesn't take away from the meets that Tyler Gaffalione had, that Dylan Davis had, that Flavien Prat. I think in some ways it just shows how good Irad is. And obviously he gets a lot of really good mounts. But to me, it's the fact that, and Richie talks about this a lot, he rides a 10-claimer like he's riding in the Breeders' Cup Classic. He cares day in and day out, race in and race out, and I don't think there's anything more you can ask from a rider.
His will to win is it seems like it's unparalleled in this sport. And you know, just to say, like, a lot of his mounts that used to be his, they're being pecked at and taken away a bit with Prat coming here. You know, Manny Franco's getting them more and more now. Even Dylan Davis has gotten a couple from Chad Brown that would have gone to Irad. So those mounts are being taken more and more and more away, and he still comes out on top.
Right. There's no question that Flavien Prat and Manny Franco combined for a significant amount of wins for Chad.
Sure.
They would. Now, to be fair, he probably rode a horse or two or more that won races where he might have been riding for Chad otherwise. But given that Chad Brown won about 400 races the last week of the meet, and I think he won 500 for the meet, it was tough to win. You know, riding for Chad was going to be a beneficial thing.
Nearly doubled up the second-place trainer at the meet, Chad Brown.
He won 13 races the last week, and it felt like the bulk of them were the last few days.
Incredible. 42. I mean, he gave, you know, it looked like it was going to be just in terms of his total wins. It's kind of a slower number. He gave his record a real run for the money on that final day.
And I think some of it, listen, obviously the horses were running very well. Some of it was horses that missed races because they were rained off the turf. They all ran that last week when we thankfully had such good weather, and he picked up some wins that might, you know, he might have had 4 of those wins earlier in the meet, but horses that weren't able to race because the weather came back and the timing was right.
1 win shy of equaling his record.
45, I think, right?
Wins,
46 was his record. And he came in last week with 31 or 32 wins. That's the amazing thing.
Pick 5 starts here. Of course, as you saw, you can play with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including this late Pick 5 coming up. So here's the Chad Brown first-time starter from the rail, Nana Lynn.
You get the pedigree from the sire Slumber. It is a Gio Ponte mare, but the damn production not that good. These horses from Monmouth for Chad Brown, though, they just seem to run, don't they?
They do. First time on the turf for Mangetsu, whose dam produced a pretty good turf runner. Kept Waiting.
I liked Kept Waiting, a nice turf runner. Made a score with her at a huge price in the last race one day with Rajiv riding, but she was more of a turf sprinter. This is looking at Lucky, though.
Young at heart. Brittany Russell, favored again.
A lot of money suggesting this horse can improve with distance. She better.
2 sprint stretch out for on a summer day, the 4.
Yeah, I just feel like last time out she met a much weaker field than she's meeting here.
Trace Aries went by first-time starter, and here's Willful Mama. Not a ton of turf pedigree.
No, War of Will has been effective as a turf sire, but the dam side is all dirt. I think they're getting a little desperate.
This one does have big turf pedigree.
Yeah, we talked about it. Good, very, very strong turf family here.
Christophe Clement, Trolley Girl will have Dylan Davis. Here's Argentiera with Joel Rosario for the Bond Barn.
This horse is a half to Bricko. It's a very nice winner for the Bonds a number of years ago. There is turf pedigree in this long shot.
Yeah, and 2 sprint stretch out for Kara's Dream Weaver for Mitchell Friedman.
No reason she shouldn't like more distance, and she's okay.
Let's take a look at Kara's Dream Weaver in action. This was the debut back on July 5th here at Belmont at Aqueduct over the summer. Wound up second, beat less than 2 lengths at 13-1.
Yeah, now she came back and didn't run seemingly as well, but she came back against a horse named Anascal, who may well win the Natalma tomorrow at Woodbine. She's a very, very promising horse for Christophe Clement that literally blew the field off the racetrack. And I think she's okay. She's got the experience. I'm not worried about the post. She should be able to get position. And we'll see how good the others are. But the stretch out really could work in her favor.
So there she is, 4-1 for the debut going long coming up here at a mile and a 16th. Start number 3 overall. This one, obviously there's big pedigree there, but more for dirt. Dan produced My Main Squeeze, very talented filly. Rodney, who's a very talented male sprinter. Turf pedigree-wise, though, a little bit left to be desired.
Doesn't it just feel like they're giving up awfully quickly on her? They're basically saying, we don't really think she can be competitive on the dirt. Or maybe they're saying, War of Wills have done well on the turf. We'll give her a shot on the turf. But the truth is, the pedigree says this horse is not going to be effective on the surface, on the dam side at least.
And board reflecting that, very cold on the board at 6-1 right now. Meanwhile, pedigree says yes, as Andy explained to us with this Christophe Clement first-time starter.
Second dam, Caroline Thomas, was a very, very good runner for Barclay Tagg. And it's just a strong turf family. You look at the dam, a pioneer of the Nile. Mendelssohn has been much more effective as a turf sire. Worked, I thought, a pretty solid 10 flat at the OBS sale back in April. Just think a lot of things to like, and obviously Richie has things to like as well.
All right, with more, let's go to Meg, who's picked the 7 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I just liked her a lot in the paddock. I think she's very well turned out, very well prepared, looks fit, and she's got the pedigree to back it up. I think there's a lot to like about number 7, Traley Girl, and there's questions about others. Now, let's get back to the 6 horse momentarily, guys. The 6 Willful Mama. I agree, especially on the female side of the family, not anything that would suggest turf. But I will say from a physical perspective, she looks like she should handle turf very well. She does have, you know, that wider, flatter foot that we like to talk about, those slacker pastons that Maggie always brings up. And I did look at her long and hard in the paddock and thought, I do think she'll handle the turf from a physical perspective. Again, the pedigree doesn't back that up, but Andy, I didn't have a pedigree to be a jockey, and you probably didn't have a pedigree to wind up at the racetrack handicapping races and doing as well as you're doing here. So, I mean, sometimes horses create their own pedigree, and from a physical perspective, I would say I do think she'll handle it. And also, she comes out of a race where, with the Angels, won off by over 11.5 lengths. So suddenly, that 17.5 lengths she was beaten doesn't look as bad because she was kind of with the group back there on the dirt. Again, from a physical perspective, I do think that there's a potential there for her to handle the turf. And then the 9, Carriage Dreamweaver, had to overcome that outside post, but coming out of 2 turf sprints where she laid up close, particularly in the second start, got to think she's going to be forward and take advantage of that speed so she doesn't get caught too wide into that first turn. At least they have a longer run of the first turn because they're on the inner, so the gate is backed up further than it would be if they were on the main track. But I'm going with the firster from the Clement barn, number 7.
Richie on my pedigree. What Richie doesn't know is that my grandfather on my father's side was a bookmaker and a big action guy. He died when my dad was 10. I have a picture of my dad at Hialeah with his dad when my father was about 5 years old. So there was a lot of shenanigans in my family going back many years.
We need to do a feature on that. I'm glad we cleared that up.
My dad actually told me that he had involvement. You ever see Cinderella Man?
Yeah.
Jim Braddock?
Yeah.
My father said that my grandfather, his father, had some involvement with Jim Braddock back in the day.
All right, we need to dive deeper into that. Well, this first-time starter,
full degenerate pedigree.
I never doubted you.
Thank you.
22-1 on the Bond runner there. You see those royal blue silks with the white ball and the B in the center. Argentiera. What's your thoughts on this first-time starter?
This horse has pedigree, and anytime a first-time starter has enough pedigree, I'm going to throw them in at 20-1. The money may be meaningful. It might not be. With pedigrees, these are the kind of races where if you have an idea based on a pedigree, usually it's a horse that ran once in the dirt and has a big pedigree to move forward, you're supposed to bet a few dollars at a big price because this is where you get the $60 horses because they don't make sense on paper, but they have the pedigree to do it. But I do think we should talk about the money the 3 is taking. This is significant money on a horse that really did no running in the debut, coming out of a very good field and finished well behind Kara's Dreamweaver. The Factor the sire is really not a sire that suggests this horse should want to go longer. He's a very effective turf sire going shorter. But the dam side is going longer, and this horse is taking so much money that I have to think that there's some reason, whether this horse has been working well at Fairhill or something. 5-2 now. There's no way this horse should be this short in this race. I'm not saying the horse can't win. I picked against. I think I had her 4th or 5th. But isn't this an unusual amount of play? There's nothing sexy about this horse, right?
Well, another one who was in that Anna's Call race.
But finished well behind the 9.
Yes, but there's upside, and it was the debut.
But there's always upside.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I'm not. I think I have no argument with somebody who wants
the
to
man
bet this
aboard
horse.
helps.
But yeah, but it's not. He doesn't take the kind of money that Irad takes. Maybe they're saying we don't want Irad in here because he's riding a horse with no pedigree. I'm just saying it feels like this money's meaningful on the 3. I played against the horse, but I don't want to ignore it.
Don't you think, too, and again, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day is going to kick off this Pick 5 after the summer that Pratt had in the history he made? His horses are going to start to move the board a little more?
I don't know. It's an interesting question. It didn't happen that much in Saratoga, and the money for jockeys in New York is so focused on Irad that I don't know yet. It's possible, but I don't think this horse is 5-2 because Flavian's riding.
Public settling in on Young at Heart as the favorite here. Pratt will ride for trainer Brittany Russell as we kick off the late Pick 5. First of the meet here on opening day of this fall meet. Belmont at the Big A. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Little unsettled there, Tres Aries. On a summer day. Waiting on Kara's Dreamweaver, last to load. Tres Aries rears up again. Kara's Dreamweaver is in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Mangetsu in the orange blinkers towards the inside. Young at Heart is on the early kick, and also right there is Willful Mama. Now 3 across the course, and tucking in behind them will be Trolley Girl. The leader is now Young at Heart. It's Young at Heart who will press on, gets over to the rail. For Flavian Pratt is up by quick 2 lengths now, as Young at Heart is the leader. Back to second as Mangetsu is now alone in second. Pretty strung out here early as they work into that turn. Willful Mama is now 5 lengths off the leader, is a tracking third. 3 across the course is at the rail is Nona Lynn, is now a shared 4th position as 4 momentum from Kara's Dreamweaver now takes 4th. The purple cap is Trolley Girl, is more settled now in the 6th position. In behind them comes On a Summer Day. Second to last is Argentietta and the trailer, Tres Aries. They're all chasing Young at Heart. It's Young at Heart who went 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Mangetsu is back for more towards the outside, is now a length and a half off the leader. At the inside is Willful Mama, Irad Ortiz Jr. Ground-saving journey to the inside of Kara's Dreamweaver, who has made up some ground, is now that shared 3rd position, 49-1. The half-mile time at the rail is Nona Lynn, is now in that shared 5th, with Trolley Girl in the purple cap, patiently ridden as they move into the far turn now. Second to last, On a Summer Day, Argentietta, and one far, far back, Tres Aries is the distance trailer. They get set to reach the top of the lane, and Young at Heart has had it all alone up front, but Mangetsu is ready to pounce, and now Mangetsu is kicked away. Mangetsu is trying to get away from Willful Mama, who's now in second. Here comes a run from Nona Lynn, who's in the clear. It's Mangetsu for a final furlong, still clear. Willful Mama making up ground, and from out of nowhere On a Summer Day, Mangetsu is still a neck in front. It's Mangetsu with the lead. Willful Mama, Mangetsu will get the score. It's Mangetsu who wins it over Willful Mama. Then came On a Summer Day and Nona Lynn in 1:45-1.
Mangetsu able to hold off Willful Mama. We talked about the pedigree here. Dam had produced 4-time winner on the turf, kept waiting. Turf debut is a win.
Yeah, no, I have to, as you mentioned, kept waiting. Now 3 others didn't run that well on the turf. The looking at Lucky kicked in as this horse got the distance, a perfect ride and perfect trip under John Velasquez, stalking what was a very quick pace, but she was right off of the fast pace, as was Irad, who gave a perfect trip to the number 6 Willful Mama, who outran her pedigree. The 3 Young at Heart just didn't have the horse to get the distance and probably went a little fast, but this horse stalked that fast pace, got a great ride, a great trip, and kept on running. A nice effort by a horse that could have a little bit of a future. This is a nice New York bred on the turf. I like this horse. This is a good effort.
And debut was taken off the turf, so this is first time on the lawn and a win. 2-6-4-1, and able to hold off Willful Mama, who outran that pedigree on the grass.
Yeah, no, I agree. Now, we'll see how the race comes back. The horse who finished third had not run particularly well in finishing third at Delaware, and others didn't show up. But I thought it was a nice effort, and she was kind of getting away. You know, the 6 made that run. It looked like maybe Willful Mama would catch her in mid-stretch, but she's really getting away from her as we go to the wire. Watch, she's getting stronger at the wire and running away even further, so she has no problem handling distance, this horse.
John Velasquez aboard for the win. He's on an interesting long shot, by the way. In the winter memories, that outside speedster, Ori for Michelle Nevin.
That horse could be speed.
Yes, very quick. So we'll have these prices coming up. Pick 5 underway with an 8-to-1 shot, Mangetsu. Tremendously sad news in this industry with the passing of trainer Chuck Simon, recently reported Saratoga Springs native, diagnosed with stage 4 cancer back in May, passes away at just 57 years old. I know you spent some time with him in his final days.
Yeah, it's hard to talk about Chuck without getting a little upset, frankly. He was such a great guy. And if you see all the stuff you read about him on the internet, he touched so many people's lives. It's amazing how many people he reached out. He was a man who was full of opinions, but as another friend of mine said, full of opinions, and he was often right. In fact, sometimes usually right, and he wasn't afraid to express them about a lot of topics in the industry, but he was a really, really tremendous person and a great friend to many, many people, and somebody that touched this game as broadly as just about anybody I've ever seen in the game. And it just seems like kismet that he and Alan Jerkins were together for years, 2 of the greatest people in this game, and we lost him way too soon, 57 years old. It's a big loss to a lot of people, a person that affected people greatly in an extremely positive way. And I remember talking to one of the nurses last week at Cyril Hospital, and she said, he must have been a really nice guy. He has so many visitors. And I said, you have no idea what kind of a great guy he really was. And it's just a testament to him, how popular he was with so many people across the whole spectrum of racing. And I got to tell you, people are going to miss Chuck Simon for a long, long time. But his legacy will live on, and the fact that he had a lot of things to say about racing, not afraid to share them. And I think a lot of people would do well to listen to things he said, whether you agree or not. He cared about this game as much as anybody, and he's going to be missed for a long time.
Big loss yet for this sport. He began training back in 1999. Chuck Simon passes away at the age of 57. He moved to New York several years ago to help care for his parents. He's survived by his parents, Charles Sr. and Virginia, and his 2 brothers, Scott and David.
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. He was 3rd in the nation by winners in 2021 and 2022. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia, and millionaires Bound for Nowhere. And factor this, with dozens of 6-figure yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and I'm pleased to be here with Hall of Fame rider Johnny Velazquez. Johnny, real nice trip here with Mangetsu. Looked to me like she was just waiting on competition.
Yeah, she broke really good going to the, to the first time going by the wire, and when the other horse passed her, it was better having a target on her because she was kind of jumping around and looking at the ears, and it's like finally I get somebody in front of me. She was perfect, and going to the quarter pole, I went to ask her, and she kind of leaned into the horse in front, and then when she passed it, right away she went to wait. It's like, oh my God, keep her attention though, keep her attention, and down the lane just kind of really keep her attention, because then when the other horse came to her, then she gave me a little more, but definitely she was waiting big time.
Yeah, look, she really asserted herself there. Now, Johnny, you picked up a horse later, Ori, in the Winter Memories. How hard is it when you pick up a horse late like this that you've never ridden to prepare to ride a horse?
Well, I never rode this one either. For first time out, I didn't ride it. It's just basically the same thing. We do our homework, see how the horse has been ridden before, and just see the competition. And you go from there. Basically, it's like who has speed, who doesn't have speed, and see where you want to lay the first part of the race. See, she has pretty good speed. I'm going to come out of that running that post where we are, let her run to the first end to see where she leads me, and we go from there.
You really believe in that principle of getting your position going forward?
Absolutely. I mean, unless I know the horse comes from way back, so it doesn't matter though. When you don't have any speed, so you don't put so much effort to try to get a position that you don't think you should be on. But in a case like this one, looked like she ran twice on the lead, or close to the lead. She ran a good races, so might as well get a position going to the first turn.
Congratulations here. Good luck going forward. Good luck tomorrow at Woodbine as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Guys, a guy that always has a plan, even more important, a guy who knows how to execute the plan.
Yeah, especially on the big stage, as we've seen time and time again with the Hall of Famer. And able to hold off this late run from the 6 here on Mangetsu at 8-1.
No, she had perfect position. It helps drawing inside, but can't have made Johnny to make a wrong move on her. And I really think she ran well. I think it was a little faster in the early division. I'm not quite sure of that, but I think given the pace and her proximity to it, this was a very nice effort.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day prices. Mangetsu, $18.60 to start this late pick 5. Willful Mama on a summer day. Complete the trifecta there as we move on to race 7. We go to the main track, $25,000 claiming race, 1-turn mile, and this is a difficult race as well. Mystic Knight has a race a couple starts back when he was in a different barn, 7-year-old now. Linda Rice claimed him out of that race. That race probably wins here, doesn't it?
Yeah, I actually think his last race was a lot better than it looks as well. I agree with what you're saying, but also he was off the rail the entire time on a gold rail day last time and close to a pace that collapsed. So he is the horse to beat in my esteem, number 2, Mystic Knight. I'm going to try to wire him with the 4 Suertes. I figured he'd be a better price, but to me, they're the main 2 and the 1-2 that I would start a pick 4 after I just got blown out of the pick 5.
18 minutes to post. Tough card today. We'll get much more on the 7th race in just a little bit. 4 Group 1s on the card tomorrow, north of the border, and we'll have live coverage on FS2 on America's Day at the Races. Natalma, Summer for the 2-year-olds, the EP Taylor, and then the big one, the Woodbine Mile, worth $1 million.
I like a Dolphin in there. Solid.
It could have a very
look like a solid 230 payout.
Very big saying things. Of course, last year, and we saw this one this summer at Saratoga, She Feels Pretty was the winner in the Natalma.
Yeah, this was a powerhouse effort for her, and this is one of the few times she's gotten a very good trip. When she gets a good trip, she dominates. And I don't really think she's lost any luster in her 2 losses in her last 2 starts. I think she's run very well in those races, and she's going to be a handful when she gets a fair trip one of these days. A massive handful.
John Velazquez aboard for that win last year. Look at the field that's going to line up this year. Purse of $500,000 for these 2-year-old fillies. And the rail on his call, Frankie Dettori will ride for the Clement barn, who was very impressive at Saratoga in the debut.
Yeah, and I do think in some ways, I don't know if she's the horse to beat because I'm scared of the horse on the outside, as the odds suggest. I really liked her debut. She's obviously very talented. Now, her Dam Epping Forest was a sprinter, but you get some pedigree to go longer from American Pharoah, so I don't think it's outrageous. And she's also, I think, Epping Forest to have some horses that went longer, but she's going to have to make the jump from a sprint to a route. She was very, very good. This is a very strong field for people that care. The 4 and 9 are scratching the Mark Casse horses, I believe. But Anaskull, she's the goods. She drew well on the inside, but this is not an easy spot.
And it can be a lot, too, Astons, from your debut against Maidens, stretching out and out of this mile distance against, some of the best out there that we know of, at least at this point.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, and Mark Cassie's throwing the entire kitchen sink at the race, and I don't blame him, and I like he runs his horses, and would never knock him for that. I like Mark runs his horses. She didn't have to deal with the horse on the outside, Mountain Breeze. It's just the Godolphin, before Charles Appleby, I think Charles Appleby figured out to come here because he kept going to Woodbine for this card and dominating, particularly in the 2-year-old races. It seems like he sent over some horses that didn't even look very good on paper, and they've been explosive up at Woodbine, and he has a horse on the outside. It looks okay. No superstar, but this horse is second in a Group 3, second in a Group 2 at Newmarket, so there is some quality there, and it feels like Mountain Breeze going 6 and 7 furlongs, a little better prepped for this, so that horse could be a handful.
Meanwhile, boys get their turn in the Group 1 summer. Last year, it was a horse who was so precocious for Christophe Clement, Carson's Run, who's back now as a 3-year-old. Good to see him back. Had his big moment at Saratoga. This is his look last year in that summer stakes.
It's a tough beat for him in the prestigious Nashville Derby last time out, and the second place finish only got him $600,000 because we need $3.1 million 3-year-old turf races in September in this country. But he's a nice horse. Listen, both horses won. I think for once, the horses that won these Canadian Grade 1s, they're not ranked by the people, they would be Grade 3s in America. They produce horses that are competing at the highest level in our races this year.
We're going to take a look at the Soaring Free. Top 3 finishers out of this race will be competing in the summer, including your winner, Cairo Caper, who got the better of Dream On and Cool Collected.
Yeah, I have not dug deeply into this race. Now, the stretch from 6.5 to mile, but the race came up fast enough that you got to think it's not impossible they could compete. And this is one that has a Charles Appleby European that looks pretty good coming out of a listed stake in a close 5th in a Group 2. But you've also got Andrew Balding coming up as well with the Europeans, and I think they're going to take some attention. I believe the 1, 3, 7, 11, 15, and 17 are scratching.
Thank you
Mark
for that.
Cassie double entered a lot of horses.
Okay. But yeah, top 3 coming out of that Soaring Free Stakes last time out, so we'll have that rematch. Again, all these Group 1s, we will have coverage on Saturday afternoon, tomorrow, Fox Sports 2 coverage. You do not want to miss it. These races, very important. Championship weekend of the Breeders' Cup. Next, though, race 7, start of the Late Pick 4 on the main track at a mile coming up here, Belmont of the Big A. And there's Mystic Knight. May wind up being the favorite at post time for Linda Rice. Stay with us.
$774,000, 775. Want to be 60, then help you 60, 75, 7, 60, 60, 75, and now 85, 785, 85, 85, 800, $800,000 Piker Surge, got to be 8, now 25, 825,000, 50, $850,000 on a 50, 850, 75, on an $860,000 and a half, $850,000 in the back of Woodrow. Thank you.
And my brave, it will be Dornan to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
When you can bring over a champion like this to the Night of the Stars sale, it's exactly what we dream of and what you hope for.
Anytime we've got a marquee filly that is ready to be brought to market, we know that the Night of the Stars is the venue.
It really wasn't a question as to where we were going to sell her.
We have had a long history of selling 7-figure mares here at Night of the Stars. Boyd Browning and his team just do such an exceptional job promoting these mares, getting them sold.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
The biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs is even better. Friday, September 20th, along with Parks Racing and their great card to the following day, Presque Isle has 2 new wagers, each with a 15% takeout. The Keystone Daily Double combines the Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters with a Grade 1 PA Derby at Parks. The Pennsylvania Pick 4 has a mile in the Masters at Presque Isle, plus the PA Derby and the Grade 1 Cotillion from Parks. Friday, September 20th, first post at 4 p.m.
Smarty Jones is all out, and those two deadlocked at the 8th pole, and Smarty Jones is roused to the lead by journeyman jockey Stuart Elliott, and they have taken the lead away from Lionheart. Farther back, it's Limehouse and Imperialism, and here is the first undefeated winner of the Kentucky Derby since Seattle Slew in 1977. Smarty Jones has done it.
Hard to believe that was so long ago, back in 2004. The great Smarty Jones, a Pennsylvania bred, taking the first 2/3 of that year's Triple Crown with Stuart Elliott aboard. Over 5,700 wins in his career and still riding right now at Remington Park. But the future we're going to see in the mix here in New York, his son, 18-year-old Chris Elliott, has announced he'll be riding here in New York. He won with the first mount of his career. He won with the first 2 mounts of his career at Monmouth, so he's had a penchant for winning early on. Let's go to Mig for more on what we can expect from Stuart's son.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly has a pedigree to be a rider, Chris Elliott. Obviously, his dad, Stuart, beyond Smarty Jones, just an all-around top rider, somebody I got to compete with and had utmost respect for, and quiet, soft-spoken like his dad. And also on his mother's side of the family, the Bracho family, a bunch of good riders out of that family. So he certainly has the pedigree to be a rider. I like the way he handles himself. I actually just met him today for the first time and spoke briefly, and I just like the feeling, the vibe you get from him. He'll have a little bit of an adjustment riding with the big dogs, if you will, the top riders here in New York, but he'll learn a lot, and that's how you become a good rider. You've got to compete with the best to continually to hone your game and improve. But I like everything I've seen from him so far, and it has always been a proving ground, Aqueduct, for young riders to make that jump into the big time.
Well, we wish him the best. He'll be on Command Performance in this race coming up, 32-1 long shot. As I mentioned, he won with the first mount of his career at Lone Star. That was back on April 21st of this year. Won with his first 2 mounts in Monmouth. And he's going to talk about working hard. He's going to ride here, and he's going to ride at Parks Monday through Wednesday as well to continue to try and hone his craft.
Oh, we wish him good luck. I met him up in Saratoga when his agent, the great Jose Santos Jr., agent to half the riding colony in America,
really
brought him up. I saw him at the sales. He introduces. I said to Jose, "You're introducing me just so I'll be nice to him." And he said, "No, you're okay if you beat him up." And he seems like a good kid, and we wish him the best of luck.
Well, meanwhile, much more established rider will be on this one. Ryan Ortiz Jr. coming off that 3rd straight Saratoga riding title. He's got this for the Rick Dutrow barn, claimed off of Mike Maker and Flying P, who had that incredible run at Saratoga with those silks seemingly living in the winner's circle.
Well, that's really one of the reasons, Greg, I don't want any part of this horse. I don't want horses claimed away from Flying P. It just seemed like their horses ran so well. Now, Rick, since he's come back, has had good numbers off the claim. With routers, he's 3 for 12, $1.88 ROI. A decent percentage, 23% with his overall in the dirt, just a lower ROI. Rick's horses take a lot of money. I just am scared of claiming a horse away from a barn that horses were running as well as Flying P's were.
4-1 right now. And the 5-time winner, 5-year-old, who comes out of a $20,000 claiming race. So slight step up in class as we get set for the first leg of this Pick 4 coming up, over $112,000 in the pool. Favorite remains Mystic Knight. For Linda Rice, second off the claim.
I think that horse should be favored, the number 2. There's nothing not to like. This horse was way against the track last time, had a little bit of trouble. It was chasing a pace that fell apart. This last race was not nearly as bad as it looks off the claim for Linda, and the race before it probably makes the horse the one to beat.
Meanwhile, Suerte, this horse has faced some incredibly tough company. Olympic Dreams was 3rd to last year. You see General Partner, Running Ray. Those are horses who would, well, they wouldn't be in races like this. They're too good.
Right. I mean, there are reasons to be a little bit suspect. This horse's last race are bad. Now, you look at this drop, 50% or more drop in claiming price for non-maidens. So you're getting out of the maiden group. On the dirt at NYRA the last 5 years, Mike Maker's 9 for 21 with 13 hitting the board, 311 ROI. So these drops have proven to work out for Mike Maker and his horses. So you have to worry about this horse overall, but he's supposed to be the controlling speed, and Manny Franco is the rider to ride him. And if he just sends him, he is in a position to lead them on a merry chase.
I mean, there was a point last year from late August to probably I mean, really, the end of the year, December, this horse was running big numbers and continually moving forward, and it's just not progressed now into that 4-year-old season.
No, he's clearly lost his form, and it's important to note the horse he dueled with last time, speaking of Flying P, was Lost in Rome, who ran a huge race off the claim for Flying P and finished second there. So it's not as though he was in a pace that featured a pace meltdown. Now, it was a very fast pace, and maybe that horse just outran his PPs, but the horse who was he dueling with did finish second there.
You got to look at Manny Franco. He'll be aboard Suerte. Meanwhile, 15-1 shot. I thought First Glimpse deserved a big look in this race. Rudy Rodriguez off the claim. Ruben Silvera will ride.
I have no idea why this horse is 15-1. I like the fact this is 2 back, and I showed it because he's getting back to the mile. And he chased a horse near and from Another Mother that would be tough to beat in this race and ran a figure that would make him tough in here. I am shocked that he's 15-1. He's got to come down. I mean, I'm looking at Exactas, and he's a fraction of that price. He's going to come down, but right now he's a big overlay here off the claim. Claim from a very good trainer in Fernando Abreu.
That race was that we're showing you here. That was 40,000.
No, I think he's dangerous. Don't understand why he's this price.
Take a look at the double here. Yeah, I mean,
I didn't look at it. Did you look at the double? You looking to see where we
about 5th choice in the doubles, 6th choice.
Well, he's a big price in doubles. What did the last one? $18. So you're getting. Well, he's a solid 8-1 in doubles. So he'll come down, but still, even 8-1 seems like a fair price.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the 10, higher quality. Another price outside.
Why is higher quality a shorter price than the number 9, for instance? Because Wayne Potts' horse ran so well in the first race? Maybe. I don't know.
Belmont of the Big A Saturday contest. Feed your competitive edge with live money handicapping contest every week. Register now to win cash prizes and seats into the next week's $300 contest. Registration closes before the 3rd race Saturday?
Sounds right.
Okay. Here's the one, Majestic Frontier.
Part of the entry here, and the seemingly weaker half of the entry, dropping down, though, a little bit.
Does get the rail post 6 for the other half of the entry, Bold Victory.
Bold Victory, while maybe the stronger half, he just needs a lot of pace to run into to do his best. They're a huge price.
Mystic Knight, second off the claim, Linda Rice.
We've read he was against the track last time, and his previous races make him the horse to beat.
He's got this Dutrow and Arad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can run well off the claim from Flying P.
Suerte the favor right now.
I would have picked a 2-4 if I thought the 4 was going to be favored. I thought I'd get better odds, but I picked him.
Boss making boss moves. Another horse with big credentials, 13-1.
A lot of people got drinks on Rajiv Mirage when he won up in Saratoga, 2 back.
Grandpa's Kid, 2 back. He was second to Unmatched Wisdom.
I think he's a horse that's a little bit of a price, has a chance near, though he's only 6-1. He's been running against much better horses.
There's Chris Elliott, went by on Command Performance, the 7, and here's Life and Light.
Yeah, they're 2 long shots in a row. Life and Light, wow, 57-1.
First Glimpse, price starting to come down a little bit.
Yeah, we've mentioned the merits of this horse and expect this horse to come down even further.
And Wayne Potts Barn with higher quality. Dylan Davis outside.
I guess has some better races going back, but the recent form probably not quite good enough. Where's he been since running on opening day in the first race at Saratoga?
Yeah, have not seen since. That was for 20,000. Getting a big warm up there under Dylan Davis. 6-time winner, though, including a couple of wins at this mile distance. As we're 3 minutes to post in this very competitive 7th here at a mile on the main track. As we look at Mystic Knight again for Linda Rice, a 5-time winner. And the last win was for 32,000 at Aqueduct back in March.
Yeah, but you go back. Second to Skylander, who's in great form, ran really well, 2 back in that race, a quick pace he was attending. The thing is, he can be forward. Take apart his last race. That was August 1st, which was a huge, huge gold rail. And the race where Honest Spree came up the rail and was disqualified for cutting off Complete Agenda, who's also coming up the rail. And all the riders, but apparently Jose Ortiz and maybe a couple others, were kind of aware of the gold rail. For some reason, Jose took him off the rail right away going the first turn, got out in the 2 or 3 path the whole way. But also, forgetting about even that, he was chasing a pace that ultimately collapsed as so many riders wanted to be forward and near the inside, and he had a disastrous trip that day. So I do think he's the horse to beat in here, and I would bet him at 3-1. I picked the 4, but I never imagined that the 4 would be favored.
Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, guys. I mean, listen, I think this is a really wide open race because I think there's a lot of horses in here that have races that they can go back to. Their current form might not be as good. The 2 Mystic Knight makes a lot of sense on paper, looks terrific in the flesh, as does the 3. He's got this. You got Irad Ortiz. Never a bad thing. You know, obviously taking money, and I like what I'm seeing from a physical perspective. But the horse I landed on is all the way to the outside, the 10, Higher Quality. He has races to get back to that would make him competitive. I agree there's questions, you know, where's he been? But he could not look any better from a physical perspective. I love the outside draw going a mile. I like the way he warmed up, very aggressive warm-up. I think he's just really interesting at a good price, and I think he's going to be sitting a really nice trip under Dylan Davis. Another horse I'd be remiss not to mention, whose current form does not warrant talking about, really, but from a physical perspective, the 1A, Bold Victory, who has not run since July, could not look any better, and he comes in off of a steady series of 5 furlong workouts. And that tends to show me that a horse is just healthy and doing well. Now, it's not a beauty contest. We know that. He's a huge price, and rightfully so. But if I didn't mention him, I just think he's a horse that looked too good physically not to mention. But my pick is out on the outside, Higher Quality, number 10.
Yeah, apparently big work as well for Bold Victory, according to the DRF Clocker reports. 35-1 on that entry.
That's the Clocker report's apparently being ignored.
Apparently. Set your alarm early. What time are you getting up tomorrow?
8-ish. So.
Okay, good. So you'll be able to catch this.
I'll be here for it.
Is it gone already? It's a quick promo.
The Irish, the champions, a week late. Usually it's the weekend after Saratoga. A week later, Leopardstown.
August Rodin will be competing along with undefeated Economics.
Yeah, he's an awfully short
Sorry, not
price.
undefeated. Undefeated this year.
Well, he's coming off a huge win in his last start, and I think there's a feeling that August Rodin, regardless of his overall record, a little unreliable after his mediocre performance in the King George. And Economics feels like an up-and-coming horse who's coming off a huge effort last night. I think he crushed the field, right?
Group 2, winning one by 2 lengths.
Oh, okay. He got a big rating, though, from that race.
Yeah.
I did a little homework on that race. I liked it.
The start before that was maybe the huge one you're talking about, that 116 rating?
I think it was, what was the last one? I only looked at...
Regardless, each of his last 2.
The Racing Post
very
ratings had him higher, yes. I looked at them. It's interesting if you look at the Matry and the race before it, which we were also showing. Porta Fortuna is the heavy favorite, and I think the 3-year-olds just look like they're dominating that race.
Meanwhile, a favorite that you and I, Suerte sure could win. I think we're both a little surprised to see him at 5-2.
I wouldn't bet him at 5-2. I picked him. I think at equal odds, I prefer the 2. But Manny Franco's got to send Suerte and just try to bottom out the old field here.
Getting a lot easier company than what he's been facing. There he is, stepping in with Manny Franco, the gray. He'll be hard to miss. For trainer Mike Maker, Jordan Wyckoff, we're set for the 7th. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Boss making boss moves. Stepping forward. First glimpse. Higher Quality to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Suerte flashes early speed. Here comes the run from Mystic Knight towards the inside. It's going to be Suerte and Mystic Knight. They're clear 1-2, and now the gray. Suerte is the early leader, is up by a length and a half, and switching right to the outside will be Mystic Knight to stalk this pace setter as they get set to come out of the chute. Tight hold on Life and Light. Eric Cancel is now in a shared 3rd position with He's Got This, trying to split rivals red cap. Here comes Boss making boss moves as a tracking 5th. They work up the backstretch, and the 6th spot is going to be Majestic Frontier out wider. That's First Glimpse, and in behind them, they're traveling as Grandpa's Kid is now in tandem towards the outside with Higher Quality. The 2 towards the back, Bold Victory with the trailer Command Performance. Suerte is the leader, 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. Suerte approaches a half mile left to go, is fully in command. He's got this, is down towards the inside, now shoved along towards the outside as the run from Mystic Knight. Boss Making Boss Moves is right there in fourth, and Life and Light is traveling, is up on the outside, is going to be 3 wide around this turn. All in his first glimpse, the rest have to pick it up. It's another 6 back to Majestic Frontier is there with Higher Quality under a full drive. Bold Victory far back to the trailers. Suerte has done it nicely so far, reaches the top of the stretch, and now Suerte kicks for home. Here comes a challenge to the outside from Mystic Knight, and Boss Making Boss Moves is in between runners, and they make up some ground now on the pace setter. It's Suerte trying to find a final furlong, but Mystic Knight is now up alongside. Boss Making Boss Moves is splitting rivals still and is back for more in the red cap. It's Mystic Knight the leader. Mystic Knight's got the lead. Boss Making Boss Moves is going to lunge here at the end. Mystic Knight, Boss Making Boss Moves, photo finish. Photo fun between Boss Making Boss Moves, Mystic Knight, Suerte, and a late run from First Glimpse. It's a photo in race 7.
Mystic Knight the 2, Boss Making Boss Moves the 5. It's either 5-2 or 13-1. It's gonna be a major difference in your multi-races, well, everything. Let's see how close it was. Blinkers down
close.
on the inside, the 5.
Yeah, I really wouldn't want to call this. Right now, the 2's in front. Gets a little closer there. It's closer there. I don't know. I think the 5 may have won it.
Really?
But, I don't know. Listen, I don't think it's possible to predict how David Jacobson's going to run from one race to the next. I don't know.
No idea.
I think the 5 won it, but I don't know. I assume the 5 did because I knew the 2. It's impossible to predict David Jacobson from one race to the next. This horse was utterly horrendous the first time he ran for David, tougher horses or not. And he's a horse that over his career has been better in the 2-turn races than 1-turn races. But he showed up and certainly ran.
Wow, that is tough to call.
Right, the 5 won.
5 put up at 13-1.
Just a random trainer whose horses show up one race and not the next.
Boss Making Boss Moves. Sam Camacho Jr. just outdueling Mystic Knight and Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice at 5-2.
Yep, got the bob.
5-2, 4-9. You know, things early were going very good for Suerte, and then no punch in the stretch.
No, he was overbet at 2-1. Listen, I would have bet. I used 2 and 4 in the pick in a pick 4, and I can't explain David Jacobson. I don't even lose money with him. I've had him a couple times on just total guesses, but I don't know how you have this horse off his last race. I really don't. And he's a horse that has consistently shown himself to be better in 2-turn races than 1-turn races. He showed up today. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, photos are always close, obviously. It goes to a photo. Some photos, though, are closer than others. This is one of the tightest. I can't wait to see this shot. This was incredibly close.
I'll never be able to figure out David Jacobson as long as I wait.
Impossible to tell.
It's random from one week to the next.
At the wire, and
That's a bad angle, so it makes it look obvious the 5 won.
Sam Camacho Jr., 13-1 upset. Boss Making Boss Moves.
Got a great trip.
8-1, 13-1, first 2 legs of this Big 5.
Yep. Yes, if you're alive in the Big 5 and you opt in at Naira Bets for that 10,000 hit and split, you're in a position to get a whole lot of it. Good luck.
Wish you told me that earlier. 5-2, 4-9.
You didn't opt in?
I did not. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Sam Camacho Jr. upset score by a whisker. When we come back, Flavien Prat, how about this Saratoga summer? 18 stakes wins, 14 graded stakes, 7 grade 1s, all records. What a summer performance from one of the best in the business.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get it back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. And this is coming up next week, Thursday, September 19th. One of the jewels of the Triple Crown of Harness Racing Premier Pacing Classic for 3-year-olds. The Little Brown Jug, 1 to 3 on Thursday, 4:30 to 7 on FS2 from the Delaware County Fair. You do not want to miss it. And we'll have live coverage again September 19th.
You're going to be on site, right?
I wish.
I mean, you've been to
Love to
like
be
15
there.
straight Little Brown Jugs, I think.
I got to cover some of it a couple of years ago. This was, hopefully we'll see this photo.
I can't wait.
Boss making boss moves on the inside, just getting by. Mystic Knight at 13 to 1.
What's amazing about him is he had so much more speed than he's ever had. This is a horse that has never had any speed whatsoever. A very different horse for David Jacobson than I've ever seen in the past, I'll tell you that.
5th career win for this 5-year-old. Second off the claim. And a couple of big prices now to start this pick 5. So 28-20 on Boss Make and Boss Moves. Sam Camacho Jr., owned and trained by David Jacobson. Mystic Knight, Suerte, second and third. Suerte set that early pace and then backed up in the stretch. As we take a look at the late pick 5 follow along, 380,000 in that pool. Mangetsu and now Boss Make and Boss Moves, even bigger price. As we move on to another incredibly competitive race here. 6 furlongs over the outer turf, New York Breds in this allowance optional claiming group, where the 2-to-1 favorite, I'm Just Kidding, for John Kimmel. We'll have her at Ortiz Jr. and we'll cut back in distance.
And John had a very nice looking 2-year-old debut win earlier in the cars. He looks for 2 straight. And I'm Just Kidding's cutting back in distance from routes to sprints in the turf. And she has run some of her better races sprinting, but she keeps coming up short. So while I do think she's very dangerous, she is a horse that's had a propensity to lose at relatively short prices.
A lot of ways to go in this field. We'll talk more about it coming up in just a little bit. Going to break about the historic summer Flavien Prat had. It started with the first grade 1 of the meet in the Diana, and kind of appropriate with all the records he set, including the most grade 1s ever at the meet, that he won the first and last grade 1 of the meet as well. In the hopeful, 18 graded stakes wins, 14 graded stakes, and 7 grade 1s. Richard Migliore had a chance to catch up with him during his historic Saratoga run. Here it is.
You were in a comfort zone in California. I mean, you dominated.
Yeah.
You stepped out of that comfort zone to take on this challenge. Why? What was the thought process behind that?
Because, like you say, I was in a comfort zone, and I wanted more. I want to explore. I didn't want to, like, let's move 10 years forward, and I don't want to look back and say, oh, I could have tried and I never did. My kids are young, so I'm able to travel still, and so I want to try now. It's not, it's not when I'll be 45 or 50 and I'll say, well, I never tried, and maybe I could. So I don't want to, maybe I could.
Well, you bring up family. You have 2 young children. I know for me, when I rode, I have four children. My wife's support was an integral part of me being able to do my job. Can you talk a little bit about that and the support you get from home?
Listen, I came to this country. She was my only family. I think it would have been a lot harder without her. We had a nice house in California. There was for her, there was nothing, no reason to move, and we had kids, and I say, I want to try. She was all in with me, and she's always been a great support in good and bad moments. Yeah, she's been a rock.
Just incredible what he accomplished this summer, how dominant he was, start to finish. And, still relatively new coming here to the East Coast and establishing all that business at the premier meet in the country.
He had one bad week where I think he was 0 for 22 or something. If he hadn't had that week, he probably would have beaten Irad actually in there. But overall, he had a spectacular meet, as you say. 7 grade 1 wins, I believe.
Yep.
A record as far as number of stakes won. I think probably graded stakes won. he had a great meet. And we're so fortunate to have as many terrific riders as we had up there. But Flavien Prat has made it very clear very quickly that he belongs with the best of the best.
And he'll be on board for Chad Brown in the Winter Memories, our feature here on opening day. Lady DeBerry, who comes out of a stake at Monmouth with third behind Spaladay. Equipment change today. Blinkers going on.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to have to get faster to be competitive in here, but we'll see.
All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll get to the 8th when we come back. Dylan, Jackie, Katie. And we'll see them all coming up in this next race here. 6 furlongs on the turf, and how they enjoy competing against each other and carrying on their dad's legacy. We'll be back.
Volatile, winner of the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, is the sire of 2 promising first-crop 2-year-olds. In Saratoga Maiden's special weight winner, Reliable Source, who will make her start next in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
And scores by 2.5.
And first out winner, Incentive Pay, a $315,000 yearling who will make his next start in the Grade 1 Hopeful. Look for yearlings by Volatile at the upcoming Keeneland September sale.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Take care of this old man. You had to have a very understanding woman that is behind you and will support you 110%. And I prayed, God, please, there's got to be one out there. And she was at the roller skating rink. She said she climbed the tree in 1973 and watched Secretariat win in her backyard at the quarter pole at Belmont. I was like, wow, you climbed a tree? We got married and we had 2 little girls. And I said, I don't care if you have a dozen. We had 3 boys and 3 girls.
I have an older sister with 3 lovely little girls, and my sister Jackie that rides here at Finger Lakes. I have a brother, Robbie Jr., and then Eddie that is working for Billy Mont right now. Then it's me, and then my little brother Dylan. Big family.
I'm the oldest of everybody that's on the track.
The younger daughter says, wow, she can do it, I can do it, I know I can.
I'm the youngest in the family. I was second one. It was a pretty easy choice because knowing that Dad rode and I had my own little personal coach to teach me along the way.
My dad wasn't exactly thrilled about me being racing.
Jackie, you're 99 to 1. You'll never make it. You're this big.
So he was really, really hard on me.
She went to McCarran's jockey school. I said, Chris, look, you know, it's just a whim she's on. You know, she'll fall off once or twice. And so he calls me at Christmas, says, Rob, she's good. She's really good. I said, Chris, come on. He was like, no, Rob, she can ride. I'm going, oh, brother.
We're very competitive, so we tease a lot.
There was bragging rights, you know, and sometimes some people don't take it better than others.
All of us have ridden in a race before, and I've won most of them.
We will do anything to beat each other for any any position we're in. It doesn't matter if it's last.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who to root for, you know? I'm just like, get across there and say, winning is everything.
If I can't win the race, I want to beat my siblings.
It's kind of like they're in the backyard, but they just moved over here. And this is their backyard.
I looked over, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, I never thought that we would actually be here together, you know, enjoying the moment.
We want to beat each other, but we wanted to see each other do well.
It's always tough competition when we're out there, and we have a lot of fun.
They are having a great time. They are absolutely love every bit of what they're doing. They absolutely love it.
I think my dad is proud.
To be able to follow in his footsteps, he's really proud. He kind of paved the way for us, and he knows that we love doing this sport.
It's beyond proud. It's just beyond it. They have outshined me and everything that I ever dreamed of. It's grateful, you know, I'm grateful.
It's always great to see that story, and all three siblings will be competing against each other in this upcoming race. That will be the mount of Dylan Davis right there, the 8th latest edition. Sisters Katie will be on the 1, Autumn Glory, and Jackie outside on the 10, Queen's Dancer.
Jackie could be a forward factor in the air, as that horse has a lot of speed in the air. Autumn Glory trying to refine that glory she once had in the Christophe Clement barn going out. And Dylan's on latest edition, who did run well last time on the turf. It's interesting. Latest edition is one of 4 horses in here. Marco T, Strictly Taboo, latest edition, and Weekend Rags that won their non-winners of 1 condition in their last turf start, but have had dirt off the turf races since then. Both are trying to win the secondary condition or second condition after winning them in their next turf starts. Not an easy thing to do.
Well, this one right here, this is I'm Just Kidding. 2-1 current favorite. Blinkers go on. But the last 2 starts been going longer. At a mile and a 16th, will be cutting back in distance. But the last time we saw this filly sprint, it was the end of last year. She looked pretty good doing it.
Yeah, I mean, Carrie and Match the Tunes are fairly accomplished New York-bred turf sprinters, and you see Carrie's on the rail getting an absolute dream trip, which I guess the bettors knew she was going to get when they oddly made her favored in there to win the race. And I think I'm Just Kidding ran fine in here. The problem is, you go back to her prior turf sprint, and that was in April. It was one of the first turf races of the year, actually. She made this crazy run. Jose Ortiz had her way, way, way back. I know she had some trouble to start, and she probably should have won that day, but she's a horse that gets bet all the time and doesn't really deliver. She's 2-1 again. Ira's riding her. I can understand the merits of her and do think she's dangerous, but I prefer Ms. Big Bucks getting back on the turf finally. Her second star on the turf this year after getting rained off twice in a row.
Filly, who we heard about in that War Dancer feature a little bit earlier on in the program. We'll have more on the 3 Ms. Big Bucks in a bit. Rejoining us, I should say, after starting things off on the desk. Let's go downstairs to Acacia Clement.
Hello again, Greg, and we will start with that horse taking the early money, and I'm Just Kidding, who does cut back in distance. And to be fair, I have always written in my notes that she's a little bit smaller, a little bit more compact, looks like a horse that maybe wants to go a bit shorter. Now, that being said, she has run well going long, too. I just have my questions with her. She was maybe a bit more of a precocious type, and if she really has that winning punch. Now, they do put blinkers on for the first time here. It's a big cheater cup going on, limiting that peripheral vision, hopefully to give her a little bit more focus. And I do always think that blinkers on with a cut back in distance is intriguing. I had noted last time out in her second Saratoga start that her coat had started to turn a little bit, that she was a bit quieter. Seeing that from her again in here. But that being said, she's very fit. She's very calm, cool, and collected here in the paddock. And we'll see if that equipment change does help her to have that little extra punch, because she's run well sprinting, but maybe not as much kind of having that big finish as she did since her debut. The number 3, Ms. Big Bucks, though, I am very glad to finally see her back on the turf. And Andy and I agree on this one. I have just been waiting to see her back on the grass. Her race back in May was, I thought, a very good effort. start sprinting on the turf, and I thought in my notes that day that she did not look fit. She ran very well, finishing third behind some horses that had some recency. And then in her last 2 races off the turf, running well, quite well to finish second last time out. She handles the dirt, but she's just a better turf horse, and she's certainly rounded into form now. She always carries good condition, but she's strong, she's powerful, she's tucked up where she needs to be, and this is just the surface that she does prefer. I feel the same way about the number 9, Weekend Rags, who also her last turf race was a win, and then last time out in those off the turf tries. She was the favorite, in fact, last time out in that off the turf race that was won by Fancy Pants Juliana, and several of these did contend in, but I just really had my concerns with her because always she just physically looks so much more like a turf horse. Flatter feet, slacker pasterns. I will say too, her coat's starting to turn just a little bit as we've had some cooler nights, cooler mornings. That's something you're going to see this time of year. But overall, I just think that she's back on the surface that she needs to be. She was aggressive in warming up last time out. We'll see what Flavien Prat does with her today, but I think she's best too when she can show some tactical speed, Greg.
Riders up. Thank you, Acacia. Want to remind everyone you can get the inside track on handicapping with NYRA Bet's Track Stats. Want to know how many winners are closing from the back at Belmont at the Big A? Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on tracks across the country, visit nyrabets.com. So we'll get to our post parade here in just a moment. It is the one cutting back in distance, that 4. I'm just kidding. 4-year-old filly for John Kimmel, who is still your favorite. We start with the Autumn Glory. Katie Davis rides.
She had been effective turf sprinting earlier in her career, and I guess Pat Quick's trying to get back to it, but her recent form, good form's eluded her.
Part of a pair for Christophe Clement, Marco T.
One of the ones trying to win, and as her next turf start, she needs a lot of pace up front. She may get it.
Here's Ms. Big Bucks for Michelle Nevin.
Yeah, I like her getting back on the turf. Her last turf effort was good, close to a very fast pace.
Rad Ortiz Jr. for John Kimmel. I'm just kidding.
I actually like her turning back in here. I just don't like the fact she doesn't win and she's a short price.
Blinkers going on. The 5 Patria has some efforts that make her tough.
I agree. I mean, she's 37-1. She is not at 37-1. I don't like her chances, but she's a lot shorter than 37-1 her chance to win.
Spooky Lady, Luis Rivera Jr. for Rudy Rodriguez.
She broke her maiden sprinting on the turf, and she's just been disappointing. And Rudy Rodriguez, terrible numbers turning back on turf.
Christophe Clement was Strictly Taboo coming off a win.
She really improved to win her next start after breaking her maiden. Maybe she has another forward move in her.
I should say back-to-back wins for her. Latest edition, there's Dylan Davis.
And she got a perfect trip to win their previous condition in her last turf race.
Weekend Rags, Flavien Prat, Jorge Abreu.
Another horse who got a good trip to win the last time she was in a turf sprint. It's like a broken record in this race.
And the last of the trio from the Davis family, here's Jackie on Queen's Dancer.
Doesn't appear good enough to win on paper, but she could have effect in the race by having early speed.
Let's look at one of the Clement runners, Marco T.
Let's.
As we're 5 minutes to post, 5-1 on this 2-time winner on the turf. This was back on June 15th. Was a win. What'd you think of it?
I thought she ran fine. I mean, I think she'd probably have to run a little better to win here. She got a fabulous ride by Manny Franco and a good setup, but she may get some more pace, and she draws well inside. I would not discount her as a possible winner of this race. I think she has a real chance. And she's a square price at 5-1 if you like her. I think a lot of it has to do with how you feel about the 4. I think she's an underlay at 5-2, but maybe the horse to beat. But I don't think this horse is impossible.
Meanwhile, Ms. Big Bucks, Michelle Nevin. This is a former stakes winner, New York Stallion Series winner. That was going a little bit longer.
Right.
But I thought there was a lot to like with this one, too. And you and Acacia both have picked this one.
I really liked her only turf race 2024, and like so many in here, she's been rained off repeatedly. She was close to a quick pace that fell apart in there. I thought she ran really well, and arguably the best race she ever ran. I've been waiting to bet her on the turf since then, so I'm going in today, and I think she can be forward and possibly saving ground, because we have seen horses inside on both turf courses so far today, and it might just be logical races, run well.
9-2 on the Donner of War Dancer. As we take a look here at Strictly Taboo, so the other Christophe Clement filly in this spot. She's won back-to-back starts. She had that win during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival to break her maiden, and she backed it up at the Saratoga meet to get through that New York bred first allowance condition.
Yeah, of all the runners coming out of a win and a non-winners of one in their previous turf race, I like her the least. She'd really step forward. I just feel like she's really going to have to take another step forward. But listen, she might be able to do it. Maybe she's a horse just finding herself finally.
Now with more, let's head back down to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at both of the horses for the Clement Barn, picking up where you guys left off with Strictly Taboo. And I think Andy brings up an important point that stepping through your conditions, it's tough because as you go up to the next level, you're going to have horses that you're facing with more seasoning, more experience, and more races under their belt, more effective performances. So that's going to be the challenge for Strictly Taboo. Now, she, unlike many others in this field, did not end up staying in those races scratched off the turf. She was in that same Fancy Pants Giuliano race, scratched, entered in an open turf sprint race and not against restricted New York breds. That also came off the turf. So as a result, it's been a little while since she's been racing, though ready to race. And that's just one of the challenges of being a turf horse in New York. But looking at her in here, she's incredibly fit. If anything, I do wish she had a little bit more muscle mass in her hind end, but sometimes it's tough keeping horses at peak fitness and regrouping when the races that you have circled on the calendar, which horsemen often work backwards from, don't necessarily materialize. But she's handling herself beautifully throughout. And to Andy's point, mentally, I think more than anything, she really has come a long way. Now, the number 2, Marco T, she stayed in running on the main track last time out, and she unfortunately just looked miserable throughout the running of that race, just not handling the wet track. So she gets back on her preferred surface in here as well. And she is stout, she's compact, she's everything you expect to see from a turf sprinter. She too, though, will have to face the next level of competition on the turf for the first time. But like I mentioned with a couple others back in the paddock, I just think it's such a big evident change with getting back on their preferred surface and should allow all of these horses to run better than they did last time out, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Minute to post coming up. We just are astounded looking at the board, and we'll get to it in a minute with the price the 5 is at. Let's go back to the 9, though. Here's Weekend Rags, Jorge Abreu, and the last time sprinting on the grass, it was a win right here at Belmont and Aqueduct.
Yeah, she's one of the 4 that last time they ran the grass got through the condition. She got a very good trip that day. Now, she beat Linerati, who always likes to lose. And Fancy Pants Giuliano took a number of starts to finally win up in Saratoga, and she got Flavie and Pratt, but she ran fine that day. I feel like she has to get better, but she's far from impossible. 4-1 doesn't do it for me, but I could see her winning. She could certainly win this race. But we both think that this 46-1 right now, the 5 is, we don't think, we know, it's absurd. It's
completely absurd.
And because this is a horse that wins and pays $95. There are going to be a lot of people going, well, wait a minute, she ran a 75 buyer last time she won. I'm going to tell you something about her 75 buyer, okay? The horse she beat, Sol Hope, from a buyer perspective, ran an 86 buyer, an 83 buyer. Then she lost this horse running a 75, and then she came back and ran an 84 buyer. So that's a very legitimate figure. And she's not a horse that hasn't competed. She's actually run okay here in the past. She has a second at 7-1 to the very talented Derry Nane in April 2023.
Here in New York, yeah.
I mean, neither one of us are saying this is a likely winner, but this horse should be 10 to 15 to 1. She's 12 to 1 in the morning line. I don't understand. This horse has gotten absolutely, completely lost in the wagering. That's what's happened here.
To me, look, Marco T, Ms. Big Bucks, I'm just kidding, Weekend Rags, and Strictly Taboo. Outside of those, probably, I think she's the next likeliest winner. And there's several that are just not even a stratosphere price-wise. They're taking more money than her.
Listen, I'm not going to pretend to tell you I know who's, I'm not even sure the 4 is the most likely winner here. I think maybe she is. It's very hard. This is a tough race. Suddenly the 7 just went down to 3-1. This is a very, very tough race, and 1 or 2 horses might just sort of run better than you'd expect. And now the 5's come down to 38 to 1. She's still an overlay at that price. We're not saying she's a likely winner, but she's certainly not 37 to 1, even unlikely, and she was.
She's
come down 10
points
points since we started this conversation. Now she's from 46 to 36.
What, 10 to 15 to 1? She should be in that range.
Yeah, she should be 13 to 1. Put it this way. On paper, she looks more likely to win this race than the last winner did, who on paper had absolutely no speed in a paceless race.
Way too big a price on Patria, and again, has performed well here in New York before against pretty stiff competition. Set for the 8th. 6 furlongs over the outer turf. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Dancer, last to load. Queen's Dancer moving forward. and in. All set. And they're off. Patria breaks very well, is hustled along for speed, and is the leader, is now up by a half length. Spooky Lady is up with the early tempo from the far outside. Queen's Dancer joins that early mix, and in behind rivals, that's Miz. Big Bucks, that's the leading quartet. Further outside is going to be Latest Edition, who's a tracking fifth. Patiently ridden is I'm Just Kiddin' for Rod Ortiz Jr. Ground-saving journey at the rail is Marco T. Less than 4 furlongs to go. On the far outside, there comes Weekend Rags. The 2 at the back, Autumn Glory and Strictly Taboo. 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. New leader is Queen's Dancer. Big long shot up front is up by a neck. Hustle along there, trying to keep up and hold that rail position is Patria, who's back for more, and Patria ready to challenge Queen's Dancer. These 2 big long shots here approach the top of the lane. Tipping towards the outside now, trying to chase them is Ms. Big Bucks, who's well in the clear, and here comes Ms. Big Bucks. Ms. Big Bucks is ready to challenge. Patria's down at the rail, is very game. Queen's Dancer is still in the mix. Autumn Glory needs a seam. Marco T is rallying on. The leader is still Ms. Big Bucks, fending him off. It's Ms. Big Bucks, who's up by 2. Here's Marco T to the outside. Autumn Glory late. Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory. Ms. Big Bucks over Marco T, Autumn Glory, and Patria in 1 minute 10 and 1.
Ms. Big Bucks with the win. Kendrick Carmouche, Michelle Nevin.
Kendrick just gave this horse a perfect ride. You know, he got the position behind the speed. When the 9 was sort of 5 was backing up a little on the behind the 10 with outside of him, he got her right to the 2 path immediately so he wouldn't get caught behind that horse, and then was able to easily swing out and get it done. And this was a quick enough pace that this was a very good effort by her. The 5, as we said, she didn't win, but she significantly outran her odds and gave you a little thrill at a big price. And Manny gave Marco T a very good ride to get second. Autumn Glory, I guess it feels to me like the first 4 finishers in this race all spent a significant portion of the race on the rail. Kind of interesting. And listen, Patria, I know she didn't win, but she sure didn't run like a 36-to-1 shot, Greg.
And I'm Just Kiddin', that was a strange ride. And it may have had some problems because it looked like Rod Ortiz Jr. kind of checked out of there and took that one back to last. Had maybe a rough time.
She has been a horse that lags a little bit, which is why she has problems in these races. And maybe there's a lot to be said for what Acacia was saying, to be fair. Saying that she hadn't loved how she was progressing and didn't love her coat. And she didn't run today as the favorite. And Ms. Big Bucks certainly showed up at a generous 6-to-1.
Yeah, 6-to-1 here. Second win on the turf for this 4-year-old filly. 3-2-1-5, 68-1, 36-1 to complete your try and superfectas here. With a former stakes winner on the turf, New York Stallion Series winner. Last year's a 3-year-old getting the victory.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, she made a lot of sense. And I'll tell you what's interesting about this. A lot of the horses that had, the only one of the horses that had, in their prior turf race, gotten through their non-winners of 1 condition that showed up was Marco T. Now, I do think it may have had something to do with them being on the rail, and I'm going to want to watch all of these turf races, particularly on the outer later, because even that David Donk horse in the maiden race that came up the rail at 25-to-1, horses may be, and the rails aren't down to 0, but horses may be being compromised that are not able to save ground.
Ms. Big Bucks with a win. Michelle Nevin Barn, JNN Stables, and 2 wins today. For the man in pink, Kendrick Carmouche, second coming here on Ms. Big Bucks in this 8th here at Belmont at the Big A on opening day of this fall meet. We're going to take a timeout. Still to come, our feature, the Winter Memories. Chad Brown, he'll send out a pair of 3-year-old fillies, including the one to beat Dynamic Pricing, coming off a 3rd place finish in Stakes Company at Saratoga.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hillendale at Aleppo, where the obscure becomes obvious. As we just saw Kendrick Carmouche and Miss Big Bucks get back to the winner's circle and back to the grass. Kendrick, a lot of these poor turf sprinters stuck with some bad weather, and this filly in particular really seemed to appreciate getting back on the green stuff.
Yeah, you know, Michelle kept running her on the dirt, which we was hoping for a sloppy track when it did come off, because she runs good in a sloppy track. And, you know, she ran very well last time to get beat right at the wire in Saratoga. And, you know, today she's back on the grass. And, you know, they had a lot of speed in the race. I thought I could have break her sharp and go from there. They covered me up good around the half. And I made my way out at the quarter pole. She done the rest. I mean, I'm just glad that Michelle got to get this filly finally on the grass to show that her potentials.
And you put her in a perfect spot, too, and it has to feel really good when you're able to get the right kind of trip with a horse that you know is back in the spot where she needs to be.
Yeah, I mean, I was sitting perfect. I figured if I break good, I have the inside trip to angle out when I wanted, and she put me in the right spot to win the race. You know, I just had to make sure I get my position early.
Well, coming up in the Winter Memories, I know you've done your homework, and I know it's your first time climbing aboard Ready to Jam, who does draw in, but any thoughts on that one, who's stretching out from a sprint?
I really do love her replays when I watch them. She's a really good filly. She don't really have if you watch her replays, she don't have a turn of foot, but she got a good gliding to her. And I think the flat mile would really help her from 6.5 to a mile. That's not that, you know, that's not of a big difference to us and to the horses when we're trying to stretch them out a little. But I love my shots. I mean, they got some horses that's unproven in that race, but I think Mr. Cassie put this horse in the spot today to be successful.
I knew you'd have some insight for us, Kendrick. Congratulations. Great to see you, and great to have an interview, as always.
Thank you, Acacia. Louisiana, baby. You know how we do it.
There you go, Greg.
In the house and smiling with a multiple win day for Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, this was a very good ride by him. He did everything right. He really did. I mean, you can say, okay, he was on the best horse, and that's fair. But a rider's job is to not screw it up, and he did better than not screw it up. He did everything to give her her best chance to win, and you can't ask anything more from a rider.
So Ms. Big Bucks, Stunner, a war dancer for Michelle Nevin, J&N Stables with Kendrick. Second on the day as mentioned. Takes this 8th here, Belmont at the Big A, and yeah, she was impressive against this group. There looked like a lot of ways to go in here, and she was very good. Marco T, Autumn Glory, complete the trifecta. This pick 5 shaping up to be massive with a pick 3 that came back over $560, I believe, for a dollar.
I mean, you're talking about $300. You're talking about around a $2,000 parlay for $2 after 3 races. I don't know what that pick 3 paid. Pick 3 paid
$568 for a dollar?
$548. It's kind of an underlay. It's weird.
Oh, it was just up? It was $548?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a low one. Oddly enough, in the double, the 8 is $22 for a dollar, and the 5 is $37 or $38 for a dollar. The 5 is favored in pick 3s. There's a certain randomness to that for sure.
Feature next, Winter Memories, 3-year-old fillies, mile on the grass, and even money on the Chad Brown filly coming out of that Grade 2 Lake Placid, where she finished 3rd, just behind She Feels Pretty. Now, Rad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard, short number.
It is a short number, and, you know, we'll see what kind of trip she can work out. She does not have a lot of early speed. And the pace has really changed here a little bit. Now, Cloudwalker stretching out should have speed. I think Poolside with Jim can be forwardly placed in this race. The horse Kendrick has to be forwardly placed. It'll be up to Irad Ortiz to get that kind of position with dynamic pricing, who now moves into post 5 with the scratches.
Coming up tomorrow, feature here, Grade 3. Fasig-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks Invitational. First of $350,000, mile and 3/8 in this spot. And mixologist break 3rd from the outside for Brad Cox. Got a win via DQ. Last time out, August 16th at Saratoga.
She did, and I wonder why Tony Dutrow didn't run the 13, but she could have gotten in. I was remiss in saying the 14 could show speed here as well. Listen, she probably was second best, and the winner, though, was justifiably disqualified. Even John Velasquez talked about it in the show. You're going to see her duck out the number 9 severely here. She actually didn't affect Mixologist. She affected the horse inside of her, the number 4, as you see right there as she comes out and Johnny looks over. Mixologist ran well in here, and she's improving with her starts. This is a much tougher spot, and that's why she's 7-1.
So Ruben Silvera.
Yeah, mixologist tomorrow, right? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting confused with the Proctor. Right. They're going to. The thing about the race tomorrow is who's going to improve at a mile and 3/8. Lady Mary, you know she can handle the distance. You were at Hopper Garden this day.
I was not when she went a mile and a quarter.
It?
Group 3 just missed against the next down winner by a head.
Call this photo, Greg. 4 of them crossed the wire.
That is not one of my talents, as you well know. So Manny Franco will be aboard for Jack Sisterson in the States debut.
Yeah, and you know she's going to be fine at the distance. I don't think she's going to be as big a price as she is. I thought she'd end up being maybe 2-1 or less in that race. And that was quite a finish there in this race. And I don't love the horse she ran against, but they're good enough. She's way the horse to beat in here. And you know, one thing, you already know she can handle the distance.
Right.
And distance, you know, you can bet a price and hope they improve going longer distance. You know this filly can handle it.
All right, so that is coming up, feature on our Saturday coverage. Meanwhile, part of those 4 Group 1s from Woodbine tomorrow, E.P. Taylor.
I'm confused.
What a remarkable record that Cinderella's Dream's putting together. What were you going to say?
I don't. Okay, it's $750,000. I get it, and the Sheik probably needs the money. He's probably a little strapped over there. She doesn't need a grade 1. She's going to be a homebred. They're going to breed her. They're not selling her foals. They're going to keep them. She would be 3-5 in the race tomorrow for $350,000. She's pretty good, but she's fighting against Moira.
Moira,
I know.
I don't think can lose this race.
I mean, Moira's really, really good, and I mean, I think, like you, she should be favored in here. And listen, Blue Rose Sen clearly has lost her good form. She was probably the best 3-year-old filly in France last year. I think even Fed Rover, I mean, she's going to get some pace, but man, she's got a serious rival in Moira. And I guess they're just bringing an army up to Woodbine. It's a big day for Godolphin up in Toronto, but I don't know. I mean, I'm glad she's not running here. We might have got a 6-horse field if she ran here.
Tough spot, but maybe. Look, she's 6 for 7 lifetime. Maybe she's taken that step and they feel like she's doing that good to give her this chance.
Okay, fine. I don't get it, though. I mean, the idea is to try to win races, and they'd be a much shorter price for it's American dollars, so it's not really half the money. I just think it's a. She can wait for the QE2 to be
off this Diana.
I don't get it.
I knew Moira would win next time out wherever she went. She was incredible in defeat in this performance.
She was very good.
She would go to the Beverly D next start at odds on and get by Fev Rover.
Greg just, by the way, just red boarded an odds on winner. I just want to make sure that was not lost by the rest of the
I loved her
fans.
this day. I loved her performance. She's so good.
I loved when she beat me a nose for second in here. I really did. I mean, I loved that she nipped me in exact. I was paying $72 for $1. So I'm with you. She ran very well. You're absolutely right. And listen, she runs very well pretty much every time she runs. I mean, she's a sensational horse. I'm not saying Cinderella's Dream can't beat her, but she's going to have to improve to beat her. This is a big ass. This is a good horse.
Very good. Yeah. And look, that Diana, too, that was off a lengthy layoff. She might have been, she had a race under her belt, might have been a different story.
She should be odds on against Cinderella's Dream, who would be odds on if she stayed here. I don't get it.
Feature opening day of this Belmont of the Big A Fall Meet. When we return, Winter Memories, there's the favorite. Dynamic pricing for Chad Brown. Even money. Well, the post parade when we come back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
look at Winter Memories kick away, but Dream Beast is going to try to tackle her in the final furlong. Winter Memories, a 2.5 length lead, followed by Dream Beast coming down to the line, and Tapits Fly. Under the finish, it is Winter Memories, victorious again.
Winter Memories, second grade one of her career in that 2012 Diana for Phillips Racing Partnership, 8 for 12 in her career. And I know we're showing the Diana. Go back if you can. Go and look at that Garden City. That is one of the most remarkable finishes I think I have ever seen. She had no chance to win that race. Blocked between a wall of horses, had to wait, and then swings out wide and just motors past everyone.
Lady Eli had a similar win in that Garden City, I think, where she was locked in the same situation. She was a wonderful horse, Winter Memories. Unfortunately got hurt after Diana never ran again. And she also always makes me think of Jimmy Toner, who's such a terrific trainer. Still in the game, we just don't see him that often around here, but she was a wonderful horse from a great line of tremendous racehorses.
Yeah, Mom was a star as well. Memories of Silver. Of course, here's the favorite. Coming up at even money, dynamic pricing, Chad Brown, Klarovich, Arad Ortiz Jr. Take a look at the most recent effort. Grade 2, Lake Placid, when she was third, beat less than a length and just a half length behind. She feels pretty.
And it's important to note this was a time when, with the rails down to 0, that all of the best running for basically an entire week was done by horse that saved ground in this race. Look at the horse in the lead, who ran well here. The horse, the Peter Brandt horse, who's inside of dynamic pricing, she was on the rail until the stretch. The winner spent the whole race on the rail. Both She's Pretty and dynamic pricing were compromised by being off the rail the entire way, and she lost to a very good horse there. She is far and away the most accomplished horse in here and the most talented, her best race, but she's got to get it done.
And the connections of dynamic pricing had a pretty good summer. Klarovich Stables, Seth Klarman, 7th owner title.
straight.
Chad Brown, 7th training title. 1 win away from equaling the record for wins he set back in 2018. And then Arad Ortiz Jr., his 6th overall Saratoga title, 3rd in a row. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
We'll start off with your favorite, dynamic pricing, and I completely agree with what Andy said with how well she ran last time out. And she obviously has some class about her, and coming off of a very good performance in which her stablemate Grayosh got the kind of trip that you really needed and got to save ground and duck to the inside with a terrific ride by Flavien Prat. But as far as dynamic pricing is concerned, physically, she's always going to be a horse that's harder for me to warm to. She's very lightly framed. She's one that just doesn't look like she's the best doer. She's a very energetic type, maybe lives on her nerves a little bit, but that's always how she is. So I'm seeing her, and she looks just as she did in her last race, in which she ran very well. She's a big leggy filly as well. There's just not much of her in her frame and the condition that she carries, but she's on her toes in here, and we'll see if she can build off of that good out last race. And I will note too, given that she has a lighter frame and with her pedigree, she has run very well on turf courses with some cut in them. The number 5 Whiskey Decision comes in after being the favorite in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks last time out, my first time laying eyes on her, but she's the exact opposite in the way that she's put together. She is strong, she is solid, she has a lot of good size and substance to her as well. And taking the blinkers off, because she had a little bit of an odd trip last time out in which she was sat just off of I Scream, You Scream early on, and then kind of dragged her rider up to the front end and ended up fading. So hopefully to get her to settle, and she does seem to be a feel-good type of filly and energetic, cutting back in distance a bit to the mile in here as well. I don't mind that, and I really like what I see from her. The number 3 La Race is an intriguing new face as she comes in from France, and she, yes, has not faced the toughest competition over in France, Greg, but she will appreciate getting onto firmer turf courses as she has a lot of good substance for a European import.
All right, Acacia, thanks. We'll kick things off with her, Le Ray. State's debut for Christophe Clement and those West Point Thoroughbred Silks.
Getting the rail will help her in this race, just being able to save ground. She lacks speed, and she'll need to improve, but she's been working well, supposedly.
Whiskey Decision put together 3 wins in a row before getting beat at Del Mar.
Expect her to be at least forward in here, and her race before Del Mar were good. She can bounce back.
Cloud Walker stretching out for Brendan Walsh.
Got to be forward. You have to think Lescano's going to go with her. And Brendan Walsh's numbers stretching out are not bad.
Regulatori on poolside with Slim.
Got a sensational ride in the Penn Oaks to win, and don't hold her last against her. A lot of horses don't run well at Churchill.
Dynamic Pricing makes a nice appearance for Chad Brown.
She won the warm-up, I think. She won.
Yes, she
by
did.
everybody.
Lady DeBerry from the Chad Brown barn as well.
Will she be aggressive in this race to help the pace?
So one Kendra Carmouche will be riding. Talked about it with Acacia, ready to jam.
Not the only sprinter stretching out. Her last was pretty good, but she's got to stretch out and do it here against a pretty salty bunch.
Proctor Street, her mom was very good. Multiple graded stakes winner at Saratoga.
Brennan Walsh decided to be a little more conservative, scratching out of the Lake Placid, a race that her dam won. She's got talent. She needs to step forward.
And speed, and had the lead in the Lake Placid before going into the stretch. Will shorten up today. Ori.
Is she fast enough to clear in this race is really the million-dollar question, because there is some speed in here. But she's quick.
37-1. From the outside post with John Velasquez. You can get signed up, play this race, and all the action all meet long and beyond with Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus with that code at sign up, match 200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime, right there at NairaBets.com. State's debut for that filly, Luray, just leaves our screen as we go back to the 12. Proctor Street, the big pedigree. Brendan Walsh, Dylan Davis won first time out at Horseshoe Indy and then came to the big leagues at Saratoga and won by a nose to remain perfect.
And she beat the horse that came back and won the Lake Placid. Now, having said that, if the horse that she beat had been sitting in last and she'd been able to follow Proctor Street, she would have won this race. And I don't blame Flavien Prat. It wasn't a bad ride. It was a ride that didn't work out ultimately because he got beaten by a horse that got a better trip. But he had to push the button when he did, Flavien. But he ended up making that big wide move while Tyler was able to save ground while Spalde was going wide in the turn and able to get her down at the wire. I don't think she ran the best race. She got the better trip. They both did run well, and she's improving, and she certainly has a chance to take another step forward and be effective here. And keep in mind, with the scratches, she's down to post 8. So she's not the 12. You know what I mean? I think some are intimidated by that. And Greg, don't you think 7-1 is a generous price on her?
I liked her when she won last time at 17-1. Yeah, I think she's a major player. None of these, I don't think Dynamic Pricing should be 7-5 in here. Do you? Here's the 7. Poolside was slim.
I actually do.
You think she should be?
Yeah, I think she's proven herself to be better than these horses.
Okay.
Now, I'm not running to better at that price, maybe 8-5.
We don't even know what Proctor Street is yet. Really?
Well, but we know that she's got to improve to beat Dynamic Pricing, and they play a similar game. They're both horses that come from well back. So Dynamic Pricing has proven herself. Now, I don't think here's the horse. I think that the 12 should be 5-1 and the 3 should be 7-1. That's the change I'd make. That's the biggest thing I do. Because the 5, by the way, has run some pretty good races as well. And things just didn't work out in California where she was oddly a heavy favorite.
4 minutes to post. Let's go back down to Acacia.
And we'll check in with the number 7 Poolside with Slim, who Rusty Arnold did want to run last week at Kentucky Downs, but unfortunately excluded at the big fields there. So coming here instead, which she said did not necessarily want to ship coming in here, but looking for an opportunity to get to run. And she certainly does fit. She got a terrific ride from Frankie Dettori to win the Penn Oaks 2 starts back. And he will get a chance to reunite with her again here today. And last time out in the Teppan, I thought that she was maybe not handling that Churchill Downs turf course that well. She was kind of swapping leads, maybe kind of leaning on her neighbor, not running forward. And it's not abnormal, I think, to find some horses that don't necessarily handle that turf course. So I won't hold it against her. One thing that does concern me a bit is that she's gotten quite hot. But looking back, I had written in watching her most recent workout or watching her most recent race that she looked like she got hot that day too. So I'm guessing that's pretty normal for her. She's an intriguing prospect coming in here as the 12 Proctor Street. To my eye, she actually won the warm-up. Tyler Gafflin was aboard last time. Dylan Davis aboard today, took her right away from the pony, and she extended beautifully. It's actually my first time laying eyes on her, as I wasn't in the paddock for her last start, but she's not that big. She is actually quite small, but certainly with her pedigree, being out of Proctor Sledge, who was so talented and consistent and had certainly won nice races in Saratoga, including that Lake Placid. She has a pedigree and has shown she can go long, and you can see it in her stride. stride and the way she extends herself over the grass. So I really liked what I saw from her warming up, as we'll get a chance to really see just how good she is stacking up against her fellow talented 3-year-olds. And to wrap up thoughts on the 3, Larray, as I did mention, she comes back in here making her U.S. start. And as Greg touched on training well, before the sword dancer, she was the regular workmate for Farbridge, who did wire the field in that sword dancer. And she's been keeping company lately with Atomic Blonde, who is a graded stakes type as well, although a filly, the other one obviously a colt. So she has shown that she's been working really well. Obviously, the U.S. debut, there's always going to be some questions as to how she will stack up and how does she fit into the race. You can expect that she will be coming from off of it, though, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Again, as you talked about, Andy, in the right spot, immediately will get to save ground from that inside post.
No, I think that could be beneficial. And we'll see. We've seen horses on the races that we've run in the outer course. Is this on the outer or the inner? This is on the inner. And the inner, they've done well. They've been able to save ground. We'll see. We'll see how it works out. I mean, my experience with a lot of the French 3-year-old fillies is even the better ones are not necessarily as good as some of the races look at that level, especially when we expect from Europeans, and she's running a much lower level. She would have to improve to win this race. I mean, it's as simple as that. Her form is not good enough to beat these. Now, she may improve. She's certainly in a very good barn, working with good horses, but good horses that like to go a distance of ground. And if you like her 6-1, jump in.
Meanwhile, there's Frankie Dettori, poolside with Slim for Rusty Arnold. Had a win in the Pen Oaks. Take a look at that back on May 31st. As the favorite.
What a ride this was by Frankie. See him saving ground. You'll see the second place finisher scratched out here, saved ground as well, and got out late to finish second. This was a great ride and a great trip, but she did beat a horse at Pounce who came back to win the Lake George. Now, Pounce did better closing. He did in the front end, but from a quality standpoint, she beat a pretty good horse.
So off since late June, tried the Tepin at Churchill. We've not seen her since. And 8-1 right now. As you see where Acacia and Andy will wind up. Acacia going on Whiskey Decision. Blinkers coming off for Arnaud Delacour.
I think that horse is a very dangerous potential upsetter. So is the public. She's a 3-1 second choice.
6-5, though, dynamic pricing. As you get a look here at the first-time runner here in the States, Larray, West Point Thoroughbred Silks, Christophe Clement, and Joel Rosario.
She does not have speed. She was about 8th early in the race, but she ended up last top of the stretch at Longchamp. It's a very long stretch. She was able to fan out and make that big run, but do not expect to see the number 3 Larray close early.
Meanwhile, there's the favorite. Was the favorite. There she is.
The camera's just being drawn to the number 3 in here, Greg.
She looked great warming up, didn't she?
Which one?
Dynamic pricing.
I'm going to be honest with you, Greg. They all look the same to me. They got
I thought
4
you
legs.
commented on it too, which was rare. I
was joking when she ran out in the post parade. How she ran by everybody. I expect good horses to look good, but I'm going to defer to Acacia and Maggie and Richie on things like that.
6-5 fair. I would have let you, but I thought you were being serious when you said that.
If you ever hear me say
Brown,
they look great out there, you know I'm not being serious.
Arad Ortiz Jr., third off the slight layoff here. Graded stakes. Placed already a graded stakes winner of the Edgewood and trying to add another stakes win to the resume here. We'll see what happens in our opening day feature. Winter Memories. Mile on the turf for 3-year-old fillies. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Ori stepping forward. And in. All set for the Winter Memories. And they're off. Breaking awkwardly and inward was Poolside with Slim. Now straightens up, and here comes Ready to Jam from the outside, and Ready to Jam is the leader. Also joining this leader is going to be Ori, and Ori wants to apply some pressure and now takes the lead, is up by a neck as they work towards that first turn. Ori's in front. It's Ori and John Velasquez going to carve out the fractions. Right in behind this leader is Ready to Jam, who broke on top but is now back to third. Gets passed to the outside by Proctor Street. That's the leading trio. Here comes Poolside with Slim. Is now more patiently ridden and is in the 4th position after that early break. Is in 4th. It's 2.5 off the leaders. Little rank there as Cloudwalker wants to go, is now back to the 6th position, gets passed by Dynamic Pricing. Towards the back end, led Ace. Second to last is going to be a Whiskey Decision with the trailer. Lady to Berry, 23-4 for that early opening quarter and 48.51 for a half-mile time. A big long shot in Ori. Ori is fending him off so far. Ready to challenge towards the outside. Here's Proctor Street. Ready to jam, is staying in the early mix. And there's Poolside with Slim, who starts to rally on from fourth. Dynamic Pricing is getting closer. 3 off the lead. Chasing that move is going to be Ledesma as they get set to reach the top of the lane. And here's Proctor Street and Dylan Davis ready to challenge Ori, who's game towards the inside. Poolside with Slim is starting to straighten up. And here comes the run from Poolside with Slim is tipping towards the outside. Ledesma is also rolling. The gray is going to split rivals late. And Dynamic Pricing is now fully in gear. 5 across the course in the Winter Memories. Ledesma emerges with the front. It's Ledesma who gets the victory and wins the Winter Memories. Photo there with the big long shot Ori and an oncoming Dynamic Pricing. Poolside with Slim finished fourth in 1 minute 35 and 4.
Le Race, Joel Rosario, Christophe Clement, States debut, West Point Thoroughbreds. Now a stakes winner here in the U.S.
Yeah, they have this filly ready to roll, and she certainly got the right trip in here. An excellent ride by Joel. Both the first and second place finishers. The second place finisher, an extreme long shot, spent the majority of the race on the inside. Joel saving ground coming the stretch. Irad got a little bit antsy making that early wide move around the turn, and she just wasn't able to gain out in the middle of the racetrack. And it just seems like all of the best running on this course, on both courses, are being done towards the inside, and it really benefited. And a terrific run by her. She definitely stepped forward in her stateside debut. But the 14 hanging on for second in this race at 43 to 1.
Ridiculous place.
I think it shows you how strong the inside is in this turf course, and it really benefited these runners.
3:14.8, who was the favorite, and then Poolside was Slim. Completes the superfecta in here. Le Race at 6 to 1, first time here in the States, and she has now won 3 in a row. Last couple of Longchamp in France, and now here on U.S. soil. Fist bump, Joel with the outrider, and again. Going into the final leg now, pick 5, this is going to be massive.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be huge. What did we say it was? About a $2,000 parlay, about $15,000 now. Yeah, it's going to be almost $4,000, $3,500, about $3,500 and share or more for 50 cents. There are going to be some big ones on the board. It'll be interesting to see what happens. And if you're alive through Naira Bets and you opted in, you might get the whole $10,000. And the pick 6 not going to be hit, right?
You're going to win a lot more than that, too.
Right, but it doesn't help to get a little extra.
A little bonus.
Little extra is always good, Greg.
Joel for Christophe Clement in the Winter Memories here, Le Race. And there is Christophe Clement. We talked about some of his big Grade 1 wins, Saratoga this summer, and now he's got a little reloading here with a nice 3-year-old filly to add to the barn, and showing she has some quality to take this Winter Memories to feature on opening day here at this fall meet. Belmont at the Big A. 3:14.87 finish. When we come back, take a look back with 9/11 just passing the anniversary and what Tiznow's win meant for our country, helping us heal from such a difficult time in our nation's history. Stay with us.
$1 million did I hear? $1 million. $1 million on a $1 $400,000 on a pie. $1.5 million and $1.6 million. $150,000. $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races and our Winner's Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Lorraine State's debut. She impresses here in this first down effort on American soil for Christophe Clement, West Point Thoroughbreds under Joel Rosario.
Yeah, terrific job by them. Congrats to them. See my man Tommy Bellhouse in the winner's circle. Good job by Christophe and the team to get her ready in a super ride by Joel Rosario. And the 1, 2, and 5 not covered in the pick 5.
Wow. Imagine that. One race to go. 3 in a row for Lorraine. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And very happy to be joined by West Point Thoroughbreds Tom Bellhouse, as well as co-owner Heather Winters. And Tommy, let's start with you. Worth the wait for Lorraine to get a chance to see her here. What a nice finish.
Yeah, this is, a long time coming. Christophe put a deal together to bring this filly over. We were ready to roll at Saratoga. She had a little bit of like an abscess under her chin. Nothing we could treat or nothing that we could make go away, and eventually it just dissipated. And we looked at some other races, and Christophe put a circle around this one, and Winter Memories was one of our favorite fillies from years past to win this and win it with Heather. Just a real thrill, and the way she did it, that's about as exciting as it comes.
Certainly was, and a classic Joel Rosario weaving through traffic too. But Heather, you've been part of a few horses, and this is actually your first time getting a chance to take a win picture.
In the winner's circle, yes. Not the first win, but the first picture in the winner's circle. So it's lovely, and I want to thank Christophe and Miguel and the entire team, because it's just such a thrill and such an experience, and honestly, it's a wish come true.
And as you said, not the first win, but getting a chance to be here and watch your horse have success on the track, and especially with the U.S. debut. How exciting is that from an owner's perspective?
I think it's why we're here, right? And why we've come to racing. It's just such a deep thrill. I can't even express it. It's really just exciting.
Well, the future
wants me to have more. I want to have more.
I certainly want that for you too. The future looks bright. Congratulations.
Thank you, Acacia.
And well, there you go. Greg looking for more wins, and that's certainly why we do it.
Beat some talented 3-year-old fillies in this group too. She may have a bright future.
I could be wrong, but I feel as though Acacia really perked up with that Christophe Clement horse winning.
Bit.
Just noticed a little bit of excitement by her, and no reason not to be. Of course, you want to root for the home team in her case, and a great job by them getting her ready. It's tough for the Europeans to get them to come here and acclimate, and that was a great ride by Joel Rosario. But I am going to continue to say it, and I'm not knocking her. She ran very well. You want to save ground on these courses, and right now it's something to think about as we head into the weekend of racing on these 2 turf courses, and it just seems like it's a real benefit on both turf courses.
The 6 and strangely the 7, as you said, covered in the pick 6. As for the late pick 5, you said how many are?
The 1, 2, and 5 would create a carryover. Okay. Long shots are not.
Is incredibly rare.
Amazing, and the 6 and 7 covered the pick 6, which seems outrageous.
$40,000 state-bred maiden claimer coming up here at 6 furlongs. So we'll get to this field coming up in a moment. Oh, the anniversary of 9/11 just passing. The last few days have been a time to reflect and remember all the lives lost in that horrific tragedy. While it was incredibly difficult for our nation to process what had taken place that day, sometimes sports can help heal. That year's Breeders' Cup Classic, which is now, even if just for a moment, is a great example of just that.
That morning I was in my living room having a cup of coffee, and my buddy Richard Rosenblatt called me up on the phone and said, turn on the TV, and he hung up the phone. I went, okay, and that was that.
We came up here to the roof, which is only about 12 miles from the World Trade Center, watching all the smoke billowing and all the horror that was going on, and we knew that our lives had been forever changed.
Well, he had run in the Woodward Stakes 3 days prior to 9/11, and Sandy and I were there and flew back from New York 2 days before 9/11 on 9/9. And then nobody could fly, of course, after 9/11 for some time. So he remained at Belmont Park in Shug McGay's barn. He also had his exercise boy and groom with him. And they stayed, I think, about 11 or 12 more days before they could fly out of New Jersey and come back to California.
The racetrack's always been my sanctuary. It just particularly those first few days, it was really hard to feel like this was important, what we were doing.
Getting back to work certainly was a distraction, but the fright of what happened came rushing back when I arrived in New York.
I went upstairs and went into the booth, and I looked out to the infield, which I had looked out over from my perch up there 1,000 times. And I looked at the tote board, and I looked, something was different. And then I picked up my glasses, and I looked over, and there was a sniper's nest in the tote board.
Right before the races began on Breeders' Cup Day, track management asked all the jockeys to put their colors on, and we were all given an FDNY hat or a NYPD hat.
Everybody understood the magnitude of that, and that we were all in solidarity about what happened. No matter where you were from, we're on the same page, and everybody had that same feeling that we were going to show the world that we were going to put on the best show possible and keep racing at the forefront.
Ready for the start of the Classic. And they're off.
I asked him to run coming out of the gate because we were stuck out in the 10-hole, and all the way down the backstretch he was traveling very comfortably. And then I heard a horse coming to my outside, and I saw the blue Godolphin colors.
Here comes the ARC winner, Saki, and he storms to the lead. Saki a narrow lead, and Tiznow is battling on. The American Horse of the Year and the ARC winner are heads apart with a furlong to go in the Classic.
At the 16th pole, I decided, well, I'll give him one tap to see if he'll respond favorably from that, and he did.
On the outside, Saki, Tiznow fights on. Here's the wire, desperately close. Tiznow wins it for America.
You could say, I suppose, that it was a jingoistic thing to say, but it was the story. It was the story.
I felt like racing won that day. It was a celebration of our sport in the face of unspeakable terror.
It was a realization of a dream again that year to have him win it twice in a row, and he really deserved it.
I was just flooded with emotions, mostly elation, and very, very proud that Tiznow would show up on a most important day in the history of our country, not just the history of our racing industry.
Well, anytime you think back on that day, and of course 9/11, our anniversary just passed, and we saw, if you live in New York, you see those beams for the two towers going high into the sky. Brings back so many emotions on what was a day no one ever forgets what they were doing at that moment.
No, I know what I was doing. The second tower got hit. I was right below it on the street, and after it hit, I ran about as fast as I could through Zuccotti Park to get to the subway to head uptown. It was a crazy scene down there, no doubt about it. And so many of us lost people that we knew. So many awful stories and such a terrible day. Really not much else you can say about it, but it's a day that affected really everybody and probably the most important day in a lot of ways for an outside event, outside of family. And some people, unfortunately, for family in our lives.
We're going to get back to this finale coming up here to close out this card here on opening day of the meet. New York Bred's $40,000 maiden claiming 6 furlong sprint. And that right there is the filly to beat here. She showed speed against Better last start. She drops in class today for Mike Maker. And the man who just won his 3rd straight Saratoga riding title will be aboard. Arad Ortiz Jr. Stay with us.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we have horses in the paddock here for the nightcap 2-year-old maiden claiming race for the New York bred sprinting on the main track. And we'll take a look at a few first-time starters here in the paddock, starting off with the number 3, Just Words, who is a filly by 1,000 Words, who's actually had a pretty good start at stud. Namely, you think of the Queen's MG, who won a couple of stakes up at Saratoga, and he's been very proficient with his 2-year-old so far. This one sold for $42,000 on debut, but she worked 10 flat at the OBS March 2-year-old sale, and I thought she had to be asked a bit to start, but then for a horse that sold at a relatively reasonable price, I thought extended herself quite nicely and did it pretty easily. So certainly something that could speak to a little bit of quality as she does come in here and have to a horse that was a 5-time dirt sprint winner and did win it too, so there's some precocity. I do think that she looks fit and ready for debut. My one concern is I wish she looked a bit better in her coat overall, but I do think that she is one who, like I said, maybe has a little bit of ability hinting at it from that 2-year-old Sales Breeze. Now, a couple of other first-time starters, number 7, Tower 22. This was the one that just grabbed my attention right off the bat. Beautifully turned out, daughter of Connect, great in her coat, very healthy looking, incredibly fit coming in here for John Service. And she is a New York bred, so certainly makes sense for him to ship her and run here, though she has been training at Parks. And just being logical, for $40,000, she was only purchased for $17,000, but she absolutely looks ready to go, fits these conditions well, and like I said, from a physical perspective, just the one that grabbed my attention right off the bat. The number 9, TD McGee, very intriguing as she's a homebred for Flying P Stable. They campaigned the mare Distinctive Lady, who was 15 for 58 in her career. She was durable, she was consistent, and she ran for quite a long time as well. This is her first foal, and she's a homebred, so debuting for $40,000, and Bruce Levine can absolutely have a horse ready to roll at first asking, especially with 2-year-olds as well. But looking at her, especially in comparison to a couple of others, she's been very laid back here in the paddock, very professional. I do think that she would benefit from a race from a fitness perspective to tuck up a bit. She does carry quite a bit of condition, but like I said, you have to appreciate that sort of pedigree from a hard-knocking mare, and this is her first foal, and we'll see if she can do her mama proud on debut, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you right there. Rad Ortiz Jr., he's on the 8-5 favorite, start number 3, and a drop in class for Bubby Dearest.
I don't know how anybody's taking 8-5 on this horse. I really don't. And listen, she may win, just as the 10 Practically Summer, who finished ahead of her 2 starts back, may win this race. But these horses have not shown a single thing or a single bit of ability in their 2 starts.
She showed speed against Better, and at 6.5 furlongs, she only has to last 6 today. So there's some things to like.
Well, wait, you say Better. She finished 2 lengths behind Practically Summer, who sat outside of her. So she didn't...
On the lead. She was doing the hard work up front, no?
She was just off of her. She was stalking her outside. She ran worse. She's 8-5 because Irad's riding her. Let's call it what it is. She's a horrible bet at 8-5.
Okay, so you can say that, but that filly who you mentioned, Practically Summer, is going to have to try and run this one down because this one will be in front, don't you think?
No, I don't know that because I know that there's a lot of first-time starters. Now, of the horses that have run, and there's only 2 of them, it's probably faster than Practically Summer. But Practically Summer kind of showed who she was in her next start, right? When she didn't do any running at all. I think these horses are not good and are bad horses to be taking a short price. Now, maybe none of the firsters can run. It's certainly always possible in here. But, man, if any of these firsters can run, they're going to beat both the 6 and 10. I'll tell you that. Because these horses are 40-buyer-type horses. I mean, they have – I'm not saying they can't improve in time, but other than
I'm just saying it's hard to – there's not nothing to like with the 6.
Okay, I disagree.
In my opinion.
Okay, that's fair. We can agree to disagree. I think there's a lot to dislike. I think there's an enormous amount to dislike. I didn't think this horse ran well at all that day. Yeah, she's dropping, and maybe none of these firsters can run, but the 3 had a nice workout. I like the 3. Case had good things to say about the 7. John Service coming in with the New York bred, obviously. You got the first time Bruce Levine, who can always be dangerous. I'm going to believe that some firster's going to win this race. I would listen. It's a guessing game, but I wouldn't bet the 6 and 10.
I went with the 3 as well as a firster.
There you go.
But I'm just saying there are some positives with the 6.
I'm not sure.
But yes, run very slow. No question.
They're much overshadowed by the negatives. How's that?
There you go. Dylan Davis on a long shot from the rail.
The best thing to say about this horse is, why is Dylan showing up on this horse? Maybe it's a good sign.
Interesting. 18-1 X-Door. Chris Elliott with another opportunity.
This one has experience, but didn't run well. But this horse showed speed and gets blinkers on. Why can't this horse be in front?
We're both intrigued by this first-time starter, the 3.
My man, Jimmy Ryerson. I like the workout. I'm betting.
Dan produced Munachi, 5-time winner, who was a first-out winner as well. Selectively sweet, 21-1.
To be fair, this horse's first buyer of 40 on the dirt is as good as the best buyer Bubby Dearest ever run. She's 21-1.
Divorce of course, 31-1.
Nowhere to go but up after 2 negative buyers.
Carlos Martin, blinkers off. We'll see what happens. Bubby Dearest showed speed last start and then backed up.
I did watch the documentary about Faye Dunaway yesterday, which is somehow related to Bubby Dearest.
That terrified me, that movie, Mommy Dearest. Here's 5-1 on Tower 22.
How about Bubby Dearest? Yeah, I think this is the first they're taking the most money right now.
Just another 1,000 words, first-time starter, Silent Sandy.
First foal from an unraised dam, and not much to say about the second dam.
T.D. McGee, Bruce Levine, Flying P.
Good name, Flying P. Can they keep it going after their big Saratoga?
Practically Summer does have that third-place finish against State Bred Maiden Special at Saratoga.
Sandwiched between 2 absolutely horrific performances. Second choice.
And Fifi Lafoum for Rudy Rodriguez, first-time starter outside.
Don't you feel like if Tom Durkin were still around, we'd have a lot of fun with Fifi Lafoum?
Yes, we would.
Tom would have liked that horse. He would have been looking at it and thinking, I hope this horse wins. I can really have fun with this.
And I thought there were some interesting reasons to look at this horse, but not getting any attention right now.
I listen, it's all again. It's McKenzie. I mean, McKenzie's been effective. Probably they were going to be better going longer. I just think this is a race. If you're defaulting to 8-5 on the 6, seriously, maybe you'll cash. I think you're making a bad gamble.
Yeah. We both like this one, so 10-1 here. Even the second dam was a first-out winner. The only Munaccio I talked about was a first-out winner, 5-time winner.
But both foals from the dam ran buyers in the 70s.
Yeah.
You know what a buyer in the 70 would do to this field? Be a lap job. I mean, seriously, it's not as though these horses weren't okay. So I like the workout. I like that. I like Jose for Jimmy Ryerson. For me, lots to like. 1, 2, and 5. Pick 5 carryovers.
Why is taking 0 money?
The 5?
With the 3, with a win early pedigree.
Yeah. That's true.
See what happens.
Who knows? Maybe the horse isn't any good. We'll find out. But I'd rather guess with a first-time starter if you feel as though you have a reason to play than just default to 2 horses that have run and not run well. And
there was some early money on this one, this first-time starter, Tower 22. And this is one of the horses you said right alive in the pick 6?
Yeah, the 6 and 7, the 2 horses alive, man. Whew, I don't know how you got there, but you're smart. Whoever got there is very sharp. I mean, you see John Service coming in, but obviously he's going to come in with a New York bred. A very good trainer. I think we mentioned him earlier today, right? Didn't we show a horse of his that won a big race a few years back?
Yeah, horse named Smarty Jones.
Right. It's a Blue
Stuart Elliott Rode, whose son
How did
Chris
he not ride Chris Elliott on the first days
on the 2,
in town? I know.
Would have been cool if he was on the 7.
Wouldn't it be? That would be a story.
Practically Summer. Here's the other one with experience. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado.
Should they change his name to Practically Fall? Can he change with the winter of the seasons?
It's practically still summer.
It is still summer. It's summer until the 20th or 21st.
Oh, 21st, yeah. Okay.
It's like the equinox or whatever it's called. Solstice.
7
Solstice
to 2.
is the
between
half
real
years,
quick. We're
right?
going to go to Acacia right now. Between the 6 and 10, if you had to pick one.
10.
Really?
Yeah, because bigger price. And I think they're both bad.
Okay, let's go to Acacia.
Picking up with the number 10, Practically Summer. Yes, a few more weeks technically of summer, but I will say now that the sun has gone down a little bit chillier out here. But from a physical perspective, it'd be hard for me to endorse this one. I just feel like from the debut, which was the only other time I was in the paddock for her race, to today, she just has trended in the opposite direction of what I would have liked to see. She's not strengthened up at all. In fact, now she's actually outfitted with a breastplate around her chest to keep the saddle in place, those that are very narrow. She has not put on much muscle mass. She is a bit more awake, a bit more alert now in her 4th start. But she has a big pedigree as well. The dam sister to Zivo and Beautiful Lover, horses that both appreciated going much longer. And so I thought maybe longer might be the future for this one. But like I said, she just really hasn't progressed since her debut. So it's tough for me, though she is taking a drop in class, like I said, to endorse her. From a physical perspective, I would say I prefer the 6, Bubby Dearest. She is one that I do think has progressed, at least as far as her fitness is concerned, and she is a round, stout, compact, typical sprinter type of frame. I, in her first race, didn't love how she was warming up. She warmed up fine out there on the track today. Irad Ortiz did not even link her up with the pony for the post-race, just went right off, and then now settling well. So as your favorite, I would say that of the ones that have run before, she certainly does make some sense. And I did the Talking Horses handicapping show today, so sticking with my top pick at the 9 TD McGee. But if I'm just going based off of what I've seen, the 7 Tower 22 would be the pick just from a physical perspective and what I've seen in the preliminaries, Greg.
For John Service, the 7th. Thank you, Acacia. Tower 22. Kendrick Carmouche looking for his 3rd on this opening day card. 6-1, and that actually is what, 3rd choice on the board?
Yeah. And money coming in for the 3, dropped down from 10 or 11 down to 7-1. It's so hard to know. I mean, listen, my opinion is that a firster will win this race. The problem is which one. I'm guessing with the 3. We'll see. My other opinion is, and a friend of mine texted me and saying what Mike Maker has great numbers, maiden special and maiden claimer in dirt sprints. That horse can win. Of course the 6 can win. Of course the 10 can win. I just think you can find better gambles at the racetrack than taking 9-5 in the 6. That's all I say. That's all I mean. I don't think you disagree with that.
I was taking a more positive stance than you were with the 6.
But would you bet this horse at 9-5? And you don't mean...
no, absolutely. I mean, look, I absolutely use this horse protectively in multi-race
That's
wagers.
a different story. That's
I would not bet this
only
horse
the
at 8 to 5
nitwits on Twitter think that you're not supposed to use horses like this defensively in multi-race plays, and they don't cash, so they can stick to that horrible opinion.
I think the horse has a good chance to win, but it's not my top pick, but yeah, absolutely would use.
Little money on the 11? Have you seen a little bit of money there on the 11?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things to like. Fifi La Fume, Ruben Silvera for Rudy Rodriguez, 10-1 outside.
I was going to say some sniffs for Fifi La Fume. Would that be a bad way to put it?
I honestly thought, look, the 1, the 2, the 5 would shock me. Outside of that, I could see anyone winning. What did you think?
They're the ones that cause a pick 5 carryover. You know what I'm really rooting for? The 6 not to be in front early. That's my biggest root is the 3 to win. My second biggest root is the 6 not to be in front early. I mean, the 2 is going to be in front, obviously. I would not in front. It's going to be forward, I would assume. Yeah. Who knows? These are so hard. Yeah, the 1, 2, and 5 are obviously tough to make a case for, but this is a tough to make a case for race, right? If a goofy horse is going to win, this is the race, right?
No question. And there's Chris Elliott.
Uh-oh.
Waiting to see what happens with
she's
They're
going
help
in, I
into
think.
the gate without him. 3 members of the starting gate crew will try and help get Elani in, who did show, brief speed, and she is not cooperating against at least seemingly tougher company, New York-bred maiden special weight company in that debut when she was 34-1. But checked out of it quickly in the race in which Bubby Dearest was there. And it was Bubby Dearest who was in front that day with blinkers on, Elani. That young man won with his first career mount, just 18 years old, won with his first 2 career mounts at Monmouth.
We look forward to them having a nice winter. Is that a Phillies? Wait, are those like Phillies uniforms? The Mets playing the Phillies tonight? I got a problem with that, Greg. This is every game is important for the Mets right now. Mets are right up. They're one up in the wild card chase. You're a New Yorker now, man. You got to start rooting for the Mets.
Can't do it.
No.
But I will not root for the Phillies. Does that help?
Well, no, but nobody's rooting for the Phillies. Come
Set
on.
for the nightcap with some big pick 5s and pick 6s hanging in the balance. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the finale on this opening day of the meet.
TD McGee stepping forward, goes in. Here is a Selectively Sweet. Selectively Sweet steps forward. Just a few of these, a touch reluctant to load in the finale. Practically Summer. Now 3 out. Here is Divorced, of course. Divorced, of course, right in behind the starting gate. 2 left to load. Practically Summer, Junior Alvarado, now rearing up behind the gate. Assistant starters over there with Practically Summer. Will step forward. It goes in. Last to load. Fifi Lafeume. Fifi Lafeume. Ruben Silvera aboard. They go in. Almost. Now backs up. Fifi Lafeume got right up to the gate. Backed away. Assistant starters. Just working with a few of these 2-year-olds. Now going in. All set. And they're off. Very slow start there for Miceli of War, and also off a step slow is Ailani. It's a scramble on for the front end. Fifi Lafeume on the far outside has got early speed in between horses. Right there is Bubby Dearest and having to work. Ailani has now gotten to the front end, but had to work to get there. Speeds away. Fifi Lafeume is now stalking and secures second. Back there in third, there comes Bubby Dearest. Very strung out here in the early stages. Hustle Along Selectively Sweet is trying to keep up. Here comes the run from Practically Summer, is now a challenging fourth, 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Tailing off was Divorced, of course, is now in behind rivals as Tower 22 was just a touch green, but is now commencing a rally as they are approaching a quarter mile left to go. Also towards the back end, TD McGee rallying on is Miceli of War, and at the back there is Silent Sandy. 3 across the racetrack here as they approach the top of the stretch, and a new leader is Junior Alvarado on Practically Summer. Fifi Lafeume is trying to hang tough, is down towards the inside. Also rallying on, here comes Bubby Dearest, is trying to present a late rally. Miceli of War is absolutely flying from the far back end of the field. Big long shot down towards the inside, Miceli of War. Here comes Bubby Dearest in between horses, Practically Summer, as they're inside the final 16th. Here comes that rally from Miceli of War, who's in front. Big long shot in the finale. Miceli of War wins it. Miceli of War wins it over Bubby Dearest. A late run there from Just Words. Then came a photo, Tower 22 with Practically Summer in 1 minute 16 and 3.
Miceli of War, first-time starter. Dylan Davis, that's why he showed up on this 29-1 shot.
What did this horse get left? About 4 lengths behind the field and still managed to win the race? I told you a firster would win, Greg.
Let's go back to the beginning. Keep your eyes on the inside. Race over for the 1.
This horse, I said to you after they broke the gate, I said, okay, so the 1's not going to win. And by the way, the 2 was in front, and the 6 wasn't even in the top 3 when they went a quarter of a mile.
What did I say to you? At least I was right about one thing. The 1's not going to win the race. Unreal performance.
Dylan stayed for a reason. I'm going to say this very clearly. This horse was best. And we have a pick 5 carryover. Let me go back and tell you roughly how much this pick 5 carryover is. I can tell you what the pool. Oh, I can't. I can tell you what the pool was. I have to go back into Naira Bets.
Emron Ibrahim with his first winner of the year with a 29-1 shot.
You ready? Pick 5 carryover, 60, 57. I'm going to say roughly $323,000 in the pick 5. It's a 15% takeout, right? So there was 380,000 bets, so that would be 57,000. So I'm going to say it's $323,000 is the carryover.
1-6-3-7. Bubby Dearest does check in second there, but a 29-1 shot completely left at the break. Dylan Davis clinging to the inside, gets the win.
If Bubby Dearest couldn't beat this horse with his horse spotting at 5. By the way, the 3 ran third. The 3 was at Home Depot when the field was turning for home.
Wasn't even on the
Literally.
screen.
It was not on the screen. When you said to me, is the 3 still in the race? I said, not in the picture yet. Well, they did go 1:16 and 3, which I'm going to say is going to be the slowest 6 furlongs. I'm going to go right on a limb on opening day and say 1:16.64 will be the slowest time of the meet for 6 furlongs.
Okay.
I
I'll write
think
that down. I think you will be correct on that.
I think I'm the favorite. It's a chalk play. How did the 3 finish third?
What a moment here for these connections. First win of the year for this barn. Burbles Racing Stable with a Fog of War 2-year-old filly who they all must have thought, can't wait to, are we getting an interview afterwards? I hope so, because wow, what a moment for these connections. Dylan Davis delivers on a 29-1 shot, just like opening day at Saratoga when he went on a 44-1 shot. The Queen's MG in the Schuylerville. We'll be back.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As what a performance from Maselli of War, and what a celebration from her connections. I'm so happy to be joined by trainer Emran Ibrahim. As Emran, you could be heard, I think, around the racetrack celebrating because this filly, she didn't break and then came flying late.
Yeah, well, at least, you know, this filly, she a little slow to the gate coming out because we got him tried to rush him to this race. So, you know, and bring him to this race. And I told Dylan, I said, this is a home run. If you get him out, she's a home run. And I told my owner, I said, get patient because he wants to go to Saratoga. I said, no, I ain't going there. I don't want to clash with the big guns there.
And you were absolutely right spotting her here. And you were telling me you trained several years ago, taking some time away, but coming back and getting this win. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels amazing for me. Because I got to thank my owner because I told him, give me a shot and let me take my time with this filly. and we will get it done.
Hard work pays off. Congratulations to the whole team.
Thank you, Acacia. Thank you so much.
A nice performance and a nice celebration, Greg.
Not just, look, the win, but confidence going into this win with a 29-1 shot. I just watched the break again. I still can't believe it. But great job, too, by Dylan Davis to commit to staying inside saving ground, and then, wow, did she finish?
Never gave up. Well, she finished slightly less slowly than the other ones, but this was
relative to the
This
field.
was, I think you and I had more fun watching this race than we've had maybe since the Travers.
It was fascinating.
And it just shows you, obviously a lower quality race, and nobody's going to confuse these horses with stake wins, but how much it meant to the trainer and just how exciting it was. This horse, really incredible. As obviously the race sort of came apart, especially the 3 to come from as far back as he did, but we knew it wasn't a good field going in, and I think we saw it afterwards, but a nice win by them, and, we'll see what happens. Get to work. If you haven't done to work on that pick 5 yet, $323,000 carryover.
What does it mean to win on this circuit? A rare one here for this barn, and he said, he didn't need time. First start wins.
Good for them. What a win. Exciting
Incredible.
race, fun race.
29-1 long shot. Dylan Davis, again, just like he did, started the way at Saratoga meet.
No, Dylan had a great meet in Saratoga. He with a big win there, a memorable win, and get to work on those. It's a pick 6 carryover, but I think the pick 5 carryover, $323,000.
Yes.
That may get most of the attention. See what happens. A fun
We're
card
back
tomorrow as well.
On FS2 tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern start time. Winter memories to Lorraine in her state's debut for West Point Thoroughbreds. Christophe Clement and Joel Rosario beating a pretty talented group of 3-year-old fillies in the opening day feature here at the Belmont at the Big A. Follow me. What an opening day. We'll see you on Saturday.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.